Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCP chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, roll, Atlantic.
Water towers can fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight down by SCE off. Say again, SCE off.
Yikes. You bet. Okay. We don't need any more of these.
Hello everybody and welcome back to some Starbase testing, or Starship testing in Starbase perhaps I should say, here on NASASpaceflight. My name is Thomas Burkhart, News Director for NASASpaceflight, and we'll be bringing you some live commentated coverage of testing of both Booster 7 and potentially Ship 24 today. There is an overpressure notice out to Mary today for potential static fire testing. Of course, not sure on the details so far, but we are seeing the orbital launch mount spool up with some activity, so it appears that Booster 7 testing is first on the docket today. Let me know if you can hear me. I see everyone saying hello in chat, some 5x5s. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thanks for the support. And it's, of course, not just me on commentary today. We'll have the NASA Spaceflight team bringing you live coverage throughout whatever testing SpaceX decides to do today. First up, we have Alex also joining me on comms. Alex, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm just hoping we see some fire today.
Yeah, hoping so too. SpaceX has actually been putting out some overpressure notices for a couple days now, but it does look like testing activity is finally spooling up today to get some of those tests done. Another voice you'll hear on commentary today is Nick. Nick, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing wonderful. That's a cool event. Always fun getting interrupted by a nice loud vent there. Can you tell where that's coming from?
Looks like that vent was from the top of Booster 7 there, catching a glimpse of it on this particular view. So, rudely interrupted, but Nick, thanks for joining us today.
Anytime.
Folks, as always, we will be taking your questions throughout the stream, as well as providing updates as the things that we are looking at with regards to today's testing. The thing with Starship and booster testing is, obviously we're not given a timeline or specific events to look out for by SpaceX or anything, so we have to base it on what we've observed on past tests and things like that. Right now, you can see some venting from the orbital launch mount, which is an indicator that they are spooling up to begin prop loading Booster 7. Which could be in advance of some sort of engine testing. Obviously, the big question is, will it be static fire testing? The overpressure notice does indicate that SpaceX was, at least at one point, planned to be a static fire test, so we'll see what they have planned. There is also potential for Ship 24 to come later after they finish testing the booster, and so unclear whether there could be two static fires, one on either of the vehicles, or if they could also change the plans throughout the day, of course. So we're just going to have to keep an eye out, and when we see things that gives us clues as to what's going on, or things that are just worth pointing out, we'll happily do that. Right now, we're going to be keeping an eye on the orbital launch mount and seeing when we can start to see the signs of propellant loading, which would be the indicator that we're getting closer to testing. But yeah, interspersed with that, we will also be taking your questions and things like that. So if you've got questions, tag us at NASASpaceflight in chat. We'll try to answer as many of those as we can to the best of our knowledge. And we'll also definitely want to thank anyone who sends support our way, because we can't do these streams without that. So shall we dive in?
Absolutely. Let's get
Make
some
us
testing
excited.
going.
I like it. Let's go.
Dude, I've been like days. What is it now? Thursday. We had static fire notices for what, 2 or 3 days the past few days, and no flames. We're finally getting some flames. Maybe, hopefully, we'll see. I might be a little too excited, but
I think this is days of overpressure notices building up to the next excitement level, because they finally might actually do something.
Maybe. We'll see.
So first question I'm seeing in chat is currently actually about the chopsticks position. There are a couple things we look for that gives us signs that they're getting ready for static fire testing, and I think in the past the chopstick arms have actually been raised a lot higher than they currently are to kind of get out of the way of static fire testing. I mean, they look far enough out of the way to my untrained eye, so I guess my question is, anything to infer from that position, or are the chopsticks away enough that we can say they're no factor?
Well, I mean, chopsticks are up, but we'll have to see what exactly they do here. wouldn't be surprised if they do something with the booster at this point. It looks like they're getting ready for the booster.
Yeah, I think it's
OLM
just
is definitely venting, so
right.
we're probably gonna see something.
It's just interesting because I think last time they had them, up all the way above the booster, right? But maybe it's out of the way. It doesn't really matter how far out of the way.
Yeah.
Some other questions here. David is asking, why do they call it an overpressure notice? I believe that just alludes to the possibility of, in an off-nominal event, a overpressure, or which is basically a kind word for some sort of explosion risk. Is that right?
Yes, something like that. I mean, if there's big flamey kabooms, you don't want to be inside next to any glass or anything that could rattle apart. So they do have to give residents of Boca Chica Village an alert telling them, hey, there might be something happening in your backyard pretty soon. And then obviously we do get the 10-minute siren there. But as far as why it's called an overpressure notice, it's called an overpressure event. It's a very nice way to say explosion.
And that's just a risk, of course. That's not something that's planned.
Exactly. Yes.
In the event of an anomaly is what they're
Thank you,
referring to
Thomas.
there.
Yes. Anomalies.
And more venting.
Yeah, where's that venting coming from?
It's coming from the methane tank. I'm seeing some of the vents up top. But since it's probably just ambient venting, I don't see it. We used to see when it's cold, the vents are way more pronounced. But obviously, since it is not cold yet, the vents are less noticeable. But yeah, I think this is probably like prior to any sort of loading of anything, which we usually see once the OLM vent stops. And just as I said that, I thought it was stopping for a moment.
It's only stopped for a second.
It was,
yeah.
Yeah. We usually hear for Falcon 9, for example, when they are about to fuel it, they say, Falcon 9 tanks venting for propellant load and things like that. So it could be the same here as well. Who knows?
And so we should reiterate for people who may just be joining us or may not remember, we were looking at the top of the booster there. Which tank is which when we're talking about methane and liquid oxygen, because that also gives us some hints as to if they're going to do spin prime tests versus static fire tests, and the amount of propellant that's loaded also gives us an idea as if there's a long duration or the number of engines. So which tank is which?
Yeah,
I
so
have no idea.
So you see almost 2/3 up the booster, you can see like some it's like, I don't know, it's like a textured on the booster. That's actually some
right where the
stringers
chopsticks
on the
are
outside.
on that right hand side.
Yeah, exactly. So those are stringers on the outside, and that's actually the where the common bulkhead of both tanks is located. And the top tank is the methane tank, and then the bottom tank is the LOX tank, the liquid oxygen tank. So that's where the triangle things there, which are called chines, are located. And also the boxy thing there at the bottom of the booster, that's the hydraulic power unit, or also called the HPU. So yeah, you can see usually vents are at the top of each tank, so you will see some vents right below that kind of rib-like structure on the middle, or like 2/3 up the booster, and also at the top you may see more vents as well. There are 4 on the methane tank and 5 on the liquid oxygen tank. The 5 on the liquid oxygen tank, 4 of them are in like cowbell vent, like it's like a cowbell actually going down on the side of the booster. And then there's a 5th one that goes like to the side, sort of like, and it's not like a cowbell, it's just regular vent.
Yeah, and seeing some more venting from the top of the booster right now, actually. So
Yep.
yeah, and Alex, correct to point out that sometimes that does precede propellant loading. They kind of vent the tanks first, to a different pressure. So good to point that out. Hopefully we'll see, of course, the other signs for propellant loading. We sometimes see some of the pipes on the orbital launch mount get frosty as cold fluids start flowing. You'll see you can see some methane, and well, I guess engine chill comes later. We'll see the vehicle itself get frosty. Sometimes you'll see frost rings develop on either of the tanks. And then you can see the methane engine chill vent is actually near the base of the tower now, and the normal liquid oxygen vent is still from the engine section itself for engine chill. So we can see both of those things, and these are all signs that as the vehicle gets closer to engine testing of some kind. So, keeping questions and things coming, we also had some super chats come through really quick that I want to thank. Musical Wolves say, "It is morning, is the booster brewing nitro coffee? Appreciate the support." Not So Mad Scientist has become a PadRed member. Appreciate that. Space Pony has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Appreciate that as well. Thank you. Musical Wolf says, "The vent is coming in 500 by 500. Appreciated." And here is a good question to start off some discussion. Telstar asking, "Taking bets now on how many engines we see testing today. Thoughts from NSF?" I think we'll get some really good indicators of that once they start propellant loading, because a lot of the times we've been able to see, either they load more propellant for more engines or a longer duration firing, like we saw with Booster 7. Or we can also take a look at which engines are doing the LOX engine chill, the liquid oxygen engine chill vents. Because if a bunch of the engines are venting, that would give us a clue that they're going to test a lot of engines at once. What we would kind of speculate based on what they've done so far, they made that 3-engine static fire attempt, although it looks like one of the engines aborted on Booster last time. So their next step should be either repeating that test because of the abort, or only taking a smaller step up is probably our best bet. Somewhere maybe 6 engines or something, more than 3, but less than 33. So that's kind of would be our expectation for the booster. For the ship, I think the only big checkbox they have left to tick off is the 6-engine full static fire. So that's our which is very exciting, right? I love Nick's excitement here. This is great.
Little happy noises in the corner here. Sorry, guys.
But I'm saying that I think that's what we would expect or guess. But we will see some signs as they start to propellant load the booster, especially, that could give us some clues into whether we're right or not, basically. Taylor Van Camp also gifted a Red Team membership, so appreciate that as well. A good question here from Silly String asking, "Is the QD arm attached or is that a camera illusion? From this angle, it looks like it's really close, but I can't tell if it's actually attached. Do we know? Or can we get a close-up view?"
Well, it cannot be attached.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not attached because there's nothing to hold, right?
Right, it can only attach to the ship, basically.
The top QD arm can. The quick disconnect. But
Right.
There's claw things. What's the latest on those claws, Alex?
Yeah, because they're still missing, right?
Yeah, I think they haven't really. I haven't really seen them at all, and I'm not even sure they're coming back. But you never know. I mean, they could come back at some point in the future, but we haven't seen it, so question mark.
As we stall here real quick, I am looking at clips from yesterday. I had a nice clip of the QD arm. Yeah, it does not look like it's touching the top of the booster. However, it's really close. And there should be a clip in the daily that went out this morning from yesterday that shows how the QD arm's hose connections are not even close to the booster. They connect to the bottom of the Starship, which is a little bit above.
Right.
I do know there are like some kind of access things like on the sides of the QD, of like the actual QD, but I think that's for the workers to help the QD or something like, or do maintenance once a QD is attached to the ship. Like it does seem like that, and I remember some commentary ago that Adrian said that it looks like a chair, one of those ladders on those access hatches, or not the hatches, but like gantry something. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just getting myself confused.
Yeah, and to be honest, I didn't take a super good look at the pad this morning. I was so busy getting cameras out because the road closure starts at 8, and so had to be out of there a little bit earlier than that. So, wish I had a better answer.
Yeah, they changed the road closures from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. to now being 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So Gotta be a little bit earlier now
Yeah,
with
and
with
I'm
the
not
winter times.
and I'm not an early riser, so it's just so much fun.
I totally understand you. I'm not either.
You just gotta shift your sleep schedule because they are done earlier now.
Yeah, but it's so much more fun to be up late and a lot less fun to get up early. Although I do have to say, sunrises are pretty. Every time I come out here and I'm here for sunrise early in the morning, I'm like, I should do this every morning. But it's like the only thing I have against sunrises are the fact that they happen before the sunrises. I'd love to wake up after the sunrises and then see the sunrise. I don't know how we can get that working, but I'm sure someone can figure that out in Kerbal Space.
There we go. I mean, you've got some experience with remote cameras now. I think we could probably arrange something. Just watch a daily video every morning with the sunrise clip.
Hey, perfect.
Oh man, but appreciate it there, and thanks for the questions. Let's see. SpaceX Gamer is asking, does the Booster 7 need to be pressurized in order to carry the load of Ship 24 on top when they are ready to fully stack? I think usually the booster is at least partially pressurized even on its own for extra structural support. And I think it would probably be safe that it'll have some partial pressurization for ship stacking.
Yep, yeah, it's just like a soda can. So if you don't want the soda can to crush, then you pressurize it and you keep some pressure in it. So especially if you're going to stick a whole, I don't know, what is it, 50, 80 tons, however many tons the Starship is these days, on top, you want to make sure it's nice and pressurized.
Yeah, that's pretty standard actually across most rockets. That's not even a Starship specific thing.
No,
Atlas rockets.
Thomas. No. Starship is special. They didn't think about pressurizing tanks until Starship existed.
I don't know about that one, Nick, but we'll see.
Okay.
Good question there. Here's a good question back on the topic of the overpressure notice. Why don't they put one out for spin prime tests? I believe the risk for an overpressure event comes from an ignition source, right?
Yes, and also having fuel on board would create, what is it, the triune or something like that, oxidizer, fuel, and ignition source.
Yeah,
So,
fuel, ignition source, and oxygen.
Yep. I think anytime they have two of those around, they should probably do an overpressure notice.
Yeah. But of course, here's the caveat for today's testing specifically, is there are two vehicles that could potentially be tested. And so just because they put out an overpressure notice doesn't mean they're both going for static fire testing. We could see some sort of spin prime test or a completely different test with one vehicle and then they try to static fire the other one. So unfortunately, a little bit of confusion because there are two vehicles and we're not sure which one the notice goes to, or it could, of course, could be both. So worth a caveat there just to set expectations. All right, let's see. Quick message here from Mast saying thanks to the NSF SBL mod that helped me find the 7.1 crumple images yesterday. Shout out to the mod team as always, and I'm glad they could help you out there. Anders becoming a red team member, appreciate that. Here is an interesting question from Plutonium asking, what will they likely do with SLS if it does not start up? Could they use Starship as a backup? I don't think Starship is particularly close at offering the crew launch capability that SLS has as its job, right?
Yes. I think as far as we can tell, Starship is not going to be ready to be carrying crew anytime soon. Hopefully they can get some good orbital flight tests and do some awesome payload deployments, but as far as any crewed Starship flights, we're still many years away from that, even on optimistic Elon time. So, yeah. SLS
What do you think, Alex?
No, I don't think. I don't think that's gonna happen. Like if Artemis 1 doesn't really go off, it's not really up to Starship to take it up. It's a NASA program after all.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, yeah, any off-nominal events with Artemis 1 are just going to result in adjusting the future SLS test plan to account for those. Starship is too far away from being able to take over that role anytime soon. Now, in the distant future, the goal of Starship is to be crew rated, including the booster, and be able to launch crew to deep space, including the moon. So, like, it is planned to have similar capability. But right now, it's a vehicle that can barely conduct static fire tests. So we're a little bit ways away. But I think it's definitely, of course, Starship is part of the Artemis program. A variant of Starship is the moon lander, but it launches uncrewed, and Orion brings the crew after launching on SLS. And so, despite being involved with the Artemis program, it is not filling the role of the crew launch vehicle yet, because that takes a lot more crew rating work and a much higher reliability record. A good question, though. Another question regarding some regulatory issues with regulatory items regarding Starship. Have we heard anything about the FAA issuing a launch license for Starship?
I don't think I've heard anything recently about that. Have we heard anything recently about that?
I don't think they have. No. You can actually look it up on the internet. I'm actually I'm gonna look it up and share the link on chat, just because I'm saying that you can actually find it online. There you go.
Yeah, well, you can only see it once it is like issued, right? Like once it's issued, it'll show up somewhere.
Yeah, it'll show up on that website. Once
But it
is
won't
issued.
show, like, unlike the environmental assessment, which is like we can kind of almost see progress as they like check off different parts of the assessment. That we're not expecting to see that for the actual launch license. So,
that's a good question, actually. Yeah.
Because with the environmental assessment, they set up a whole website which is like, here's how you can track the progress of the Starship environmental assessment. But I don't think it is. We're not expecting that for the launch license, and based on other launch vehicles that have gained their launch licenses in recent history, those licenses can sometimes literally be issued like the day before launch. Because sometimes the last item on the license is like conduct a pre-launch static fire test or confirm vehicle is 100% ready for launch. And so like obviously the FAA is in conversations with SpaceX like, hey, here are the things we're working on, and they will tell SpaceX, hey, by the way, once you complete your launch readiness review, we will hand you the license. But we won't really see that until they actually issue the license, which really could be a last minute thing. Or unless the FAA or SpaceX or Elon like says something, but that's not usually how we hear about it.
Yeah, I remember I always give this example of Astra getting the launch license, but it was actually not technically a launch license. It was only
it was like an operator license or something.
Yeah, it was an operator license, and it only allowed ground testing first, and then they amended that after they did a static fire test of the rocket. So that they were already approved for launch, which was like, okay, I guess that might be the case here, where we might not see that going through, like we might not see that published right away, but maybe they already have all the papers at hand, and they just need static fire to happen or something like that, or more testing to happen in general, to be able to say, okay, now the vehicle is ready, or sufficiently ready for us to approve a launch license for you guys. So that could be a thing.
Yeah, good to point out that. So thank you. And of course, Paul, thanks for the question. We will definitely be reporting on FAA launch license status if we hear anything, because that is, of course, a watch item. But honestly, I think the best way to get an idea of how close we are to launch is looking at Starship testing and seeing how much progress they make on that front. And then, once they appear to be getting close, wait for SpaceX to announce a launch date. Because we might honestly hear that before we actually see the launch license appear. We'll see, though. All right, more messages and questions. Again, tag us at NASASpaceflight, getting a whole bunch of them in chat, so I'm continuing to bring them in. And there's a question here from Gina asking, would they ever test the booster and the ship simultaneously to simulate what they have to do for the real launch? I'm not sure if this is regard to engine testing, because obviously the booster will shut down its engines before the upper Starship actually lights its engines during ascent. perhaps they're referring to a full stack wet dress rehearsal or something. Could we see that happen at some point?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they do something like that where they have the countdowns. It's really the countdown, right? They got there's about 80 million things. Okay, that's not an exact number, but there's a lot of things that need to happen between a inert static rocket and a flying rocket. And one of those things is definitely making sure the list works. And so they probably do want to test that because it's going to be pretty complicated the first time that they try it. They'll have a whole booster to worry about and a whole ship to make sure everything's working in synchrony. I'm sure they've done some practice countdowns, just going through both of the ship's countdown and the booster's countdown, because the ship isn't going to light until it's, after stage separation, hopefully. Hopefully it
Right.
waits till after stage separation.
We certainly hope so, yes. But on that front, there's also another related question from David asking, why would they do a full 6-engine static fire with Ship 24? Normally 6 Raptors would not be ignited at the same time. I don't believe that is accurate. In fact, we've actually seen a 6-engine static fire already with Ship 20 before that vehicle was retired in favor of 24. And I believe the expectation is that all 6 Raptors will fire after stage separation, after separating with the boosters, because even though the vacuum Raptors will of course be most efficient at those altitudes, it is perfectly safe to light the sea level Raptors. It gives you more thrust, and perhaps more importantly, only the sea level variant of the Raptors have gimbal authority. So to maintain control of the vehicle and steer the vehicle during the rest of ascent, you actually do need the sea level engines as well. So correct me if I'm wrong, but we're expecting all 6 engines to light for the climb up to orbit, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And there are many arguments actually supporting this. First of all, I think Elon actually confirmed this a while ago to Team Dot. So it's like, hey, Elon actually said this. So that's some kind of argument, a little bit more heavy in that sense. But also, we've seen the timelines that they are sort of working with in terms of the times that it takes the whole thing to go into orbit, and they were saying about 8.5 minutes. And if you fire only 3 Raptor engines, in order to be able to go into orbit, you will need to go into orbit like 12 minutes after liftoff. So even with those timings, because you're firing less engines, you take more longer to fire, to basically burn all the propellant to go into orbit. Right now, hold up, I'm seeing a lift on the left side that is higher
wait.
for some reason.
Was that there before?
Nee.
No, I think that was probably there, but I'm just noticing right now for some reason. But it's
For a second, I was like,
Yes,
wait a
that
second,
has
the
been
patch-
that has been there for a while. Yes.
Okay,
That-
good to
I
point
took a
that
clip of
out
that
because
yesterday.
all right, good to point that out because if there were people at the pad, that would change things. But I think we're okay.
Yeah.
You don't know how much my heart just dropped there, Alex.
I was just looking at the whole thing, and I was like, oh, wait. So I felt the need to point that out. But yeah, the I don't even know what I was talking about. Oh, jeez.
Talking about the burn time and just saying that basically
the burn
there's a lot
time,
of
yeah.
different evidence for favor of
Exactly.
they are actually firing all 6.
Exactly. Yeah, that's one of the many evidences, apart from Elon saying it, and many other reasons like thrust to weight ratio, TVC control, as you said as well. Like, there's many reasons to think that's gonna happen. So,
But it's a good question because, and it's actually kind of a counterintuitive thing. You would think that the sea level Raptors, clearly they're not going to be good in vacuum. Actually, sea level engines are even more efficient in vacuum. They're just not optimized for that environment, where if you had the engine bell design of the vacuum engine, it would be even better. But sea level engines still do plenty well in vacuum. We see this on Falcon 9 even. When the Falcon 9 is doing its like boost back and entry burns, it's in a near vacuum at those times. And the engines work just fine. And of course, all of those Merlin engines on the booster are sea level Merlins. So anyway, wrapping up that question, thanks for the question. Still seeing a lot of venting from the orbital launch mount, but haven't seen the next sign of actual propellant loading beginning yet. Although that could happen any minute now. Alex is about to tell me I'm wrong.
They always, because when the OLM vent is about to finish, we can see doing this. What we're seeing right now is like a waterfall coming from the OLM. It's like a lot of venting. It seems almost like Vandenberg kind of thing.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So it might point out that yeah, they're probably close to closing that vent. And once they close that, we think that's when propellant loading starts. And afterwards, it might actually come back. That's normal. It doesn't mean that the testing is aborted or anything like that. It's just part of the process. But once it stops, like it starts venting, it vents for about an hour or so, and once it stops, that usually signals the start of the propellant loading, and then obviously, as I said, it may begin again once that process starts. But just because it starts again, it doesn't mean there's an abort.
Yeah. Good to preview that, and we will point it out when we see the signs that propellant loading is starting. In the meantime, some more questions here. We got a quick one from Ankla. We'll just go around the horn really quick. What is your personal favorite launch site? Ankla says theirs is Wallops. Alex, you first.
I'm gonna say, I mean, this is too easy, Cape Canaveral, but
Oh, that's what I was gonna say.
Well,
yeah, you
I'll be
live there.
unique. I like Starbase. It's technically a launch site, right? I mean,
yeah,
it
it's
specifies
currently
orbital
only
launch site.
Yeah, currently only a suborbital launch site, but future orbital launch site. I think that counts.
Okay, good.
But yeah, I gotta go Cape Canaveral just because that's where I am, and that's where a lot of launches happen, and I like seeing lots of launches.
Ouch. Ouch.
Lead Rocket has joined a PadRat membership, so appreciate that. Also, Randy S with the PadRat membership, appreciate that as well. Oh, here's a good question from David saying, could the catch or lift arms, so the chopstick arms, be used as a hold down for a full 33 engine test? Love the coverage. Keep up the great work. Sunrise there is awesome. Appreciate that, David. I don't know if they could actually, well, I don't know. I guess if you put the arms on top of those like lift points, in theory, that might help. But I think that's probably not the primary mechanism they'll use to hold the booster in place. I think the launch mount does most of that.
Yeah, they have very sturdy hold-on points.
Yeah, and also just the weight of the vehicle itself, especially if they fuel it a bunch. So more effective ways for keeping the booster in place. But you never know. Maybe redundancy never hurts, right? Let's see. Elizar says Boca Sunrise Fan Club. Highly endorse that. Appreciate the support. Jerwa says I'm supposed to be working. Understandable, but we're glad you're still tuning in. Let's see. Jimmy J say just wanted to send our thoughts and good wishes to our UK viewers and to the Queen on her health concerns.
Yes.
Definitely can reiterate that, of course. I know we're all keeping an eye on that, but our well wishes to our friends from the UK. Let's see. All right, here's an interesting question. I'm going to read it as is, and I'll probably maybe spin the question to answer it. But the question word for word is, do you think that NASA needs a more I put a word in already. Do you think NASA needs an outside-the-box type of thinking that Elon has all but proven works? Why is NASA so dead set in outdated equipment? So here's what I'll preface this, and then I'll get your guys' thoughts on this. I think SpaceX has definitely debuted a testing methodology that is different than what has usually been done in the past. A very, hardware-rich development process is kind of how some people describe it, where breaking things quickly and learning as quickly as possible is a strategy, as long as you can financially support breaking a lot of prototypes. And NASA has traditionally been of the mindset of you do a lot of testing and modeling of individual components and small things, and do a lot of design work so that the first prototypes are more likely to work, but that can sometimes be longer time-wise. So I guess the question is, do you think NASA has learned from SpaceX's approach, and could we see them pivot a little bit? What do we think? Don't all jump in at once, guys.
I guess I was kind of thinking about it. I think it's mostly all related to politics in this case, because NASA is a government agency, so they have to be set up in a way that also pleases the political side of like Congress in particular. Um, and it might be, I mean, it might be a hard pill to swallow, but it's like it's the truth. Congress gives them the money, gives them the budget. So at the end of the day, they kind of actually have to please the Congress to be able to go forward with some of the programs. So we've seen in the past, for example, Europa Clipper was actually put forward by one of the representatives in Congress, and was mandated on SLS and things like that because of that push. So it's not really that they are dead set in outdated equipment. It's also that they are kind of forced to use some of these old contractors and old hardware that they have around. So it's actually a good thing that they're moving now to commercial contractors, and that is probably going to be the future for NASA, where they rely less on those political decisions. And they actually go forward with a little bit more of a commercial way of acting in their missions, which we're already seeing with the Starship. It's going to be the lander for HLS, for Artemis 3, so that's going to be the vehicle that will return people back to the moon, and it's quite exciting.
Nick, any thoughts?
Yeah, just quick note, like as the whole industry moves towards this, moving away from cost plus and towards fixed cost contracting, I think it's important to remember that some of these contracts, span many decades, and so we all, are seeming to give some hate on the cost plus contract method, but those contracts were inked a while ago, and that was pretty much the only way you could do spaceflight.
I think I'm seeing the OLM vent already dying off.
Yeah, a little bit. So point out exactly where you're looking for that OLM vent.
Yeah, so on the left view, the OLM vent is right in between the legs in the center of the camera view. You can see it going outwards, like away from the camera. And on the right hand view, you can see it on the bottom to the left of the OLM, of the circular thing where Booster 7 is sitting on right now. So that vent might go off completely, like might just go away completely, or this is something that is not always a complete 100% thing where it's off completely, so now it stopped. But we gotta keep looking. It's definitely going off and on sometimes, so it's something that we should keep an eye on.
Sure. And again, if we see it stop for an extended period of time, that is usually an indicator of propellant load actually beginning. So that's why we're looking at that. Appreciate that, Alex. Bringing more questions in. Actually, we got a couple different questions regarding some of the limitations that SpaceX has as to like how much testing they can do in a given time. First, the question is from Robert asking how close are they to the limits on road closures that SpaceX has for the rest of the year? Is there a limit there? And if there is, have they been using up some of that limit?
Well, every time they close the road, they do use some of those hours. I don't have the exact numbers right in front of me, or honestly recall what they were, but SpaceX was granted a number of hours for nominal closures, flight closures, and then like off nominal, like recovery type emergency closure hours. And yeah, I don't think they've used quite all of them yet this year, because we haven't seen as much testing as we have, in last year, all of the serial number flights.
And we would expect that those hours, they only start eating into their limits when they actually close the road, not where they schedule a potential road closure and then cancel it because they're not ready for testing yet.
Yes, this is true.
The follow-up question to this is from James, who's asking, what about seconds of static fire testing have been used? Because I think they're asking, is there a limit from the environmental assessment as to how many seconds of engine firing they can also do?
There is, but I don't think those are hard limits per se. It's more like what's the word? Like something to give the FAA a handle on what's gonna be the testing for
So like it's an
for every
estimate rather than
year.
an actual restriction.
Yeah, I will guess so. It's something that is actually not completely like I'm not sure it's a hard limit, or at least I understand it as not a hard limit. Something more like this is what we're gonna study here for the environmental assessment. It may change, and it can actually change in the future, for a further study, but it doesn't really mean that they're gonna have a limit per se. I kind of understand it like that way, but you never know.
Gotcha. Thanks for the update there. Couple other messages that have come in here. Solaris sending us a super chat to ask us about the Rocket Lab Neutron event coming up later this month. We'll definitely be tuning into that in a couple weeks. A very exciting launch program there. Also, Scott Hardman coming in at a launch director membership, which is very,
Okay,
very generous.
now
Sorry,
it
go ahead,
seems like
Alex.
the OLM vent stopped. Ah, jeez, it invents
Up,
again.
and just kidding.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it.
It's right there on the edge.
Yeah. But Scott, thank you so much for that very generous support. Appreciated. Also, Randy S. with some super chat support. Thank you so much, and we appreciate everyone's support there. More questions coming in here. JJ Rod L. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that, so I just said all the letters. Said, is it possible for a high altitude flight to be performed before the orbital flight? I suppose possible is a word, but would we expect that to happen?
Likely not.
And why is that?
Well, I mean, look at all the testing that they've already been doing. I think at this point, if they wanted to do a high altitude flight, they had Ship 16 and Ship 20 that both, at one point in their lives could have done a high altitude flight before the orbital flight. But it seems like all the sights are set on the orbital flight. So we'll see. We'll see what they do, but I would not expect that.
I mean, cannot go higher than than the actual orbital
That's
flight
also true.
for a high altitude flight. I mean, you could go higher, but you might need a little bit more development to go a little bit higher.
There you go. Let's see. Another question here from Mike asking, what part of a nominal Starship, I'm assuming they're talking about orbital flight, are we looking forward to most? Is it the 33 Raptors firing at once, a belly flop, a catch attempt, or something different?
That's a good question. Honestly, I'd just be happy to see this thing launch. So I guess 33 Raptors would be it for me. The belly flop would definitely be cool. Catch would be cool, but yeah, I'm just looking forward to the launch.
Yeah, I will probably say the same. It's like we've been waiting for so long that just seeing it lift off will be okay for me. If it lands or not, that's okay. I will point out that right now it seems like maybe it is. Now OLM vent has stopped.
Yeah, maybe.
Finally, maybe.
Yeah,
We'll
how
Now that we
long
said
does
it,
it
it
have
can
to be
start
stopped
again.
before we say it actually stops? Alright, so yeah, I mean, there's like that little trickle, but it's not like actively venting anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So again, to point this up, well, and there it
Oh,
goes
come
again.
on.
But so here's what we're looking at, chat. If you look at the left-hand side, like Alex mentioned earlier, right in the middle of the camera view on the left, between the legs of the orbital launch mount, you can see just a little bit of venting from a pipe that's near the base of the mount, and the venting has subsided there. Every once in a while there's a little bit more, but as that venting subsides, that has usually been an indicator of propellant loading or beginning to load methane and or liquid oxygen into the vehicle. So that's why we're looking at that. There are some other indicators that we'll hopefully start to see around the launch mount and on the vehicle itself to indicate that propellant is on board the vehicle, which we haven't seen just yet. But that's why we're showing interest in that, is because it is the next indicator we'd expect to see. But anyway, sorry about that. So Nick, you're saying the initial liftoff is probably what you're looking forward to,
Yeah.
since you'll see that.
So I did see my first rocket launch ever just a couple weeks ago out at the Cape, that Starlink that night launch. That was really cool and really special. And yeah, I think honestly, maybe if I can revisit that answer, perhaps I'm most looking forward to the leading up to the orbital launch flight. I think it's really going to be fun the few weeks before, and as we get up to that morning of and the day of, and all of the excitement and buzz and work that we'll all be putting in as a team at NSF, getting everything ready, bringing you guys the best coverage. I think that's going to be really special for me, because the launches, they go by so fast. I mean, wow, it's over
Yeah,
in
what were we just saying? Like 8.5 minutes, right?
yeah, I mean, something like that. I mean, the Starlink Falcon 9 was gone in about 2 minutes, 2.5
Yep.
minutes or so. And it's like, okay, yay, it's gone now. Now what?
Now we wait for the next one because there's a million of them. But
Yeah, exactly. You just got to wait 48 hours. But yeah, out here, I think it's going to be that build up to it. And then obviously having a successful flight, that those 2 minutes of flight will be very exciting. But yeah, belly flop and catch will just be icing on the cake whenever that happens.
all right, Alex, you're up. What part of the flight are you looking most forward to?
Yeah, I already said before that I think probably launch is the thing that I'm looking forward the most, because it's like I don't really care if something wrong happens afterwards unless, it destroys the OLM or something, which I totally wish it doesn't happen, obviously. But just the launch itself, it's something that I'm looking forward the most. Afterwards, it's just like, yeah, it's flying, okay.
Right,
And
'cause again,
also,
the
I will
learn things,
say,
right?
yeah, and also I will say, not just the first launch, but multiple launches. Like I'm really looking forward to the point where Starship is something more regular than, maybe it will happen or maybe it won't. I think that will probably ease some of the concerns of people about this rocket.
I think my favorite moment is going to be hopefully a successful SECO, Starship engine cutoff. I don't know, whatever the acronym will stand for in that sense. But when you get a vehicle to their nominal velocity target, I think that'll be the big thing, because we've seen Starship actually attempt a belly flop and landing before, obviously not from an orbital reentry. But I think if they can reach a successful SECO into a nominal orbit or a slightly lower orbit, whatever flight profile they eventually agree on, that would be out of the park. And any experimental recovery that comes after that is a bonus, whether it's with the booster or the ship. I also say, I mean, I'm very excited to see what 33 Raptors firing at once looks and sounds like, but I also have a gut feeling that they will at least try to do that before the actual launch itself with just a static fire test. So I'm not going to say that's my favorite part of the flight, because I think we'll actually see that before the flight. But that is, of course, just a prediction. But a good question there, Mike. Appreciate that. Chat also saying that SpaceX is watching our live stream and changing the OLM vent just to troll us, and honestly, wouldn't be that surprised.
Yeah,
Other
funny
questions?
story. I was actually stopped on the side of the road yesterday. I was taking a clip, and a SpaceX engineer pulled over, and he's like, "Oh man, I love your guys' streams. You guys were just streaming the work on Ship 24, because yesterday they had some people up on the boom lift." And he's like, "Oh, that was me. I was so excited to see that." And I was like, "Nice job, man. You do the cool stuff, though. We just take the pictures. So we love you,
Yeah.
SpaceXers."
As Das says, we capture and relay photons, but we are grateful for the opportunity to do so. That vent has definitely calmed down. Before we dive into more questions, I think we're into the area where we can probably say they are preparing for propellant load or beginning propellant load here imminently. Just because that venting on the mount itself has really stopped. A quick question, what is all of that venting kind of just around the bottom of the vehicle? I mean, if you look at that right-hand view, it looks like there's like fog on the bottom of the ground. What is that from?
That is from the hold up. The methane is on the right side. Okay, so this is from the LOX subcoolers on the tank farm. So those are right to the right of the left camera. So they are part of the tank farm, and that might actually indicate that they're preparing for fueling. So we'll see what happens. But some of the ways that we might see fueling, if we don't see any frost on the vehicle itself, it might actually be from the engine chill itself. that will be via the new pipe that they have installed. And also on that same note, I'm seeing a lot of people obviously talking about this. They are also installing new pipes to the OLM. We're seeing there, you can see like a hose and then like a black pipe there connected to the water pipes that are going into the OLM. That may actually be related with like some improvement to the water system on the OLM. It's kind of tricky calling it a deluge system because, as Nick once said, it's more like uh what was the actual word that you used, Nick?
It's like a grocery store, Mister.
Yeah, right.
Amidst the
It's not really
vegetables.
like a huge, yeah. It's not a huge fountain of water just coming and raining down into the hole below the mount. It's obviously not like that, but it might actually be helpful in the future just to protect the concrete at the base, like right off the bottom, just to protect it from the all of the heat and pressures of the not the vehicle. Usually, when they do deluge on other rockets, is to protect everything. This might only be just to protect the bottom, the concrete at the ground, which is good enough, I guess, for them.
Alright, keeping questions coming here. Here's an interesting question. So this goes into the NASA discussion we had earlier. Spike Taz with a $30 super chat, so thank you so much for that generous support. Says, NASA may be slow moving and the insulation is the same orange we all grew up with, but nothing they're using is outdated. Nearly all the systems except the engines are new. So just adding some caveats to that initial question. It is worth mentioning that even though they are leveraging flight hardware from the space shuttle and things like that, lots of those systems and designs are updated and new. And are, again, they leverage experience. There's a difference between leveraging all the experience that you've gained and the knowledge you now have with just taking old technology and reusing it. You're learning from stuff that did work and continuing to use those things while keeping them updated and things like that. So that is an important clarification there. Let's see.
Even the contractors are different.
Sorry?
Even the contractors are different. For example, the external tank on the shuttle was built by Lockheed Martin,
Oh,
whereas
right, yeah.
the core stage on the SLS is by Boeing, so it's not even the same guys building the thing. So yeah.
Yes, good point. Another super chat here from Lachlan says, "Good morning from Australia. Thank you for keeping me sane overnight while looking after our new baby. Well, congratulations. Any update on the SpaceX build going on in Florida?" I am assuming that is a, like, Pad 39A question. They're continuing to stack the tower. There's a couple segments left to go there. I know one of them is still out at the pad that has not been stacked yet, I believe. And I believe there's still some work ongoing with the other ground support equipment there. I would stay tuned for our next flyover video, which should be pretty soon, because that will give you also an idea as to the very latest. But yeah, not no firm updates on that front. I think we'll wait to get some more photos and things out to everyone so we can all take a look and see any other new developments. Oh, here's a good question from Nate. Any upcoming launch dates for the SLS since they have to repair the hydrogen leak? Thanks for the coverage. Funny you should ask. NASA just this morning announced the next targeted launch dates. These do depend on getting some adjustments to the FTS requirements. They are working with the range to see if they can provide enough rationale that the rocket can stay out at the pad longer than they originally planned. The big primary focus is making sure the flight termination system will still be certified for flight, but if they can get a waiver for that initial requirement, they are going to target the 23rd, so September 23rd and September 27th as a backup date for the next Artemis 1 launch attempts, with the hopes that they will conduct some sort of wet dress rehearsal or tanking test of some kind before then to verify the hydrogen connection fix. But they do have new launch dates, the 23rd and 27th, in theory. Still, a couple things that have to happen first before they can confirm that those dates will actually be launch attempts, but that's the current plan. Otherwise, other messages here. Maxi says Discovery is the best shuttle. Respectfully disagree. Hail Columbia, but appreciate the support there. And then Stefan upgraded to a Capcom membership, so appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. Here's a question, Alex. I'm going to lend this one to you. Charles is asking, for the booster, why did SpaceX go with many Raptor 2s on board instead of designing and using larger or more powerful engines like they did with Saturn V, for example?
Yeah, so that's actually at least two reasons for this. One is simplicity, in the sense of the booster and the second stage can use the same engine. Obviously, the second stage also uses vacuum optimized Raptors, but they are also, they leverage, that same word that we used before, they leverage the same kind of technology from the sea level version. And actually, here on Raptor 2, we've seen that they probably are even coming from the same production line, and it's just the other bits are modified. So yeah, we can see that there's some simplicity in being able to produce just one single type of engine, and then you modify whatever you need on the outside to be able to fit whatever, if you don't gimbal the engine, for example, the outer 20 inches on the booster don't gimbal, then you modify the outer configuration of the engine, but all the bits inside, all the turbo pumps and valves and things like that, all those remain the same. So that's one reason why it is designed this way, and the other reason is also because larger engines usually, well, actually, I guess it's twofold. From one side, it's harder to develop larger engines. This is a very powerful booster, and if you make smaller engines, it's actually easier to develop and to build, and also it's easier for the flight profile that this booster runs, which is landing back on land, or back to any other place that you want it to land. But it also allows them to be able to run a landing burn, sort of like Falcon 9 with just one single engine. Has a huge thrust to weight ratio, and it cannot hover. Here, depending on the profile, like it might actually be able to hover with just one or two engines, but maybe with three engines, it's a little bit up in the air because it will need quite a low throttle setting. But still, it kind of allows you to have that control on the landing part, which a big engine, it's obviously not that useful.
Was that a pun there, Alex? It said up in the air when referring to the booster burns.
Well, it was not intended. If it was a pun, it was not intended to be a pun.
Those are the best puns. Alex, thank you for that, though. That's a good answer there.
Yeah.
And a good question. Let's see. What else do we have here? Chat, is this Vandenberg or Starbase? It's definitely Starbase. Not enough fog to be Vandenberg. This is only Starbase levels of vented fog.
By the way, they're already doing engine chill. You can see the
Are
vent
they?
of
Oh,
the
yeah.
engine chill on the bottom. Yep. Just notice that because we went from the wide shot here, so that's a good indication that the engines are being chilled out.
Is that vent from near the base of the booster we're seeing in this view? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, there's a series of pipes that reroute that through the OLM down to the ground and off to the left here. You can see that venting right next to the tower, to the bottom of the tower.
All right, so that's the methane engine chill specifically, right?
Yeah, we believe that the liquid oxygen one, that the one relay with the liquid oxygen, is just coming off directly from the engines themselves, but we'll see. Actually, I think I'm seeing. So you can see the pipes already frosty.
Right, I was going to point that out too.
And
so
with some vents in there.
The little it's a smaller pipe going around the base of the orbital launch mount, but you can see it on the left-hand side of your screen now. That pipe that has turned bright white and is even getting a little bit of vapors around it, although it's a pretty small pipe. That is also used for propellant load operations. So the fact that that pipe has gotten cold indicates that propellant loading is underway. In fact,
Yep. And
if I look at the bottom of the booster on that left-hand side, I think I even see some vapors from outside the booster itself.
indeed, yeah, I'm
Just a
seeing
little
the
bit?
same thing.
So a
Frost on
little bit
the-
of
on
a
the LOX
frost
tank.
ring developing. Alright, so yeah, definitely well into propellant load with between that and of course the engine chill going on. So, this is confirmation that they are preparing for some sort of engine testing with Booster 7. Very exciting. Alright, keeping questions coming here again. If you have questions, tag us at NASASpaceflight in chat. And we can answer as many of those as we can. Also, chat. Alex doesn't know puns, those you learn from movies. I think you're confusing Alex and Adrian. Alex has seen movies. Adrian has not seen movies. You're confusing the two A commentators.
Yeah, there's a few movies that I might not have seen, but I've seen most of the mainstream ones. At least from when I was young. I probably haven't seen some of the mainstream recent ones, but you know, those are still on my list. I still pretend to watch it sometime.
What's your favorite
in the future.
space movie, Alex?
Oh, Contact.
Ooh, that's a good answer.
I didn't have to even think about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say there was zero hesitation there.
Yeah, Contact.
That frost line is growing really rapidly. There's already a pretty,
Yeah.
I don't know, that's like, I guess we don't really have a sense of scale, but like a couple feet of frost line, for those of us who have freedom units on our rain. But yeah, you can see the frost line developing near the bottom of the booster on your left-hand side, propellant load well underway. Alright, let's see. Oh, a question here from James asking, "Hi NSF, thanks for the coverage. Is that a flex hose on the orbital launch mount? Would that prevent a static fire, or will we see another rest in peace for a hose? Thanks." I think they're looking on that left-hand side. There's looks like a hose or a pipe that's like kind of hanging there, but kind of held up out of the way, so maybe it would be unaffected by an engine test.
Well, they say, will that prevent a static fire? Maybe not a static fire, but could they do a spin prime test instead, for example? Because
Yeah,
I'm thinking
maybe.
that could be also another way that they can do something here with the engines. Doesn't need to be a static fire test, obviously. That might be for some kind of, you know, testing in the future. But we'll see. We'll see what they do.
All right.
And I'm starting to see some vapors coming from the engines. We usually see that, as I said before. That's usually what we think it's probably related with the oxygen venting, the oxygen chill. Yeah, I'm seeing venting from the engines themselves.
Gotcha.
That is something that, you know,
Oh yeah, I've
unlike
seen that
Merlin. Merlin, for example, you only have the liquid oxygen as being the cryogenic fluid, whereas here you have both the methane and the oxygen. So you need a methane engine chill and an oxygen engine chill. So for the pipe that goes out to the ground and everything, that we might think that it's probably like we're probably very sure that that's only methane, whereas the oxygen may just be vented outwards from the engine itself. Which kind of makes sense, because if you have the methane going off to one side, that's okay. It's actually better in some sense to have oxygen rich outside of the engine. When you have like a fuel air mixture, you don't want something that like we saw on the incident that we saw 2 months ago with a 33 engine spin prime test, where they had a lot of mixture of fuel and air. If you have a lot of oxygen but low fuel, that's okay. It's the other way around, where if you have low fuel or like a lot of fuel and a lot of oxygen, that's when it's tricky.
Alright, yeah, thank you there, Alex. That frost thing, so here's something to point out. So on that left-hand side, you can see the frost ring is still growing as they obviously fill more propellant into the booster. The frost line will rise because more of the tank is cold. The amount of frost on the side of the booster gives us an indicator, of course, of how much propellant is on board. And if they load lots of propellant, that could mean one of two things. Either they're going to test many engines, or they're planning to fire or test a small amount of engines but for a longer duration. So that gives us a clue. If it's only a little bit of frost, then it's a short test with only a couple engines, basically. So just something to keep an eye on there. We'll see how much frost develops. Let's see. Here's a question from William saying, so let's say that Ship 24 and Booster 7 launch and everything works as needed. How long do you think it will be until the next launch after that?
Hmm. I will think probably 2-3 months if actually everything goes well. That could be doable. But if things happen, that there are some changes that they need to do, that will probably be a little bit longer than that. Yeah, we'll see. We're seeing also the production of future vehicles going ahead very well. Booster 8 is getting now the chines and everything, so that's nice. So it's probably almost ready to go. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually start testing it really, really soon for the next launch after this one.
Yeah, and worth mentioning that even if the flight goes very well, like they reach all the milestones, let's hypothetically say the booster is successfully caught, the ship does a successful reentry, lands perfectly, everything is amazing. Even then, there will be things that SpaceX will have learned from the flight and will want to change on the next one. So, you are at least on future ships, even if it's nothing urgent, then, they can fly a couple more ships that have already been built without those changes, potentially. But, all things being equal, there will still be work between the two. So I think, a couple months is a probably good estimate there, Alex. I'll agree with you on that. A question here from Lucas is asking, what is the venting behind the booster on the right-hand view? Unfortunately, I think the venting has kind of slowed down, but there's a vertical pipe on the right-hand side of your screen right now that's sticking up between the launch mount legs, and that pipe was venting a lot earlier. Alex, do you know what that venting is when we do see it?
Yeah, that's actually what we usually call the Pope vent, because it's like a huge white vent going off. We also can see another one to the right on the right view. That is the recondenser at the overall tank farm. And that one is actually really, really nice to see now, because it might actually indicate that they're going ahead with fueling of the booster. Not always we see it when they're fueling the booster. That's something that we should note. That not because it is inactive, it doesn't mean that there's no fuel involved here, that there's no methane. They could be stopped, and there might be fueling involved. So another thing that I should point out right now, I think this is the first time the liquid oxygen level on booster 7 has reached the hatch to the tank. So you can see there where the clock is, you can see some circular thing on the booster. That's the hatch to the inside of the LOX tank. So actually, that's probably the first time I've seen that level go that high up. That's interesting.
All right. Also worth pointing out something just below that, again, on your left-hand side view, we are now definitely seeing a large amount of vapors from the engine bay itself. Those vapors are indications of liquid oxygen engine chill. So, of course, when we talk about engine chill, we should preface this. Engine chill is the process of cooling down the engines to their operating temperatures, which sounds ironic because you would think rocket engines are usually very hot, and the combustion chamber certainly is, but the pumps that pump the very cold propellants into the engine remain very cold. And so in order for the engine to be prepared for the full flow of cold liquid oxygen and cold liquid methane through those pumps and everything, you want to gradually cool those components of the engine down to the correct temperature before you introduce the full flow, so the rapid change of temperature doesn't break anything. And so you cool with liquid methane, you cool with liquid oxygen, and that is the engine chill. It's a standard practice across almost all liquid rocket engines. Again, not something that SpaceX invented or anything, but that's what we're seeing now. So we're seeing another sign that they are close to engine testing.
Yeah, and another thing that we're seeing right now is the OLM vent again coming to vent and come to life, and that's something that we were talking about that prior, that we were expecting that's something normal, and that it doesn't mean there is an abort or anything like that. That is normal, and it happens every single time they actually test these things. So no reason to be panicked. I've seen some people say, oh, this is defueling. No. It doesn't really mean that. It may be in some cases, like in some aborts it happens, but we will also see things like depressed vents on the booster and things like that. There are other indicators that will go hand in hand with that kind of venting on the oil lamp.
Right. Thank you, Alex. Other things to just revisit while we are standing by, because we're getting into the business end of a countdown, it does appear, with propellant loading well underway. For people who may be just be joining in, obviously you're looking at Booster 7 right now. That is the vehicle that appears to be being tested first today. There is an overpressure notice out, so it is potential for a static fire test. Could also just be a spin prime or some other engine test, because Ship 24 is also in the area and potentially could be tested later today. So if that's the case, it's not necessarily that both vehicles will be static firing today. Things to keep an eye on is the level of liquid oxygen into the tank, just above the engine section there on your left-hand side. A lot of frost there, which does indicate potentially multiple engines being tested right now. That is also in agreement with the amount of vapors we're seeing in that engine section. It does appear that multiple engines are being chilled rather than just one or two. So
Yeah.
this could mean several engines are going to be static fired. It could also mean that several engines are going for a spin prime test. Where the most recent test was an attempted 3-engine static fire where one of the engines did end up aborting, but it didn't appear catastrophic or anything like that. So we're in the realm of multi-engine static fire testing, but spin prime test could also be part of getting back on track, which is why, and since we're not given official information, I don't want to claim one or the other. But of course, we're
There's
all hoping for
definitely-
static fire.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of venting coming from that engine section, from the engines themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of indicates that probably a lot of engines are going to be tested. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Because they did 3 engines last time, so maybe they're going to test a few more now.
Potentially, yeah.
I hope so.
Excuse me. I think I might have misspoke. Remind me again. Which tank is which? Which is methane? Which is liquid oxygen?
Liquid oxygen is the one that is getting frosty right now.
That's what I thought. Okay, chat was telling
That's
me
the
I was
frosty
wrong,
one.
and I was second guessing myself yet again. But yes, that is the liquid oxygen tank frosty.
Yep.
So we don't see a whole lot of frost. In fact, we don't see any on the upper part of the booster, which is the methane tank.
But that doesn't mean it's not loaded.
Right, that doesn't mean it's not loaded. So here's where methane could be. If methane is in the bottom of the common bulkhead between the two tanks, that gives you an indicator that obviously the frost won't actually reach the outside of the tank that we can see because it's just sitting in the dome basically. Also, more liquid oxygen is used than liquid methane for an engine test simply because the engines burn are oxygen-rich engines. So that does not indicate that both propellants are not on board. In fact, we see the methane engine chill vent from near the bottom of the vehicle. So all indications are that there are some methane on board the vehicle. It's just a matter of you can more clearly see the effects of the liquid oxygen rather than the liquid methane.
There's
clarifying
probably a
that.
lot of methane that fits. Like the transfer tube on the booster, it's huge. It's massive. I did the math once, and I think it could fit between 15 tons to 20 tons of liquid methane. So that's a lot of methane that it can fit. Yeah.
I think we're gonna start quieting down on the coverage a little bit here. I'll keep taking a couple quick questions, but we don't want to speak over any sort of type of test that might happen. And of course, if we see a test, we will all rapidly be quiet and then resume commentary after the fact.
Yeah.
Let's see. Isaac does ask, why are the static fire tests so short, and why do they only test a small number of engines since they're going to use 33? Well, for the second part first, they basically work their way up to 33 engines. You test a small number of engines at a time, and you work your way up to more and more engines. They haven't fired 33 Raptors all at once, and there's a lot of vibrations and other effects that occur with so many engines firing simultaneously, and so they want to slowly and step by step get up there. Which is why, again, we're seeing multiple engines in the engine show right now. That gives us an indicator that they are going to test more engines potentially this time, but they might not work all the way up to 33 right away, or they might preface that firing with a spin prime of all 33 first. It's part of a sequential and incremental test program. Also, why the static fire test so short? Basically, the point of a static fire test is to get the engines up to full thrust, maintain that level of operation for maybe a second or so, and then shut down. They don't need to do a full mission cycle firing, because that they could, first of all, they can do that on individual engines out in McGregor if they want. And then for the full vehicle, the more effective way to test a full mission cycle is to, of course, fly the thing. That is part of the purpose of the test flight itself. So limited benefit to doing a full mission cycle firing on the ground for this booster, especially given that it's 33 Raptors. That could do a lot of damage to the rest of the launch site. Also might not be able to do that at all, given that when you get to the end of the booster firing, a lot of the propellant will have been drained, and it's possible that the booster will be not heavy enough to be held down onto the launch mount at that point. So a lot of different factors that affect whether you can do that full number of engines and full duration static firing or not. Some vehicles can. I don't think Super Heavy could with how much thrust there is there. So that is the reasoning that they do shorter static fire tests, and why they start with smaller number of engines before getting up to 33. Very good question. DJ with a message here saying, just want to point out something that could help Adrian and the rest of us. When we see that the methane subcooler is venting like crazy, that could be an indicator that propellant load has started. We are always taking a look at all the different indicators we pick up on around the launch along the launch site and the booster. And Adrian, I know, keeps tabs on which ones are kind of consistent, and which ones are hit or miss, whether they actually indicate anything. And we will continue to update which ones are the best indicators once we see more and more tests. KCJ with a $50 super chat, thank you so much for the support, says that Raptor 2 is the closest thing we have to alien technology. Appreciate the message there, and the super chat support as well. And also,
actually, I might have to agree with that, honestly.
You think?
I just saw a Raptor 1 this morning. They had one kind of stashed away in a tent. And I saw it and I was like, wait, what is that thing? That thing has so ugly. Has so many cables and pipes and plumbing and wires, and it's definitely alien tech, these Raptor 2s. Very clean and simple.
It's the only possible explanation.
Yes.
Solaris also with another message about the Rocket Lab Neutron update. We did mention this earlier. NSF will be tuning into that and definitely covering anything that Rocket Lab has to announce. Very exciting there. And again, I'm going to try and keep the questions to shorter things right now because the test could be here shortly. Jim Cavett, just a quick thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Appreciate that. John with a good question. Have they sounded the siren? They have not. No siren been reported just yet. That could be a sign that it's not a static fire test yet. Could be a spin prime test. Or it could just mean that we're more than 10 minutes away. That's the reason I'm not claiming one or the other, because we're not 100% sure. But good to point out that we have not heard a siren yet. Another message in chat that I want to acknowledge. A big thank you to everyone who shows support for the stream. If you haven't yet, if you hit the like button on the stream, that does help YouTube spread the stream to others who are looking for Starship testing coverage. And it definitely helps us get out there and share this coverage with more and more people. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing, whether it's the coverage or the camera views or some combination thereof, definitely hit the like button. It is much appreciated. Still seeing some vapors from underneath the vehicle. Obviously the frost line is holding steady now on the vehicle, so maybe they're at the proper propellant load levels for today's test. And we're going to stand by to see what this test may be, whether it's a spin prime or whether we're going to get a siren for a static fire test. Also interesting to see how many engines will be tested here shortly. But going to put a brief hold on the questions and things, and we will stand by.
I'm seeing the engine chill vent has stopped.
All right. We'll point out any other indicators that we see here. There's a spin prime test. I think that's still a spin prime test. I think it's still going.
Yeah. Wow.
There it goes, kind of tapering off. That was many engines, but that was a spin prime test for sure. No ignition, but a ton of vapor flowing out of the engines. That would be indicators of a spin prime test, and lots of engines.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell for sure, because the vapors all kind of blend together.
Was that all engines?
It could have been all engines.
I'm gonna say it looked like all of them to me, but perhaps
Definitely
we
a
haven't seen
large
this
number of
before.
engines. That was more than, a handful of 6 or something like that.
Yeah, that was a lot of propellant. Or obviously not propellant here, but that's a lot of mass that it's moving. Dang.
No explosion.
And no explosion, which is an improvement over the
This
last
is true.
engine spin prime test that we've
That's
seen.
nice. Progress. See, when we see a one single engine spin prime test, it's like, but now it's like, hey, things are doing great, are doing well. That's exciting.
So that's a big
That
step in booster
definitely-
testing if they just went to potentially a 33 engine spin prime test.
Yeah.
That shows some improvement over the previous attempt. It also shows that more of the engines, of course, it'll be hard to tell. With the static fire, it was pretty easy to tell that one of the engines aborted. It would be hard for us to look at that test and go for sure that all 33 engines worked successfully, because if one didn't, it's going to be very hard for us to tell.
Yeah.
Perhaps Elon or SpaceX will be able to confirm the test in some way. But that was definitely a multi-engine and many-engine, maybe, spin prime test on Booster 7. And of course, a spin prime is, again, basically everything except igniting the engines, just flowing propellant at the rates you would for engine ignition, but then not lighting the engine. It tests all the turbo machinery in the engines and things like that, but does not actually, the engine doesn't produce thrust or anything. But there we go. So that might be test number 1 for the day. Now, here's follow-up questions. Is this going to be a preface to a static fire test on the booster? Or is that it for the booster? Maybe the teams will pivot to Ship 24 testing?
Oh, well. That's your answer. I said that's your answer because that usually means they're detanking soon. But we'll see.
Alright, well, I asked a question and Booster 7 potentially just answered. That was a lot of venting from Booster 7 that could be an indicator that Booster 7 is done for testing today. However, here's the thing. There's an overpressure notice, and spin primes do not usually coincide with spin prime tests do not usually coincide with overpressure notices. So, are the teams going to pivot to Ship 24? What we'll have to look at is the suborbital tank farm and see if activity spools up there, right?
Yeah. I mean,
I have seen it. I have seen some activity at the suborbital tank farm. Very, very small, but usually indicates that things are going on at the tank farm there.
Over on the left-hand side of this view?
Yeah, that's actually the liquid nitrogen side, but there was also venting before from the liquid oxygen side, from some events that they have out there. So yeah, it's active. Like that's venting that we normally don't see unless they are actually spooling up the tank farm.
Alright, so yeah, don't go anywhere, folks. So here's the potential. That venting on booster does kind of indicate that they're probably done with the booster, at least for now. So what appeared to be a successful multi-engine spin prime test. Still getting some venting from the booster here and there. We'll keep an eye on the booster as they probably move into detanking operations now to complete that test. And we will also be keeping an eye on the suborbital tank farm because Ship 24 is poised for testing of its own, and because of that overpressure notice, which would not necessarily be needed for the booster test that just happened, maybe it's a ship static fire that we now have in store later today. The test window does extend all the way until 8 o'clock p.m. Central Time, so plenty of time left in the window for additional testing. And that,
and we got the alert notice, which come
yeah.
on. That I need to see some flames today, guys. We gotta get the flames. I
Also,
have
we
good
didn't see
feelings still.
anything that looked like that booster spin prime was like an abort of some kind. It looked more like a planned spin prime test. So
Yes.
that does kind of indicate that maybe the plans are a booster spin prime and then a ship static fire.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So that was that. Also, it was right on the hour at 12:15. I don't know if anyone noticed that, or not on the hour, but on the minute at 12:15. A nice round number. So
Yeah.
another
Almost.
indicator that potentially the test went exactly as planned. Could also be a coincidence. You
almost.
never know. All right, I'm going to bring in some more super chats and things that I've been holding off on in the meantime. A question for the NFS team, NASA Flight Space. I'm going to assume it's supposed to be NSF. Saying, are the vertical methane tanks already fully functional and regularly used?
I'm sorry. Got a bunch of cars driving right in front of me right now, and I missed what the question was.
Oh, no worries. They're asking about the vertical methane tanks and if we know if they're fully functional and regularly used yet.
I see them frosty on occasion, so I would imagine they're fairly regularly used, right? The vertical methane tanks, the orbital pad.
Well, the suborbital ones, they are in use, but they are not vertical. They are horizontal. I think they're probably talking about the ones on the orbital tank farm. Those are not being used. The vertical ones are not being used. They're actually being used probably, not sure if already or perhaps sometime in the near future for water. That's actually one of the leading candidates there for what they are going to be used for. The methane at the orbital tank farm is actually stored on 7 tanks, 2 big ones and 5 smaller ones. And yeah, there's no use for the larger vertical ones.
Gotcha. Thanks, Alex. Also, James saying keep an eye out for recently installed water deluge system on the OLM. I think we'd definitely be keeping an eye on that. Water deluge testing would be another thing to keep an eye out for. Didn't see it there, but of course that wasn't an engine ignition test, so that makes sense. Other things. Oh, here's a question. Jade is asking, have they potentially upgraded the loading system because it seemed that propellants were loaded quicker than we have previously seen on that booster test?
I don't know how it used to work, but it did feel pretty quick.
Well, they have been kind of moving some of the pumps on the orbital tank farm, replacing them by new ones or different capacities of flows and things like that. It's probable that they are still kind of fine tuning the process of the pumping of the propellants into the vehicle and things like that. I should also caution that still it took way too long for what we should see on an actual launch. Elon said that the propellant loading will be approximately 30 to 45 minutes. So that's a lot of propellant to be loaded in such a short amount of time. I don't think they have all the pumps installed at the orbital tank farm, so they will probably need all of that completed for an actual launch. Or when they actually do a launch, they'll do a slower loading for the first ones. But we'll see. That's an interesting debate kind of going on right now, whether they'll actually do something about that or they might wait.
All right. Doves with a question, would they ever just launch only the booster for a test? I believe we've touched on this before for sure. I don't think we're expecting any booster free flight tests, right?
No,
Yeah.
not likely.
Yeah, it's not likely that they're going to do any sort of testing individually.
All right. Jim Cavett says over to ship 24. Maybe we'll have to see. Zen Dragon says, "I'm so pumped. Thanks for the excellent commentary and coverage." Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Pumped.
Here's.
Ha.
Oh man,
Yeah, I thought the same thing, Nick.
I didn't even
Okay,
catch
good.
We're
that.
kids.
I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that's also a good question. Bruce Cooper says, "Does the booster QD normally leak or vent like that?" Not sure if we have a camera view that maybe shows the QD a little
Leak?
more
I don't
clearly.
see any leak.
Yeah, this one. I haven't seen. I mean, there's venting from the general bottom of the booster, but I
Yeah, but
don't think we've
that's
seen anything
normal.
from the QD specifically.
Hmm. I haven't really seen any venting or any leak from the QD at all.
Yeah, not sure. I think maybe just some. It's hard to tell sometimes. So perhaps. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they're referring to, unfortunately. All right, keeping questions coming though. Let's see. Again, tag us at NASASpaceflight if you have questions. Here's a good question. Jason asking, how was that different from the original attempt where it went boom? I believe that goes down to where the engine chill vents now are, right?
Mm. I don't know where those engine chill vents are now, huh? Are they... Is that on the orbital launch mount?
The engine chill vent is now rerouted. The methane side is rerouted through a pipe going around the OLM that hooks up to
Okay.
every engine on, and so it basically goes down one of the legs, actually the leg on the right here, and it goes down and to the ground and off to the left. You can see the venting from the bottom of the tower. It's nearby the bottom of the tower there, and that's the methane side. The oxygen side, as I said before the test, we think that it's basically just dumped off from the engines themselves, probably because of that, because of the separation between the methane being far away, so you don't really need the oxygen to be capture or anything. You can just vent it, and that's okay. It's actually when you have both in the same kind of area where you probably will be very concerned for any sort of explosion. That's probably what happened with the original boom 2 months ago, where they had those nearby, and any ignition source was just it was a tragedy just waiting for that thing to just go off.
Oh, yep.
There, good to answer that. Thank you. Other questions here. People asking, what do we think the odds of a static fire test are? I would say pretty high, given the overpressure notice. My prediction is ship static fire because it does look like they're done with the booster for today.
Yep. I'd agree with that.
Another question. Any guesses as to how many engines that Sprint Prime test was? Honestly, I'd go out and say that they looked to get all 33 because it was definitely more than like 3 because we've seen that before.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, it was definitely more than 3.
It was at the very minimum 20, if not all 33. Because we can see if you go back, you can scroll back on the stream, or I'm sure there's pictures on Twitter already around it. You can see it's the outer ring for sure, if not the center ring as well.
And I'm kind of seeing some signs of detanking already on the LOX tank. The frost is kind of fading away.
Yeah, so that frost line is going to recede as obviously propellant is drained from the vehicle. That's a sign that they are wrapping up. Because if they were going to move into a static fire test, would we have any reason for them to fully detank the vehicle first?
Not necessarily.
Not really.
I don't think they will need to detank the whole thing. I mean, they could, but do they need it? Not really.
Right. So unless they are, that's another test objective to detank and refuel again or something. I think that's why I'm leaning towards not a booster static fire after this.
Yep. Ship 24, let's go!
Space Invader asking if there is a possible leak under the mount on the left side. Alright, I think they're still looking at that same area where the booster QD is, but I don't see anything over there.
I don't see any leaks or any, no.
There
Everything that I'm seeing
is,
right now looks nominal so far.
yeah,
Apart from
there is,
more frost.
there's venting from the base of the tower on that right-hand side view, but that's the normal engine chill vent. There's frost on the vehicle, obviously the vehicle is venting here and there. But I don't think we see anything off nominal. We will point that out if we see something off nominal for sure. But if you are just joining us, we have seen a multi-engine spin prime test on Booster 7. That was back at 12:15 if you want to scroll back and check it out really quick. And what we're seeing now is probably detanking of the booster, and so potentially moving into ship testing. There is some venting over from the ship tank farm. In fact, tell me what I'm looking at if on that left-hand side view, kind of right below where the big orbital tank farm tanks are, is there some venting in that area too, and is that significant?
No, I think it will need another camera view to see the whole Silverbill tank farm.
Okay.
I'm kind of seeing right now. We have also Starbase Live, which has no commentary, but also has all the camera views right there. This camera view is also on SBL as well. And that's actually the one that I was looking at. They have, you can see a little bit kind of in the middle on the bottom. You can see a little bit of venting from the lock side. It's very tenuous. It's not really going off too powerful vent, but it's there. And then the liquid nitrogen side is also venting, which usually indicates no. The liquid nitrogen normally alone doesn't indicate much. It might mean just they're doing kind of vent to keep the pressures and things like that. But when it's also partially the liquid oxygen side and things like that, that usually means they're spooling up the activity at the tank farm. Now again, that might mean there's a test, but it might actually be like right away, like in minutes. No, it's not gonna be in minutes. It's probably a little bit down the line, maybe a couple of hours from now. Who knows? But it's sort of around that time frame. But definitely not like imminent. Oh, it's gonna happen right now. So no reason to panic. Like, oh, I'm gonna miss it. If you're like just listening in or something and not watching, you're not gonna miss it just yet. But stay tuned because we're gonna be covering everything.
Yep, and we'll be here talking about it, and and if we hear the alarm, or not the alarm, siren, we'll know for sure something's about to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Chad is also pointing out that the overpressure notice does not necessarily mean a static fire, given what happened the last spin prime test, which is true. It's not. It's a sign that they are likely going for static fire testing, but as Chad points out, it's not necessarily the case. Here's the other reason we think there's more testing on the books is simply because we've been seeing the suborbital tank farm. There's activity earlier of it beginning to come to life, and when we see the testing, actually, if we see it spool up to the point where testing is imminent, we'll point that out. So that's what we're looking for as far as signs of future testing. Plenty of time in the window. Booster 7 does appear to be detanking right now. And so the attention is kind of on Ship 24. We'll keep tabs on Booster 7 and let you know if anything is worth mentioning there, basically. Here's another question from Ben saying, if Ship 24 completes a successful 6-engine static fire, will it be ready to stack? Would we expect any other testing milestones after like a multi-engine static fire on the ship?
On the ship, I'd imagine once we have our 6-engine static fire, it's ready to go. It's been a while since we've had a ship that's all ready to fly. But I think Ship 24 is pretty close, and after this successful test campaign, we'll be looking at a flight-ready Starship. Yeah, and we'll see.
I mean, I'm trying to think what else. I mean, unless there's some sort of, I mean, they will have done fueling testing, and the only other fueling testing that they might do is after the stack. You know, once they stack it, I think there's more testing on the ship. Obviously, not firing the engines because it's sitting on a booster. That would be a bad idea.
Yes.
But but testing the fueling system once it's actually stacked, which is obviously different from fueling it on the test stand. And so that would make sense. But I don't think we'd see additional static fire testing. Once you test all 6 engines, you're probably good to go. Another question, this touches on something we mentioned earlier there, Alex. Just reminding me of the significance of the Pope stack, please.
Yeah, so that is usually related with it's usually something that happens normally. It's sort of like the liquid nitrogen venting that I mentioned here for the suborbital tank farm, where it's some kind of maintenance venting that they do. It's not really related with big activity, but obviously once we see that, and also the subcoolers going off, as I said here, you know, when you see not just one thing but multiple things going off at the same time, that kind of indicates there's activity, and usually you see it very active during both tanking and detanking. You can usually see that going off a lot, especially more on detanking than tanking.
All right, thank you there, Alex. Again, chat, tag us at NASASpaceflight with your questions. We're continuing to bring as much of those in as we wait for the next phase of testing to spool up here. I also want to take a brief second to acknowledge some news that is definitely coming up in chat. In the last couple minutes ago, NASASpaceflight is aware that the royal family of the United Kingdom is reporting that Queen Elizabeth II has passed away. Do want to acknowledge that news, as I'm sure many around the world would be interested to be aware of that. So, Queen Elizabeth II has passed away in the UK, and that is some world news that we do want to acknowledge. Obviously, not a spaceflight bit of news, but something we felt like we wanted to acknowledge very quickly, in case for those that are not aware.
Absolutely. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family.
Yes. But in the meantime, we will also be keeping our focus here in Starbase, Texas, where we are standing by for additional Starship testing, potentially. Booster 7 I'm asking for a status update in chat as well, so I'll provide that. Booster 7 has completed a multi-engine spin prime test. Appeared to be nominal, as far as we can tell. Not sure exactly how many engines, but it looked like more than a handful, so potentially it could have been as many as all 33. It's just hard to tell with a spin prime test without any official confirmation. But it appeared to be a nominal test, and now it looks like the booster is being detanked, so potentially done with booster testing today. There was an overpressure notice put out for today's testing window. That usually coincides with static fire testing, although it could have been maybe only for the spin prime test. The big indicator will be if testing by Ship 24 spools up with the suborbital tank farm, because if that activity does pick up, that would be a very good indicator that they are moving into ship testing, and of course that would be prime for a static fire test, because a 6-engine static fire on the ship is probably the last major testing milestone for Ship 24. So here's another question. Any chance that the spin prime test was done with liquid nitrogen rather than actual propellants for safety? And thus this could be a detank in advance of loading the real propellants for a static fire test.
I mean, does it make a difference between real propellants and the ones for spin prime? I think we saw actually the methane. I mean, there's probably there's probably an argument to be made that maybe they could run liquid nitrogen through the methane pumps as well, and like do the engine chill with nitrogen instead. But I'm not sure they will actually do that. We're seeing actually the recondenser very, very active all the time. That usually indicates activity for the methane side. We've also seen the methane side of the subcoolers and things like that also being very active. So who knows? I will say that you know there's a good chance that it was with actual methane.
Right. All
That's
right. Thank you
my
for
vote.
that. All right. We're are we voting on what tests happened because we
Yes.
don't actually know for sure? That's what we're doing with now.
Yes, we're just voting.
Let's see. Oh, here's a question from James asking, can't wait to see 24 and 7 covered in ice. I am curious how much weight the ice of a fully fueled Starship is. So talking about the, the frost and ice that builds up on outside of the vehicle because of the really cold propellant. We've touched on this before because again, that's also something that's not exclusive to Starship. It's pretty common across a lot of rockets that have really cold propellants on board. Basically, the weight is not significant enough to drastically affect the rocket's weight during launch and things like that, nor its aerodynamics. Also, a lot of it gets shaken off by the vibrations of engine ignition, and so they just fall off the vehicle right away. It's cool to talk about, no pun intended, but I don't. Sorry.
How cool. How cool. I think we can quantify how cool this is.
So cool, it's cryogenic, Nick.
Ooh.
But it's actually not. It's the weight of the ice is usually not a factor in even like calculating the trajectories or things like that, because it falls off right away, and it's not very. It's not a huge difference from a vehicle without ice on it. It's a very small change. Getting a bunch of super chats about the news about the Queen. Don't have to super chat to do that if you don't want to. It's in chat too, but thank you for the support. And yeah, again, acknowledging that Queen Elizabeth has passed away. Tony Penfold, thanks for the super chat there. Jim John Gill, I believe is how that is pronounced. Appreciate that as well. And Rich, thank you all for your support and the kind words there. Other questions here. Oh, here is a good question. Tom is asking who certifies the flight termination system at Starbase? Who is the quote range? So this is definitely ties in with the Artemis 1 discussion because right now NASA is working with the US Space Force, which is the operator of the range at Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, to coordinate flight termination system work for Artemis 1 and SLS. But Starbase is a privately operated launch range, and it's owned and operated by SpaceX. So the flight termination system, who certifies it, I believe the answer, is the FAA, if I recall correctly.
I believe so. I believe there's an FAA guy who comes down here and supervises all that. So I'm fairly certain it's under the FAA, but it's not like at the Cape where there's a whole bureaucratic system built up around the range safety, and so they're kind of all discovering it as they build it out. And Starbase is completely new, not completely new, but it's pretty much new. So they're having to figure this all out as they go.
Yeah, and so I guess the correlation to make here, because this will go with other privately operated launch ranges now and in the future as well. So the FAA is the regulatory body in charge of commercial spaceflight, and since Starbase is a commercially operated launch range with SpaceX, the FAA handles that jurisdiction rather than a military operated range like Cape Canaveral or Vandenberg, things like that. So that's the difference there. A really good question. But at other private orbital launch ranges that come up in the future, I would expect the FAA to be involved for American companies, I should say, obviously. Good question. Nicholas in chat saying it's going to be a pain when HLS launches their tests because it'll be white and we won't be able to see the frost ring. It's a fair point.
This is actually really true.
Well, we might actually see vapors.
Yeah, I guess we'll see vapors.
Sorry, I'm munching right now. Excuse me.
All right.
Wait, did you bring any for me?
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Oh.
There's no food left for you.
Oh, bummer.
We see that on Falcon 9, for example, where the booster is white when it is not reused. When it is new, we see
Mhm.
it white, but we still see condensation on the outside because it still forms frost. It's just like you only see the condensation coming from that frost. You don't actually see the frost unless there's some decals or like. I'm wondering if there's gonna
Oh,
be
that's
any sort of
true.
SpaceX written on
Well,
the
yeah, so
booster
on
or
the
something
Falcon
at one
9, you can
point.
see the frost buildup around the paint job, so that's
Hmm.
true.
Mm,
That would be interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see what the HLS actually ends up looking like, simply because we've seen a lot of renders, and each render kind of does change somewhat significantly. So the design probably has changed again. So we'll see what it ends up actually looking like. But also, hopefully for human landing system launches, since that's a direct Artemis launch, basically, maybe we'll get some more in-depth launch coverage. We'll also um, NASA will be providing coverage of that, and for even for orbital launches of regular Starship prototypes, I think that SpaceX will probably offer a little bit more in-depth coverage versus like a Starfire
Yeah.
test where they don't even like announce the test or anything. So that's another difference. We'll hopefully be able to know what the
Yeah.
fuel levels are and things like that without what's it called, without just watching with our own eyes and
Having to
guessing.
guess
You
it.
know.
Yeah. As much as we love guessing, I mean, here
Yeah.
at the Texas Tank Watchers, we do know how to guess stuff.
we,
Whether we're right, who
they're
knows?
educated
We
guessing.
guess. Oh yeah, no,
Uh,
I never said we're right most of the time. We just guess.
Back into before we back into even more questions, we are getting some more questions in, but I do want to acknowledge on the screen here that frosting has definitely receded a lot as the vehicle continues to detank. Still some venting from the engine bay, but that's also expected during detanking. No signs of a recycle right now. Also, no signs of the suborbital farm spooling up just yet, but they might finish detanking first and then go that way. So we're keeping an eye on all things and providing updates as we get them here. But thank you to everyone who has tuned in, and we hope you'll stick around for potentially more testing here, and we'll keep you updated. We'll also answer as many questions as we have, so let's see. Oh, chat also asking again about the new SLS launch dates. Yes, for those who may have missed it, Artemis 1 now slated for launch as early as September 23rd. The 23rd and the 27th were the two dates that NASA has requested for the range. So the 23rd would be the primary date. The 27th is a backup day. Both of those launch windows are in the morning on those days. And that is, of course, pending FTS work with the range. So we'll have to wait and see if those dates actually get approved regarding the FTS work, or if they have to roll back, do some FTS work, and then roll back out. But they're working towards a path where they don't have to roll back and out again. But that's all still in work. They also have to fix and verify the new hydrogen connections and make sure the leak has been resolved. So all of those things combined, still more work to be done. But those are the new potential launch dates: September 23rd and September 27th. Let's see. Oh no, chat asking what we'll do if SLS launch and a 33 Raptor static fire are scheduled for the same day. Panic, that's
Hey.
what we'll do.
Well, we know how to put multiple rockets on the same screen at the same time.
We
so
do know how to do that, that is
we
true.
might be able to figure it out. Maybe.
Mayhaps. But
Mayhaps.
personally, I will hope that one happens one day and the other the next day, so we can have two separate dedicated streams to both events, cover them both the way that they deserve, and we'll hopefully get a nap in between, because those Artemis launch windows, man, are not kind to the sleep schedules. Another question from Andrew. Do we know where the control room for the orbital launch mount and the tank farm is? It is local in Starbase, correct?
Actually, I've been meaning to figure that out. Those trucks just appear. I'm pretty sure maybe they drive from the Cape. I think that's the only place where they can make liquid cryogenic propellants is at the Cape. So they'd probably have a long road trip. That's my guess.
I don't know if they drive all the way from the Cape. There's definitely other cold gas production facilities.
Only 27 and a half
I think
hours.
they meant the control room, so where this is managed from, rather than where all of these things coming from.
Right, yeah. That they control from the Stargate facility, don't they?
They control some things from the Stargate facility, and they for sure controlled a lot of the previous launches out of Starbase from the Stargate facility. But with the EPA's whatever the environmental reviews lines that they drew, we're kind of wondering where they're going to have the control center.
Oh.
'Cause it looks a little close there. I wouldn't want to be
Yeah,
there.
you think they will need some place a little bit farther away. I don't know if they have any sort of land a little bit farther away. I don't know.
Another question here from Houston asking if we can talk through the happy path towards a full stack flight, just so the rough estimates on what steps we are going to be expecting based on what testing we've seen today and the tests that we would anticipate are left to be done before the launch of the orbital test flight. What is outstanding? Let's start on the ship
Yeah.
side. Anything besides 6-engine static fire?
Well, we got the 6-engine static fire, and then any repairs and maintenance items that need to be taken care of that. And then it should be pretty much ready to go, assuming it launches anytime soon. And on the booster side, I think we're waiting on a few smaller static fires, like a I don't know, a 7-engine or 9-engine or something like that, static fire. And then we'll get a large 33, maybe, hopefully, Raptor static fire. And then after that, I think we're on the happy path, and that happy path would include orbital flight tests. So, I mean, we'll see. Obviously, that's the happy, and I love that. I'm going to start using that all over the place. The happy path. As long as we stay on the happy path, there'll be lots of happy flames.
Houston Lucas, full credit to you for the happy path phrase. I think that's going to catch on with Nick real easily.
Oh yeah, I'm happy.
Alex, any rough timelines you'd like to put out there as far as your wild speculation for future testing milestones and flight readiness?
Well, I'm horrible with timelines, but I can guess.
That's okay. So is
on
Elon.
what's
So.
actually. Yeah, I guess so. So the timelines, I'm really horrible about that, but I might guess on what's probably gonna be doing be done here. I am thinking more static fire tests of booster 7 until ramping up all the way to 33 engines. That's sort of one thing that I can imagine happening. And once they actually do 33 engines, I'm thinking they could just try more 33 engines, not like more than 33. They don't have more
Right,
than
yeah,
33.
obviously.
like
Multiple 33 engine tests.
Starbees
exactly,
on the
multiple.
side, you know.
Oh no.
Yeah, right.
Tricore Starship Super Heavy. Let's
super
go.
duper hell. Yeah.
Super duper heavy
Super
duty.
heavy. Yeah. No, but I'm thinking like multiple 33 engine static fire tests. I can think that might be something that will be valuable because you have already done the first one. You have checked that nothing wrong happens, that it doesn't explode. You know, if it goes without a hitch, you might try just a couple more times just to see if you can gather more data out of the system, out of your engines. Again, this is the first one. The first one is usually the one that gives you all the data that you need for the next ones. As much as we want the launch to be, as soon as possible, ASAP, we gotta consider that the more data they gather now, that's good for the following ones, because that actually means less testing on the following ones, and probably faster cadence in the long run. So if they take a little bit more with these vehicles, and that means that in the future they don't take as much time, I'm fine with that.
Gotcha. I've got one more person to actually ask this question to, and he's rotating in to aid with some coverage here as testing in Starbase continues. I believe we have Mr. Jack Beyer on commentary. First of all, Jack, how are you doing today?
I'm back in LA, so it's a good day.
Back home after visiting the Space Coast. Good to hear from you. And I'm going to start you off with this question. What are you looking forward to on the, quote, happy path? I'm going to use that phrase too, towards full stack flight.
Is it bad if I say I'd like the unhappy path?
Yes.
I mean, the unhappy path takes longer, which I know we don't want, but the unhappy path is where you find things that you want to find before you do an orbital test flight, so you limit the number of things that go wrong. But in terms of answering the question point blank, what the happy path towards full stack flight is, I think both Nick and Alex got it right off the bat. I mean, more engines, an increasing number of engine testing for both ship and booster. I assume they're going to want to do multiple 6-engine firings with ship. Any repairs that are necessary as a result of those firings. Similarly with booster, an increasing number of engines firing, leading up to a 33-engine fire. Interesting that we had a 33-engine spin prime today. It wasn't like a 20-engine spin prime. Or, well, I mean, we're not sure, obviously, based on what we saw, though. I mean, I was watching along with you guys, and I did look like either all of the engines or the vast majority of the engines. But yeah, more engine testing, 33 engine firing on the booster, probably multiple, maybe one with the ship stacked. I know people have gone sort of back and forth on whether or not they'll stack and fire. To me, it would just make sense. Falcon 9 does the static fire with a second stage attached, although sometimes they don't, right? Because of the unhappy path thing that happened there. But yeah, that would be my thinking. Fire engines, complete engine testing campaign, stack, and then get approval and go. What do you think, Thomas? Before you go, I'm gonna shackle you to the chair just for a brief moment before you're able to.
I mean, yeah, I'm not sure what else to add with addition to you three. I mean, I think the 6-engine static on ship for sure. I'm hoping that potentially 33 engine spin prime we just saw is a good sign that they may have ironed out the last bit of kinks on their booster testing systems, and maybe they can get through a few static fires of, sequentially increasing the number of engines up to 33. And then full stack testing, I hope that full stack fueling testing goes well. It will be interesting to see the ship fueled via the QD arm and stuff like that, because we haven't seen that yet. So that's a potential place where they could see some hiccups, but also ideally they will have tested all of the ship side systems, so maybe that's easily resolved. So I hope that goes relatively smoothly, and I do hope that they can stay as close to the happy path as possible. But yeah, multiple static fires for the booster left, I think. We got the 6-engine static fire for the ship, hopefully, and then full stack testing. That's when it's going to get really real, and we're going to be really close to launch at that point. So looking forward to that.
That's a good point. Full stack WDR, I think, wouldn't be out of the question. That would be something probably to look forward to as well.
And
as far as timing
fire
goes,
as well.
yeah, there you go. And as far as timing, I'm going to hold to this prediction until I can be proven wrong. I'm saying they're launching on the Falcon Heavy test flight anniversary in 2023. That's February 6th, I think. Let me Google that really quick. Falcon Heavy test flight. Yes, February 6th.
Yeah, February 6th.
The 5-year anniversary of Falcon Heavy's first flight is my prediction of when Starship Super Heavy lifts off for orbit for the first time. So I'm sticking with it.
But I don't want to wait that long.
Ooh.
Listen, we can have lots of static fire tests before then, though.
Boo.
Nick doesn't
Tomorrow.
care.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? That seems ambitious. All right, well, I will leave you all
in this
in
closure. Not quite. 7 hours left in this closure. We can do a lot.
I will leave you all with the capable commentary from Jack, Nick, and Alex. I wish you all the best. Enjoy the rest of coverage. Have fun. Take it away.
All right, Thomas
Bye,
is
Thomas.
gone. Let's just go insane now. Right off the rails. Let's see here. Don't forget, everybody, ask your questions at NASASpaceflight, and we will see your questions come in here. I am looking for some for us to answer while we wait for ship or booster to do something next. Is that sort of what we're expecting next? Is a shift to ship based on
definitely.
booster detanking?
Booster did a thing. It detanked. The suborbital tank farm has been kind of looking like it might do something soon. And we did have an overpressure notice delivered to Mary last night. And that is pretty indicative of a static fire attempt. And seeing that they did a spin prime on the booster, and it's looking like they're not going to do anything else with the booster. Ship flamey! Woo!
Sounds good to me. Here's an interesting comment that was sort of based on what we were just talking about in terms of the happy path. Guggy is saying when the squid lifting points on Ship 24 get removed, that'd be a good indication that stacking and final testing will be in the cards. That's true. There are those 6 lifting attachments up near the tip of the nose cone on ship, and that's definitely something to watch for. Is when they pull those off. Obviously, they don't need those for chopsticks lifting, but they'll need those to get it off of the suborbital launch mount there. So,
I was about to say that that will probably be an earlier indicator.
yeah. But I mean, when they pull them off, it's gonna, logically, they're not going to need to put it back on any of the suborbital pads. They're not going to need to lift it onto on a self-propelled modular transporter at any point in time after that. They're just going to go with chopsticks and then, hopefully a flight soon after. Good point. Guggy? I'm going to go with Guggy. Samuel is asking, does the possible 33 engine spin prime indicate the result of last week's booster static fire? I suppose meaning, did they do the 33 engine or whatever number of engine spin prime test today because last week's engine spin prime last week's booster static fire went well? I'm gonna go with Nick first. Nick, what do you think? You think there's a correlation here, or you think it's just sort of regression?
Yeah, well, I think everything's progress, whether or not it looks like we're taking 3 steps back and only 1 step forward. It's still progress. I would say that the spin prime does indicate that we're moving forward in things, because previously we've only been doing 1 or 2 or 3 static fires, and obviously before you can do a static fire, they want to do some spin primes to make sure everything works, and 33 is a big number, so hey. I think it's a good thing.
Alex, what do you think?
Well, it does indicate that things are progressing, are definitely going smooth. Obviously, even if they had any sort of issue on this test, which may happen, as Thomas previously mentioned, it seemed like it was probably all the engines. But if one didn't actually work, we wouldn't have noticed anyways, because it was like a bunch of venting from the engines. But still, it's progress, because they have tested something that 2 months ago led to an explosion, and there was no explosion this time. So if a Raptor is not behaving completely okay, well, that's no big deal. Just change it, and we've actually seen them changing a Raptor before, just recently, like last week, both on the booster and the ship actually. And so that's not a big deal. Obviously, a bigger deal will be to see another explosion and more repairs and things like that. That's something that we wouldn't like to see at all. We're seeing there that it appears the frost is almost completely gone from the liquid oxygen, as well as the frost on the engine shield pipe seems to have almost disappeared completely as well.
I like that we have that little that engine shield pipe, that plumbing down there that gets white. It's a nice visual indicator, right? And do you ever, I don't know, maybe you guys you don't remember this, or you weren't around, but there was like I think it was Duracell batteries for a while had a thing. It was Energizer where you could like squeeze the battery like
yes,
you were
break
choking
your thumbs.
Yeah, you had to like really push hard, but there was like a little piece of plastic, some kind of indicator on there that would like let you know how charged the battery was in theory. But you had to press really hard on those 2 little spots on the battery to like make a circuit happen. But it's kind of like
Either
that.
I'm too young or I'm just too European to not know about that. I don't really know if that was a thing here, so it might be either way.
Got it. Well, I'm glad Nick, you remembered.
Yes.
So yeah,
definitely.
I don't know. It's a nice.
How could I
visual
forget?
indicator.
I still have dents in my thumb, dude.
Yeah, it like hurt. It physically hurt every single time you did it because you really had to press hard.
Yes.
Let's see here. Michael Williams is asking, how are ship Raptors chilled before ignition and after booster separation? I mean, I think that's kind of why, or could be one reason why the engine chill vents on the ship are not like out of the bottom of the ship, because there would be a booster there in flight. They're kind of on the side. But I mean, they're chilled the same way, right, as as the booster. They flow some propellant through them. They chill them down to the appropriate temperature, so there's no thermal shock when they begin firing the engine. Alex or Nick, do either of you have anything to chime in on this guy?
Not intelligent things, but I can chime in.
Chime
Alex.
in.
Okay, well, I can chime in as well.
Okay.
Who goes first? You want to go first, Nick?
Sure, yeah. So
Okay.
the point of engine chill is to, make sure you don't break your parts that are at room temperature at Boca, slightly above the melting point of anything. And you don't want to freeze them and crack it. Things get very brittle if you freeze them too quickly, and metal is one of those things. And again, science, inserting things that I really don't know why that happens, but yeah, they they do have to do an engine chill, and I would expect the engine chill honestly to start pretty close to liftoff, huh? Because they'd want to have that kind of already pre-chilled. How long does it take for them to chill? Do you know that, Alex? Like, would they have to start the engine chill on the ground? Or was that something they'd start in flight?
Well, for Falcon 9, the second stage starts the engine chill in flight. So for Starship, it's yet to be seen because they take about 13 minutes for these tests on the ground, but it might be related with kind of the ground testing configuration. Then again, we've also seen on the hops on the high altitude flights, we've seen them working those engine chills closer to the ground, like it's not going off all the time. But also worth pointing out that those engines were flowing liquid oxygen, liquid methane really early on. Like when they relight the engines, it's very recently from the time it shut down.
Makes sense. That's a good question from Michael there. James Jerry's, thanks for the support. They're asking about moving tank ops to Massey's. We have seen, Nick, you caught that, right? The nitrogen tanks being moved over to the Massey range there.
Yes, yeah. So we don't know exactly what's going on at Massey's because you can't really see it because now it's a private road. But from what Mauricio was able to catch, it looks like they're possibly going to be turning it into some kind of a testing facility, which will be awesome. Because as much as I love B7.1, just making us all excited about static fires and then doing nothing but percolate all day long, it would be nice to have that happen somewhere else. And as I joke about that, it is going to be a good thing to have two different testing sites for them, because anytime they're doing a test, they can't be working on the pad or vice versa. So they probably want to have two separate areas. They can be testing, a test tank with their cryogenic stuff, or maybe even static fires over there. Who knows what they'll end up doing over there? But then also be able to work on the pad or work on moving things, because at some point they want to get pretty quick cadence. They want to be able to have 5 launches a year, something like that, and that'll require a lot of pressure tests and static fires and whatnot between all the different vehicles that they want to fly. And having two different sites to be able to test stuff is really going to be a big benefit for them. So quite logical that they do this.
Yeah, I'm sad about it. I like the test tank testing. I know not everybody does, but they're kind of fun, especially... Oh, hello. Whatever that was. Especially when they go splosh. That's always fun. But yeah, maybe we'll have less eyes on that. But to your point, it is good that they can clear out that space on the launch site and allow them to either do more work on the launch site and test elsewhere. I mean, I'd sort of imagine somebody from elsewhere at SpaceX showing up to audit Starbase, and they're looking around and like, wait, why are you doing this test tank stuff at your launch site? That's for launching. Have a test site for that. It's like, oh, that's kind of a good idea. Yeah, maybe that's what we're gonna see happen.
Kind of makes sense. They do already that with Falcon 9, where they have McGregor for testing ships and boosters prior to flight. Obviously, they do more than just cryo tests. They do actual static fire tests and full duration fires. But you can actually, yeah, you can totally imagine some place apart from the launch site where you're doing things that take a long time to complete, like cryo tests.
Alblavor, thank you for the support. They say chopstick angle between the tower greater than 90 degrees, I'm assuming. What do we think they're asking here?
Well, where the if
Like, are they
I were asking that question, I'd be asking if the chopsticks are right next to the booster, because that has been an indication before on what they're doing and where the chopsticks are placed.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to answer this. It doesn't look like they're rotated greater than 90 degrees.
Doesn't look like it, no.
Can they even go that far? I don't think so. Jacob P, thanks for the support. We know. Jim Cavett, thank you for the support. They want a happy path emoji. Glenn Jones, 21 Raptor salute for Queen. That'd be great. Oh, those are the 21 gun salute, like a... Is that an army thing? Or a...
Yeah.
I forget what that is.
I think it's a U.S. military thing, for sure.
Yeah.
But absolutely.
Tristan Blizzard, thank you for the support. They say, do you think SpaceX will eventually build a separate catch-only tower to protect fueling equipment? No. But maybe at 39A in Florida, they go with a catch tower and a lift tower just to keep 39A nice and safe. But at a certain point, you're going to want to be confident enough with your catch tower to have a stack and catch tower, right? What do you guys think, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of Starship is to be rapidly reusable and not have a bunch of extra complexity. And as exciting as it is to see those Falcon 9s land so precisely on the barge way out in the middle of the ocean, wouldn't it be really nice if we didn't have to wait 2 or 3 days of riding the rough seas for those boosters to come back to port? So that's basically why they want to have a launch and catch tower kind of all integrated into one. You might as well if you can. As they're testing things out. Go ahead.
Hear me out. A series of towers in a line, and then they sort of do like a bucket brigade sort of situation and pass the ship and booster along. That would be totally reasonable, right?
Oh, perfect. I love this.
That's funny. Yeah, I just tried to have a mental picture of that, and it was very hilarious.
Let's see here. Wesley the Third, thank you for the support. Michael Saylor? Is that like the evil Michael Baylor? There's Michael Baylor's good, Michael Saylor bad. Thanks for becoming a Pad Rat member, Michael. Or maybe Michael Baylor's the evil one. Oh no! Greg, thank you for the support. They say, how long is the planned booster burn from launch to stage SEP? And I am looking at you, Alex, for the answer. ...
The booster burn for launch to stage separation, about 2.5 minutes. We do have timelines, but they sort of vary from one to another. It seems like 2.5, maybe 3 minutes, sort of.
So very similar to the Falcon 9 first stage burn, which is like 2 minutes, 40 something seconds.
Definitely, yeah. It's sort of the same rate of burns. We're gonna see the ship maybe 6.5 minutes to burn into orbit, and then the booster it's gonna be 2.5 to 3 minutes. Yeah.
Neat. And Tristan Blizzard, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. If you guys don't know, we have a membership program. You can support us with a monthly amount that you get to choose. At the different choice levels, there's different perks. And at Capcom level and above, you get access into our member Discord, which all kinds of fun things happen in. In fact, I'm going to post a GIF in party chat right now. And you don't know what that GIF is unless you're in party chat right now.
Party chat.
But yeah, thanks so much for becoming a Capcom member there. Let's see. Let's go back into some questions. Here's kind of an interesting one. Sans de Hors is asking, do you think there's a limit to the number of times they can chill and warm the tanks? I mean, thermal cycling is definitely a thing. You want to design, enough thermal cycles into your vehicles. There's a whole thing with SLS, right? For example, where they can only, cycle the tanks so many times. Because those thermal changes do have a appreciable effect on hardware. Although for Starship, it's something that wants to be rapidly reusable, right? So to me, at least, my gut instinct would be whatever limit it is extremely high, just because they want these things to be reused over and over and over again. I mean, even planes have a limit, but it's typically tens of thousands of cycles, and then you don't have to necessarily scrap the thing, but you can do a intense inspection and then recertify it for some additional number of cycles. But I don't know. I'll go with Alex first. Alex, do you think there is a limit? I mean, I think the easy answer is yes, but we don't know what it is. What would you say?
Yeah, I will say the same about that. And as for the number of like what's the limit, we don't know it, but it's probably a lot. And obviously, you will say just because of pure physics, there's always a limit. It just depends on how big that number of cycles is, whether it is in the 2-digit, 3-digit, 4-digit realm, but there's always some kind of limit. So yeah, I was about to say something else, but I totally forgot that. So yeah, I will just end with that.
Nick?
Well, I would say there's no limit to any Starship because, as we can see, Hoppy's still here, overseeing everything. Hoppy is immortal. Starships are immortal unless they fall out of the sky and fall apart, in which case they rest comfortably at the bottom of the lake bed. Yeah, that's the answer. Immortal.
All right, you heard it here first. Simon, thank you so much for upgrading to Capcom member. Also, don't forget Discord access. Pop into Discord and say hey. Tim VW is asking, how is the ship connected to the tanks, and does that connection automatically disconnect when it's time to launch? Yes, it does. That's why we call it the quick disconnect, because it very quickly disconnects from the ship. I feel like I'm in Office Space. It's a jump to conclusions mat where you can jump to different conclusions. No one's gonna get that. But yeah, that's what we call the ground support equipment, which is all the plumbing that goes from the tank farm to the ship and or booster. And both booster and ship have quick disconnects, which quickly disconnect when it's time to launch. Did either of you have anything you would like to add to that?
I mean, it's the quick disconnect arm currently, but we need a really quick disconnect arm if we want to make a Starship more rapidly reusable. Shave off a few milliseconds.
A hyper quick disconnect arm, if you will. Or super quick?
Extra quick.
Something that you said before.
A mega quick. Go ahead, Alex.
QIK.
For the argument of actually doing the booster stacking and like the catching and everything, I was the other day actually talking about how long it takes for Falcon 9 to be integrated, because we're seeing these rapid turnaround times. Actually, the launch on Sunday from Pad 40 for Falcon 9 will be the fastest turnaround, if it launches on time, obviously. It will be the fastest turnaround time for that pad by SpaceX, and it all comes down to the time it takes to prepare the rocket, but also to integrate everything to the launch pad systems. Even though we see these turnaround times of like just a week or even less than a week for Falcon 9, it's still a long time compared to what they expect or what they hope for or what's the goal for Starship. And definitely being able to stack the whole rocket in like within hours or even less than that, within minutes, for example, that is certainly a really huge advantage compared to Falcon 9, where they have to stack, booster and second stage, then they put it on the transporter erector, then they have to put the payload on top. Like, they have to do all of these things, and then they have to roll it out, put it vertical. Like, they take at least 2 days just to do all of this. Whereas here, they can do it probably in just a few hours right now, maybe eventually just maybe less than 1 hour, do the whole stacking. So that's certainly a good advantage of this system compared to a more traditional one like Falcon 9. And it's kind of hilarious to say that Falcon 9 is more traditional, but it's the truth. Because, Falcon 9, it's until a few years ago, it was sort of the state-of-the-art new thing on the hood, but now it's Starship.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Falcon 9, as crazy as some of the things that used to be about it, now it's just kind of like old hat.
Yep.
James Jerry's asking if we've seen the video of Falcon 9 landing from one of the SpaceX recovery ships that's been going around. Yes, I think we've all seen that, and it was amazing. That angle of attack on the booster coming in is just like, what? I love it. Russell Snodgrass, holy cow, thank you so much for an insanely generous amount of support there. That is wild. Thank you. They ask a question, so we will do our best to answer their question. Thank you again, Russell. It's one of those names we see pop up fairly often, especially with the large super chats. So thank you so much, buddy, for everything. They say, won't the flight plan trajectory determine if a booster returns to the launch site or an ocean barge like Falcon 9? Or is it the payload, in terms of tons of bacon, that determines fuel load or availability? I mean, typically with Falcon 9, what determines whether it's downrange landing or a return to launch site is payload mass, right, Alex?
Yeah, and also the trajectory, like where is it going? So you gotta account for what is the thing that you're launching, whether it's too heavy or too light, and where are you launching it? A payload like Starlink, you can launch almost 17 tons to low Earth orbit of a Starlink satellite, but you will not be able to do with Falcon 9, obviously. You will not be able to launch that kind of mass to a GTO, to a geostationary transfer orbit with Falcon 9, like not even close. So you obviously need to take into account both the trajectory, where the thing that you're flying is going to, and also the mass. And so once you determine the amount of performance that you need for the rocket to be able to do its mission, then you basically go and say, okay, well, the ship or the booster needs to land here or there. For the ship, I will imagine that depending on the mission profile, like if it's something that is beyond GTO, beyond any sort of geostationary transfer orbit kind of flight path, it will need a refuel or a refilling, as Elon likes to call it. And that could eventually be the truth, that we're so used right now to the status quo right now. It's like, yeah, the satellites just launched in one go and it just dropped off and it's done. And I'm seeing, is that the recondenser active on the suborbital tank farm? Kind of doubting there for a moment, but it seems like the suborbital tank farm is spooling up a little bit more. But yeah, as I was saying, there's right now the profile where a rocket just goes once and it delivers the payload and it's done. Whereas in the future, we might imagine that you also have tankers for that payload to go beyond a low Earth orbit or beyond GTO, or go somewhere else. That could be a reality eventually with a Starship. So yeah, as I said, in summary, trajectory and mass both are important for determining whether you do one kind of trajectory, one landing, or the other, or whatever.
Yep, makes sense. Russell, thank you so much for the support there. Very, very much appreciated, especially as we, well, I'll just leave it at that. It's very much appreciated. Always working on more cool things coming down the pipe. And, of course, We've got SLS Take 2 Electric Boogaloo coming up, and hopefully soon, hopefully, Starship orbital test flight. So your support will go a long way to helping us prepare for all of those and more.
You mentioned that, SLS Take 2, and there's a potential that it might happen like within 2 or 3 weeks. That's
Shut
too
up.
close. So
Yes.
yeah, it's too close, and we gotta think about travels and things like that. It's gonna cost a lot, so that support it's really 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 useful.
Indeed. Oh no, I'm turning into Chris B. I mean G.
Gee.
I'd be turning into Chris B if
Indeed.
I had some tea.
Whoa.
Although tea does sound nice right about now. Let's see here. While we wait for the ship to get active, hopefully soon here, or for Booster to do something, we also would be remiss if we did not mention our merch store, which we have a whole bunch of sweet merch. If you're feeling the SLS vibe, we've got some SLS merch. If you're feeling mock diamonds, we've got that. We've got all kinds of different designs. We've been really trying to work hard and add new and fun things to the store. So if you want a diagram of mock diamonds on a shirt, you can get one. If you want a moon to the moon and Mars Starship design, you can get that. You can get the lightning towers. There's all kinds of sweet merch that we have. And of course, it's not just stuff you wear. We also have the metal prints. So be sure to check out the store if you haven't already. If you've checked it out recently, maybe check it out again because, like I said, we're constantly trying to add more things. And we've got some SLS stuff into the metal print store as well. So if you're hankering for some SLS stuff, I know this is a Starship stream, but hey, all rockets good rockets, except for the kill ones. Check out the store. Anyways, let's get back to some questions. Kirk is asking, Elon tweeted that Falcon 9 will fly 100 times next year. Do you think this indicates that he does not believe Starship will be launching Starlinks next year? I'm going to go first and say no. I think Falcon 9 just has a big backlog and a lot of work to do. Plus, also, if you can launch Starlink on Falcon 9 and Starship, then that's even faster than launching on just Starship, at least in theory. Nick, what do you think?
Sorry, I was talking while muted again. Yeah, so obviously more mass to orbit the better as far as Starlink is concerned. They want as many of those Starlink satellites up there as possible because there's a ton of people who want Starlink and only so many satellites up there. So if they can figure out a way to get them up there on Falcon 9 as well, then that's great. And Starship as well, that's great. Might as well have both. More Starlinks, the better.
I will argue that he didn't specifically said 100 Falcon 9s. Just gonna let it be at that because yeah. There's also Starship. You gotta you remember that that's also flying soon. We hope, at least.
We hope. We all desperately hope. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
And soon
Let's
they're gonna
see
have
here.
two launch sites with 39A. We've seen some pictures from Harry this morning of the progress there, and yeah, they're doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah, we've got a new flyover video coming down the pipe in the next couple of days, and we'll have to include some of that sweet satellite imagery in there.
Spoiler.
Matt is asking, could they fly a booster to the Cape if they need to?
Ooh.
Probably not, because you'd have to overfly land.
Yeah.
But
you could do some really crazy dogleg maneuver.
Like super dogleg just around the tip of Florida.
It's a horseshoe at that point.
There's a bunch of people like on a Carnival cruise ship out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, and they just see like a Starship booster just doing like an Astra maneuver all the way across the horizon. That'd be crazy. But no, I think if they need to get vehicles to Florida before they are ready to build them there, which is totally something that could happen for fit checks and other testing, depending on how long it takes them to build the Star Factory there, they would just figure out a way to barge them over, since the ship canal is right there and whatnot. I know for a long time we said we don't think they can transport them horizontally, and I think that's probably still the case, but it doesn't mean forever that has to be the case. They can figure out how to do it. Whether that's reinforcing some structures on the vehicles themselves or building some sort of apparatus that can cradle it, I don't know, but always possible. But I think that's more probable. A barge situation is more probable than flying them, unfortunately, as cool as flying them would be. Would you agree with that, Alex?
Yeah, it's much more safer than flying it, overpopulated areas and everything.
Unfortunately. Hopefully, maybe we get there someday, but at that point, however many years in the future, when flying rockets over populated areas is okay, then they'll just be building them in Florida. Let's see. Carl, thank you for the support. Davey, thank you for the support. They want a Nesquik disconnect arm. And now I want chocolate milk. Thank you, buddy. Now I really want chocolate milk. Although something better than Nesquik, which is pretty awful, honestly. There, I said it. Don't at me. Cybership. Ooh, I like it. Cybership. It's like Cybertruck and Cybership.
Just a triangle.
It's just
a really tall pyramid.
Yeah, it's just a metal triangle or like a trapezoid. Warren, thank you for the support. Jim, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership 2 times. Awesome. I love the gifted membership thing. It's a nice way, not everyone is going to sign up for the membership program of their own accord. It's like when you have a friend or relative that's like, you use their phone for a second to like type in directions or your number, and it's like, your iCloud storage is full, and it's like, dude, why don't you get more iCloud storage? It's literally 99 cents. Like, just do it. Your whole entire life will be better. That's kind of how I feel about the membership program sometimes. There's some people that just might not do the membership program. So when you gift one to somebody who otherwise would not have gotten one, and they see how sweet all the perks are, hopefully they like it and stick around. I don't know. That's kind of a long digression there, but you get it. Gams in the back channel. I'm being no. Let's see here. Looking for some more questions. Notorious Nubs asking, could SpaceX transport booster and ship in sections then stack in the high bay in Florida once it's up? Possible. I can see that happening. What do you think, Alex?
That could also be a thing. I'm thinking we will have to see first more progress on the Mega Bay at Florida, because if you ship it on sections, you will need to actually stack everything out there, and for that you need a Mega Bay. But yeah, that's something that might eventually be a little bit farther down the line. That could be a thing. Whether they actually do it or not, it's something that is yet to be seen, of course.
Let's see. Memo is asking, there haven't been any news about a Starship launch tower on the oil rigs. I don't think we have heard anything about that. Oil rigs kind of seem like back burner right now, right?
Yeah, it seems like they haven't said any much about that. It just feels like they're more sticking to Boca Chica, to Starbase, and basically also 39A. Right now, they have a lot of fish to fry right here. We're seeing Booster 7, Ship 24 getting ready for an orbital flight. But we're also seeing on Florida, 39A, the tower is almost built already. We've seen some progress on the tank farm out there as well. Yeah, it's a lot of things that are happening. So yeah, not sure it's something that is at the top of their priorities right now.
To point this out when people ask about the oil rigs is NASA Spaceflight does have a forum. We talk about it a lot because it's an awesome place for information, and some of that information is available right here. When I'm gonna throw a link into chat. That is the thread for the oil rigs where we kind of keep track of what's going on there. I'll throw it in a couple more times. Beep beep boop. Let's see here. IQ Workshop. I mean, we sort of talked about this already. IQ Workshop's saying, could SpaceX build a Starship at Boca and then point-to-point fly and catch it in Florida? I don't think that's going to be a thing to happen for all the reasons we just talked about. But it certainly is a compelling and interesting thing to think about. Like, how cool would that be?
It would be cool,
Well,
but I mean, again, you gotta overfly populated areas, I guess. It's not the same coming from orbit, because from orbit you have a lot of more travel distance, and that could be less risky in the sense of you could probably burn up earlier. But yeah.
Yeah, you just have to be careful. Don't wanna get too toasty.
No, toasty bad, especially for space. I mean, maybe for toast it's okay, but for spaceships, toasty bad.
Flamey good
Wait.
though. Good flamies are good. Wow,
That is
that was a
true.
quote. Wow, I just need to write a book now. Good
You
flamies are
should.
good.
You should write a. It should be like a children's book.
I might be able to handle that. Maybe we'll see.
Hi, I am here is saying, will they put a camera inside of Starship's cargo bay? I think that's a safe bet because you want to make sure your cargo is deploying properly, and what better way to do that than with a camera? Interesting question. So we're waiting for Starship to do some testing here. There has been an overpressure notice delivered if you're just joining us and you had not heard that already. So we do sort of hope / expect there to be some sort of engine testing today involving fire. Booster did a what appeared to be, if not all engine, majority engine spin prime test earlier, and then detanked and kind of orbital side spooled down. Well, you can see the recondenser going still over there even, but yeah, now we're waiting on ship, is what we think, and hopefully we will see some suborbital tank farm activity spooling up here shortly. But in the meantime, we will answer your questions. So at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we will see your question pop up and answer it. Terry Von Human is asking, will they recover booster and ship after an ocean splash to avoid littering the ocean? That would be nice. I don't think we've heard anything either way, but that would certainly be nice.
It sure would be. But if they do leave something in the ocean, I'm pretty sure Jeff will be out there to fish some engines out because Tori's still looking for his engines, so gonna fish a few Raptors out of the ocean.
I don't think they will do that.
No, I was
they
joking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they actually survive intact, they might have to think about something, but their expectancy for the result of them splashing on the ocean is just breaking up. They actually
Yep.
said that on one of the documents that they expect, once even if they do a soft splashdown, just because they are huge, when they topple over, they expect that to just damage the hull of the vehicles, and like once it is damaged, you just you lose integrity and it sinks because it's a stainless steel. So it will make some nice coral reefs and so on, but probably not a lot of chances of that surviving. Again, there's some small chance that it might survive, and then they might have to think of something, but they do not expect the vehicles to survive any splashdown.
Yeah, and just the forces involved are so dynamic in the ocean. I mean, it looks all nice and flat, but those waves have a lot of energy. So, even if it does land in one piece, it's not probably going to stay in one piece, It's almost like the Starship wasn't designed for the ocean. I know, shocker. It's almost like it was designed for space.
Now I'm imagining a seafaring starship, and I'm not disliking what's going on in my brain here.
Yeah, it'd be kind of cool.
But yeah, I don't think they'll recover anything. That would kind of surprise me. But at the same time, it's like, do you really want to leave raptors just laying on the ocean floor for somebody to come and scoop up with some kind of highly covert submarine? I imagine in my head.
AKA the submarine I have parked in my garage.
You have a submarine in your garage?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I got a submarine, I got a Cybertruck, I got 3 or 4 airplanes. Yeah, I got lots of stuff in my garage.
Do you have a cybermarine or a submer truck?
Submer truck? Ooh. I don't know. I think the idea was the Cybertruck was supposed to be able to get in the water somehow. At least that was an idea a while ago. We'll see how that turns out. I don't even have a garage, folks.
I know it's like a known thing that electric cars can, like, there's every time there's some flooding somewhere, you get like a video of someone in a Tesla driving through a large puddle of water, and it's like, look, it can survive the water, and when gas cars can't. And it's like, yeah, that's great and everything. I know it's sealed, but that just electricity, big battery in water, in puddle water, make scared. Do not like. Graham, thank you for the support. Asking about an estimate of the weight of the thermal protection tiles on Starship. I have literally no idea. They're relatively light. They're like, it's almost like holding a piece of styrofoam or something, but there's a lot of them. Starship's big and there's a lot of them. So surely it's an appreciable amount of weight. Does anyone want to take a sort of a stab into the dark how much the tiles
Well, how many
may
tiles
weigh?
are there? We can do some quick napkin math. I think
the
that
last
number's
time
kind of known,
Ian
right?
I think the last time Ian mentioned something, it was like 27,000. I could be misremembering that though.
Wasn't that the shuttle? I think it was
Okay,
less
then
on Starship.
then I want to say 17 or 19,000, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
We'll go with an
yeah,
even
I remember
20,000
that.
just to
Okay.
be safe. And then what do we think each tile weighs? I mean, maybe
Well, I'm not the guy that has had one in my hands, I guess.
I mean, SpaceX doesn't really give those out for free. I was really hoping that they just pass them out, but they don't. Probably, I don't know. They look pretty light, like, I don't know, quarter
Couple
pound,
grams.
something like that. I don't know. Well, how much is a gram? I don't know. I need one of the quizzes in
Come
here.
on.
Help. There's
A
metric
gram is more or
involved.
less the weight of a
Of a
page
Starship
of
tile?
a book or something.
Oh, a page of a book.
Oh, so it's like 1
It's
gram is about that.
Probably a lot of pages of a book because those tiles are pretty big, even though they are
Yeah.
really light. Well, let's just call it, I don't know, maybe 100 grams.
Sure,
What is that? A
Okay.
decigram? Is that a thing?
probably.
All right. Now, how many grams in a kilogram? 1,000.
Yes.
Okay. So that is 2,000 kilograms of tiles, I think.
And it's
If
not
my
just the
math checks out.
tiles. It's also the
Oh, the pins.
pins,
Ooh.
the blankets, And also
Ooh.
some places they do not have pins and they
It's
actually
just glue, right? Like some
glue.
kind of adhesive.
Yep. So instead of that, it's just the glue. So you have to account for all of those bonding materials just to put it on the ship. And as I said before, also the blankets, which act sort of like another barrier between the tiles and the body of the ship. So yeah,
Yeah, so it's
it's
not just the weight of
probably
tiles. That's a good thing to
10,
point out.
15 tons. Yeah. I will guess it's probably 10 to 15 tons, the weight of the whole heat shield in general. That's my guess.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if they skinny things up over time. It's like you build it beefier than you think you need it to be, and then figure out where you can save weight going forward. But it sounds like a lot. Sounds like to have tons of heat shield. Oh boy! Now I want to ask Chris B or Chris G how much the tiling on shuttle weighed, and sort of get a ballpark.
Mm.
David J. Whitfield, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. There's like a promotion going on right now, I think, where you get a discount on your first month of membership. I'm not sure if it's active everywhere, if it's like available in different localities or what. Like YouTube hasn't told us what the deal is, but if you look at the membership sign up thing, you might see that you get a discount on your first month of membership. So take a look at that. I don't know if you see that, if it's working. Let us know in chat, because that's a thing that I'm being told exists. So that's cool. That's been around for a little while. I remember seeing that was a discount that we had that was possible. Let's see. George is saying they didn't get it, but they're in Sweden. So maybe places like it's available in certain localities or what have you. But check that out. Mr. Bob, Mr. R. Bob, thank you for the support. Mrs. 40, thank you for the support. They're asking, what do we think about the, I assume, unmanned aerial phenomenon topic, UAP? That's a big long discussion. But certainly some of those videos coming out of the Navy are really interesting. And Ms. 40 again with more support. Thank you. Blind Boy becoming a Capcom membership. Blind Boy 64. It sounds like a Nintendo game. Have you played Blind Boy 64? It's so good. Thank you for becoming a Capcom member, buddy. Yeah, some people in chat are saying that they're getting the discount. So it does exist. I'm not quite sure what the stipulations are, where you have to be, but clearly there is some sort of discount going around.
So
sorry, it's not more clear.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
For the people just joining us, can we do a little update on what we've seen and what's happened and what we're expecting?
Yeah, go for it.
So yeah, we saw on Booster 7, it looks like they completed a successful spin prime of a whole lot of Raptors. Probably 33, possibly not all 33, but probably. And it's sitting there. It's done a depress vent, and it's just sitting there waiting for other testing to happen. Mary did receive an overpressure notice yesterday, last night, meaning that we are expecting some flamies today. And Ship 20 appears to be ready to go as well, although we haven't really seen the suborbital tank farm really spring up into action yet. So yeah, that's the update.
Thanks for the update. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, here we go. Jim, thank you so much for gifting more memberships, gifting 5 Red Team memberships this time. I do want to point out, in relation to the memberships, that during Artemis, the Artemis Scrubs, if you gifted memberships and we didn't call that out, that is because YouTube actually broke. Something on the YouTube side broke anyways, and the membership gifting, I think, was not working. but it is working now. It has been fixed, whatever the issue was. So just definitely wanted to point that out. We so appreciate all of the gifted memberships. It's super cool, and it's a super cool way to share in the fun and all the content that we capture here at NASASpaceflight. So thank you so much, Jim, for gifting those memberships and giving people a chance to try out the membership program. And yeah, it was broken. It's working now. So if you try to do it and it wasn't working, or you did it and you got refunded during the Artemis launches or scrubs, I guess I should say. I wish stupid. Anyways, yeah. So that is a thing. It's working again. Thank you for gifting the memberships. It's super duper appreciated. Let's see here. Greg, thank you for the support. They say Booster Recovery Submarine Savings Fund. I love it. I love it. John is asking how long from recondenser to 6-engine static fire based on prior Starship tests. I think it's like between 30 and 50 minutes, somewhere in there.
Yeah, but when they actually go for 6 inches, we're kind of expecting a longer timeline, just because they probably will load more liquid oxygen. So probably the
Speaking of
lux...
recondenser, is that the recondenser going right now?
Well, there you go.
Huh.
Yeah, it does seem like it. But the other part of the tank farm is not going, so that's... Huh.
Whoa, when Alex says "huh," that's how you know it's something new.
Not new. It's just we've seen that before, and it actually is not really that weird. But usually when that happens, means that it's gonna take a little bit longer to actually go into propellant load.
Got it.
And once they actually do the propellant load, as I said before, we're expecting the LOX tank to be more loaded for a ship for a 6-engine static fire test, just because it provides ballast to the ship. With a lot of power from those 6 engines, you need that extra weight. We probably will not see any frost on the methane tank, but it will overload the LOX tank just for ballast. We saw that with ship 20. That was actually a thing that we saw, and it takes longer just because the pumps on the suborbital tank farm are not rated to pump all of this in like 40-35 minutes, as we're usually used to other tests.
Yeah, I think the longest ever was like just over an hour, if memory serves. And I don't know if that was 6-engine or just the longest between recondenser start and a ship static fire, but it could be a bit. But either way,
last Thursday. Oh well, I was just talking that the last Thursday we might have seen an attempt to do that, and it seemed like it basically stopped. And I believe it took almost an hour and a half just to get to the point of when they were ready for an actual fire. But they detanked, they depressed the whole thing, they detanked, then they removed an engine later that week. So yeah, it was like, obviously a new engine came back the day after they removed the other engine. So it currently has all 6 engines. No reason to be panicked here right now. But yeah, they seem to have gone for that at that time, and it took about an hour and a half just to get to the point of engine chill. So that's a long time.
All right. Well, good question from John there. Michael Williams is asking about firing vacuum raptors in the atmosphere and flow separation from the exhaust nozzle there. But they're able to sort of mitigate against that, or is it just not an issue? I forget how that all played out, but they're clearly able to do it without blowing things up. Alex, do you have some more insight on this?
Yes. So the reason why they can actually fire an vacuum optimized engine on the ground is just it just comes down to it being right on the limit, where the flow separation is not an issue. Where there might be some of it, but it's not entirely an issue. And you can also correct that by keeping the bell straightened by a stiffener or things like that. I believe that's actually what they might do on at McGregor. I'm not sure what they do here on the ship. There might be some hardware for that. We've seen in the past. Actually, I think from ship 20, I remember Nick took a few pictures of the Raptor vacuums heading to the pad, and they had like a ring on the bell at the bottom, and it said something like for static fire or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
that might be
remember
a
that.
thing. Yeah, right. See, I do remember your pictures.
Good time with that. Yep. That's a while ago.
Yeah, and so there might be the same thing here where they have an actual stiffener ring for the static fires on the ground, whereas in flight they don't need it. So they just remove it for flight. They stack the ship, and then once it is in flight, it just performs, fully in its capacity. Uh, but that could be just, it's right on the edge, and so it doesn't need anything. But they might also just, again, add that stiffener ring just because it adds some safety to it. It's nice to have it.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely fire vacuum Raptors at McGregor, as we see on McGregor Live. We know that's a thing. So clearly they can do it without, damaging things. Maybe it's that stiffener ring. Will is asking about Booster 7, if it's still detanking or is there new action over there. I think it is still detanking. We haven't seen any kind of frost ring growth or anything of that nature. The engine chill line down there, that little bit of plumbing, still looks like it's not frosted, right? So orbital launch mount venting, which means propellant loading is not underway. Things sort of seem like they are in a steady state with Boost 7. But good question. All eyes are on ship 24 at the moment. Fire Alarm Man 2023, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Neil Marshall, thank you for the support there. Blind Boy 64 offering to make a Nintendo game. Thank you so much for the support there. Harry Johnson, thank you for the support. How much would you pay to fly with Starship?
Ooh. Fly with Starship or fly on Starship?
Is that the tank vent? Yep.
It's like it hurt us talking about it.
Yes.
Booster 7 is a
that's
tricky
nice.
one.
Yeah.
So yeah, that does seem like Booster 7 is at least concluding testing for now. Maybe it'll do something later, but at the very least, it's depressurizing and going into a more dormant state than we saw earlier today when it conducted that multi-engine spin prime.
So long, and thanks for the eyes.
Wow. Just wow.
Wow.
I'm not even mad. I'm more just like shocked.
I actually thought about that before seeing it.
But how much would we pay to fly on? Let's go with on Starship. I don't know, a lot of money that I don't have, but I would definitely want to give it a whirl if I could. Nick, how much would you pay?
Ooh. Well, if it's a percentage of my net worth, like a lot, but if it's an objective amount, it's pretty small.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like lots of other people would be able to outbid me on a seat for Starship, but I really want to go. Maybe one day. We'll see.
Bird.
I'll talk to Jared about it.
Yeah, right. See if you can get him to loan you a couple bucks.
Yeah, just a few.
And Alex, I'm guessing you don't want to fly on Starship, so it's not an issue.
Yeah, you guessed very right. I hate flying in general, so yeah, because I'm really scared about flying.
I hate flying in like a commercial airliner, but flying in like a small plane or a jet, that's fun. A commercial airliner, they like suck all the fun out of it, but like
Yeah,
actually
but
flying is really cool. I don't know. I'm sad that you don't like it.
I'm really scared of flying, of jumping off the earth, and things like that. Well, I'm a little scared guy, with fears. So
Well,
I
if
don't
you're
like
looking
flying.
down on Earth from orbit, then there's nothing to fall because if you're just always falling, like you're just in orbit.
That's even more scary.
How's that more scary? There's nowhere to fall to. You're just always falling.
But you're
Nothing can go
surrounded by
wrong.
vacuum. You could die from
And I
vacuum.
have a vacuum at my house too. I don't understand what the difference is.
Those are different.
Oh boy.
Uh,
Someone said, "I'm not scared of flying. I'm scared of stopping suddenly." Yeah, I will guess so.
Yeah,
pretty great.
Flying, okay. Stopping flying when you're in the air, that's the wrong thing. Yeah.
Well, as long as you have a thrust to weight ratio that's greater than 1, you should be just fine there, Alex.
Yeah.
Joshua Joyner, thanks for becoming a pad rat, and Jorge George, thank you for becoming a red team member. David
George.
Gerner, we were talking about Raptor Vac a couple seconds ago. David Gerner is mentioning that Falcon 9 on the second stage, the Merlin vacuum engine sheds a stiffener when it starts up. So that's something interesting to talk about or think about in relation to what we were speaking of earlier.
Huh.
Good point. I always see that thing fly off whenever we're watching a webcast or doing a live stream, and everybody in chat is like, "Is that okay? What's the thing that flew off? Oh my god!" And it's like, "It's fine. It's fine." It's the same as when it sheds any ice. Like, is it an alien? It's like, no, just ice. Unfortunately. Let's see here. Admin Covenant is asking if we can go over the orientation and identification of the tanks at the suborbital tank farm. I don't know that we know every single one, but like for example, those three sort of wider black tanks in the foreground, those are water tanks. One of the white horizontal ones is methane, one is oxygen, and then a bunch of the vertical black ones are nitrogen. I could be getting some of that wrong though, so take that with a grain of salt. Nick, do you want to chime in here, or
To
Alex?
be honest, I do not know the suborbital tank farm as well as I really should. So I'm gonna ask if Alex can bail us out here.
Talking while muted.
Ah, wonderful.
Talking while muted.
Uh-oh. Well, maybe he's not gonna be able to bail me out. So I'm just gonna make a random guess and say one of those is full of cow farts, and the other one is full of really cold ice cream
Air.
making. Well, it's air, sure, but 80% of air is nitrogen, right?
Why do I come back and it's like cow farts? So
Because
like,
because you were
left.
gone. You left. I was desperately buying time. I'm glad you're back.
I was
what the
trying to put this
suborbital
thing
tank
to
farm is.
charge. Yeah, the suborbital tank farm. Well, you can see right there to the left of booster. Booster. It's more like B10, B7.1. The thing with the cap there. Those three tanks. Those are the water tanks for the deluge, quote unquote deluge system. And then right next to it, you can see the methane tank. It's sort of like the methane tank farm side of the tank farm. and that has a small nitrogen vertical tank and a couple of it's out of view from here, but it has a few more to sort of recondense to capture back the methane. That's actually what you see there venting is the recondenser that allows them to have gaseous methane back into liquid methane. And that is captured and then put in the main tank. And then on the other side, more to the left, there's again the liquid oxygen side, also with its own nitrogen tank. And then there's a bunch of more tanks out of the view here to the left, which are just exclusively for liquid nitrogen, and that usually drives the subcoolers, vaporizers, etc., all of the pneumatic systems for the tank farm and so on and so forth. Basically, it's
Yeah, I mean,
it's a
so much.
long kind of technical stuff, but that I'm not really fully into it. So just gonna leave it at that.
So much of the things with the ground side equipment requires nitrogen. Seemingly, I mean, the recondenser uses nitrogen. The subcoolers use nitrogen. Nitrogen is a very important part of this entire process, and hooray! It's like Nick was saying, something like 80% of the air. So, good thing, good thing we have enough nitrogen to go around.
And just because we're getting a lot of comments about this, uh, we see at least I'm seeing in chat. Why don't you focus on boost 7? OLM is venting. This venting is totally normal for when they actually do a detank of the booster and they do deep press of the booster. Now again, they may come back again, but it's not for certain that they're actually going to be coming back for any more testing for booster 7 because it's already detank, it's already depressed, like they have depressed the tanks and things like that. We're not focusing on it because we believe that at least for now, it's already done for. Now, if we see any activity indicating indicating otherwise, then we will come back and try to focus more on that. But if you want to see all the views of Ship 24 and Booster 7, we do have Starbase Live, SPL. So you can hop on there, you can have it on another tab, for example, and switch between views and things like that. Whether you are more inclined to see the ones that we're looking here, where we focus on the activity going on right now, or if you want to see any other views, that's nice to have Starbase Live on another tab and see what's going on with Ship 24, which is what we're seeing right now, and what we expect, hopefully, to see some testing today, as the road is still closed. The Saboreal tank farm, we've seen it having some activity earlier. Now we're seeing sometimes the recondenser puffing. So obviously, it seems like they're going for some testing with Ship 24. But again, it might take a couple of hours until we see any sort of indications that they are actually well into any testing. So yeah, just
The recondenser
stay
got
with
me a little
us.
bit there for a second, thinking, "Oh, look,
Yeah.
recondenser!" But it was doing that sort of thing where it teases and does a couple puffs, but doesn't actually stay like fully involved. You can even see a couple little wisps right now. So maybe the recondenser will become more solidly active here soon, but as of right now, still kind of waiting on that, right?
Yeah, and definitely stay with us because we're gonna keep going here. Until we have any sign that they are actually not testing anything anymore today, we're gonna keep going, right, Jack?
Yeah, there's no brakes on this train. We pulled out all the stops for
Nope.
Artemis, and now there's just no more stops ever.
We have to have the flamies to stop. They're like retro thrusters.
Nice. Let's see here. Brett Newbert. This kind of makes me uncomfortable a little bit. Brett says, "Thank you for the support, Brett." They say, "I've been watching you guys on the TV at work all day. It's slow, so who needs to watch the security cameras?" Well, hopefully you don't work somewhere where like super secret spies are trying to break in or something. It's just like I don't know. Do ice cream stores have security cameras? Either way, thank you for the support, Brett. Maybe keep your eye on all the screens available to you. But thanks for the. I'm glad we're able to keep you company at your work. Let's see, Jester Tiger. Thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Super appreciate all of our members. As we mentioned earlier, thank you so much. DJ Doc is asking, what does Boca Chica mean? It means small mouth, right? Like, because there's the Rio Grande
Yep.
River right there.
Mm-hmm.
That is
Some
good to know.
people, yeah, there's depends also on the translator that you use. If you use an actual Spaniard, it is small mouth. If you use Google Translate, it might actually tell you that is a small girl or something like that, which is not the case. Just because the words are similar,
Makes sense.
or girl mouth or something like that. It's very weird, the translation.
Every now and then I'll text a friend and be like, well, I'm going to smallmouth. Just because
Yeah.
I don't know why. I'm easily amused, I guess.
If
yeah,
someone say or girl mouth, it's not girl mouth, it's small mouth, the actual translation.
Yeah. And that is, again, because there is it's the Rio Grande, right? The river that
Yep.
just empties right into the Gulf right there. And that is the border, the sort of the delineator between Mexico and the U.S. Like, it's like 3 miles up the beach from what you're looking at right here, if that. So, yeah, Boca Chica is smallmouth because there's a smallmouth of a river that is actually quite large. But yeah, there's a Rio Grande
Source.
empties into the bay right there.
Source for that, me. I'm a Spaniard.
Yeah, I think you can speak with authority on that. You're our subject
Yeah.
matter expert. Lefty Robert is asking, what is Tank 7.1 and what and why are they testing with it? I mean, I could ramble about 7.1 forever, but I'll let you guys jump into it first and kind of wrap things up. Nick, what's going on with 7.1?
Well, so 7.1, I might need a assist from Alex. Was 7.1 the E-dome? The
No.
elliptical dome? No, it was not. Okay, so 7.1 was to test something that wasn't the elliptical dome, because apparently there was another test tank for the elliptical dome, and it wore the beautiful hairy hat that they put on from time to time, and it did some tests, which didn't do anything super exciting. And I don't really like 7.1, so I'm probably not the best person to talk about it.
Alex, do you want to throw in anything before I ramble?
Well, if you want to ramble. Because I don't have anything more to add to that.
Well, I mean, we've seen them build a whole lot of test tanks over the course of this program. We don't necessarily get like an itemized list of every single thing they're testing with each tank, but I think it's safe to say as they do things like optimize welds or try new welding techniques or try different structural layouts or whatever, manufacturing processes, that is what these test tanks are for. So they change something and they want to make sure it still has the strength needed to hold up to an orbital test flight. Or maybe they don't change something, but they want to just verify their math is correct in one way or the other. But I know the test tanks don't get a lot of love, but they are definitely, they're an important part of this whole entire developmental process. Is you want to verify the things that you're building are going to do what you think they're going to do, and you don't always want to do that with the full-on actual thing you've built. Sometimes you want to build a test tank and test it on that instead. So with that people call it the can crusher cap or whatever, the top of the test rig there with like the hold down straps, that is clearly some sort of structural test stand. And you got to figure when there is a ship on top of a booster and they are blasting into space, these stresses on the booster itself are significant just from the mass of the ship on top of it, not to mention all the aero forces. So it seems like when they put something on this particular test stand with that test cap on there, it's almost like they're squeezing it to see if it will hold up to these stresses of launch and whatnot. So I think that's enough of a ramble, but should give you an idea that they're trying to make sure it's not going to pop because they built this thing the same way they've built Booster 7, and they want to verify Booster 7 won't pop, or this has new things that are going to be on, say, Booster 8 or 9 or beyond, and they're trying to test that. That, of course, seems more like the elliptical dome test tank, a role for that. But maybe maybe there's something new on both, and they want to isolate variables or what have you. But that I think is a long enough ramble about 7.1. Before people get mad at me. Let's see here. I don't even know how to pronounce this. Valberg Turk? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. Ends in 94. Asking, will the QD booster holding clamps be reattached to the QD arm? We kind of talk about this every now and then. A question comes up a lot because they did remove the little grabby lobster claw arms. What do you think? Do you guys think they'll reattach some sort of clamping mechanism, or you think we just don't need that anymore? Nick, go first.
Well, if you would have asked me this right when they took the grabby claws away, I would have said, oh my gosh, they need them back, they need them back. But we've seen them weather quite a few big storms with the booster on the orbital launch mount without needing the grabby claws at the top. So perhaps we don't need the grabby claws. I don't know that for a fact, and obviously there might be a really good reason to bring the grabby claws back, but as Elon loves to say, best part's no part. So yeah, we'll see.
Alex?
Well, we actually we were actually asked this more at the beginning of the stream, and I said I don't really know what's gonna happen, but as Nick said, they might have just removed them from the design. They might not be needed at all. I don't even think we've seen them on the Florida one. We've seen them building the QD arm for 39A, and I haven't seen any sort of hardware for that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. In our flyovers, we have not seen any kind of claw type apparatus on the Cape QD arm that we've been seeing constructed. So, very astute point. Let's see here. What else do we have? Volty is asking, how many engines for booster after Booster 7 have been produced? Thanks for the coverage. You're welcome. Well, what's the highest number Raptor we've seen? I think it's like in the 100 teens, somewhere in there.
I know the RVAC was 115 that I caught a couple days ago, but I believe there have been a few higher, maybe 130, if I'm not misremembering things, which I probably am, because it's me.
Higher than that.
147, I think, is the most recent.
144 is one of the ones that we saw having a rod at McGregor. Well, actually, not sure if rod is the actual good term, because they might have expected it to fail, but yeah, that was one of the most recent ones that we've seen being tested at McGregor.
Yeah, we have some new aerial photos from McGregor on L2 right now from today.
Oh,
and
okay.
147 is on the horizontal test stand. Or no, 147 was hooked to a lift. So.
Okay.
Yep, that's a cool shot.
See, I've been here on the stream. I haven't been able to go to L2 and all of that, so there you go.
So yeah, that's about where we're at. That's a lot of boosters, or that's a lot of boosters. That's a lot of engines. And they're going to need to make a lot of engines because every booster needs 33 and every ship needs 6 and maybe someday 9.
Like every rose has its
Stop
thorns.
It. Stop. We're gonna get copyright strike. Stop it.
No, I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, but you're making me want to. Okay, no.
No, it's shush.
Let's see here. Jasper is asking, how long does it take to get the Discord invite after you become a Capcom member? It can take a little bit for that to propagate. I'm not quite sure on exact times, but it might take like an hour or a little bit of time for that to happen.
I think you can actually connect the, like, bind the accounts or something like that. I'm not fully sure how it definitely works, but I've been on some Discords that it was like instantly, as soon as I got the membership, I enabled the connection to Discord, and it just threw me into their server.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, that might work then.
Yeah.
I was already on the server, so I didn't have to go through that process.
Hey, you were lucky.
Perks of the job. But yeah, hopefully that propagates for you shortly. I know people are doing the Discord access command in chat, so the Nightbot will link you to some instructions there. Let's see here. Doot. We talked about this a little bit earlier. Lost Rito is asking, how do they plan to recover Starship once it splashes down after the orbital test flight? I don't think they will.
I think it's going to make a very wonderful coral reef, an artificial reef that I hope to be able to scuba dive in one day. That would be cool.
That would be wild.
It'd be huge, though. Those tanks are, what, 9 meters in diameter? It'd be a huge reef you could swim through.
I'm immediately thinking of like people who dive on shipwrecks.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's totally a thing. Like sometimes famous shipwrecks, like the Andrea Doria. It's like a whole thing to dive on that ship and try and get some china, like some of the china plates and whatnot. So who knows? Maybe in like 20 years it'll be a thing. Like, oh man, let's go scuba dive on Starship and see if we can get a
little bit of the
bolt.
cheese.
Yeah,
No, it's
yeah,
the cheese.
Cheese. There you go. Well, you got to beat the
Little bite of
crabs to
cheese.
it. You got to fight the crabs for the cheese. Might get a little dangerous.
Uh-oh.
But I mean, good question either way. Westy the Third is asking about raptors. They're asking if sea level and vacuum raptors are exactly the same aside from the engine bell. No, there are other differences, right? Like I think Raptor Vacs are still sort of based on Raptor 1.5 and not Raptor 2. Is that a fair assessment? I'm gonna go with Alex first.
Well, I will argue that they are both sort of the same. At least outside views of them do seem like they are different, and even the serial numbers are carried over on the vacuum engines. Like Nick said, there was one that was 115, and obviously they haven't made 115 vacuum engines, so not fully sure. I said before that one of the things that Raptor 2 now excels at is that in order to have different configurations, you have the same kind of baseline of rocket engine, and then you change all of the outer bits. Like if you don't want it to gimbal, you have a different kind of mount for the engine, and you don't install the TVC arms and things like that. But then for the ones that do gimbal, you put a gimbal mount, you put the TVC arms and all that. So it's something that differs between one configuration and the other. Now for vacuum engine though, it's a little bit more of a change because you actually need a different bell, an engine nozzle that is different and shorter, and then you have to install the extension, which has its own pipes, its own cooling fluids, pipes and everything. So it's not as straightforward as you put this and put that. It involves a little bit more work, but still it seems like at the core it's just Raptor 2 with extension to the nozzles, and there are maybe some modifications. Like for example on the I usually always compare this to Falcon 9, but it's the other rocket that I do know a lot. Falcon 9, the Merlin 1D engine on the booster is definitely not the same as the one on the second stage. So in the case of Merlin, for example, there are huge differences in some of the internal mechanisms and how they work between the sea level and the vacuum engine. But here, so far, at least from the outside, it looks like at the core, at the machinery and all of that is sort of the same in general terms.
Looking for some more questions. Just waiting for ship to start spooling up again and answering your questions in the meantime. I guess I shouldn't say again because it hasn't really spooled up yet today, but
Booster did.
Yeah, Booster did. Let's see, we did that one. We did that one about 7.1. Philip is talking about that booster spin prime test that we saw this morning, saying it looked like they fired the outer first and then the inner. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that several times. That sounds plausible to me.
Yeah.
Let's see. Brett Smith is asking, would we consider hosting events for model rocketry, organize a day and location, and stream various launches from members of the community? Would love to see it. That would be really cool. DOS kind of did something like that.
I was going to say, I think DOS has done that.
With Spaceport America, the what is this? Was it the America Cup? Spaceport Cup? I forget what it's called. I'm terrible. But yeah, he went out to Spaceport America, and there was a model rocketry launching event, and he was streaming all that stuff. That was awesome. Here's one for Alex. Eric Brewer is asking, could you recap dimensions and weight of the full stack?
Okay, so both the ship and the booster, without accounting for all the external bits like the flaps or the chines and things like that, the main fuselage is 9-meter diameter. Then the ship is 50 meters tall and the booster is 69 meters tall. So that will be 119 meters tall when fully stacked. But then they will be sitting on the orbital launch mount, which I think is about 18 meters or so. So that will be 137 meters from the bottom of the orbital launch mount all the way to the tip of the nose cone on Starship. So I don't know how tall and all of those in feet and things like that, but you can Google that and I'm European, so I'm not really well versed on. I do know though that one ring on Starship, one stainless steel ring, is 6 feet, and that's the only thing that I know. I do know the conversion though; it's 1.8 to 8 something. The fourth decimal I don't remember.
How dare you? You're supposed to remember 6 decimal places.
Yeah, right? Oh well, I guess the weight as well, the dimensions, the weight, the dry masses of the ship is somewhere around 100 and 120 metric tons, whereas the booster is about 250 per elon. And then fully fueled, the ship, I think it is about 1,200 tons of propellant that it can load. And then the booster will be 3,600 tons of propellant.
Tank Farm is going crazy right now.
Yeah, baby.
It's pulling up.
Woo! All right.
That's
Look
what
at
we want to
that.
see.
That's the log side of the tank farm. So that's something that very promising. If we see the recondenser within a few minutes from now, well, a few minutes, more like something between 10, 20, 30 minutes, that will bode well for testing today of Ship 24.
That's what we
I'll
want to
take it.
see.
I'll take it.
Mary got the overpressure notice. We all want to see a static fire test because those are fun tests to watch and enjoy, and it means we're getting closer to orbital test flight. So with the tank farm, the lock side anyways, becoming active, now we just wait and see what happens. It's kind of a new flow they've been doing where they start up the lock side first and then the methane side. Super neat. Exactly what we want to see. So let's just stand by and keep our eyes on the prize here as we wait for things to continue to progress. Let's see. Let's see here. I'm just looking for some more questions. Phone X is asking, how do you guys intend to cover both SLS and Starship if they launch on the same day? I know it doesn't look like it at the moment, but if they did, I don't even want to think about it. I know I chose to answer this question, but it's like, no, don't make me choose. I don't want to choose.
It was already pretty hard for me. I mean, I wanted to go out and see SLS, right? And right as I left, the day that I left, SpaceX announced that Starlink and T-Mobile presentation. I was like, oh, why did I leave? Ah! So I really hope that when SLS goes, SpaceX is nice and quiet, and when SpaceX goes, SLS is nice and quiet. We can be awesome rockets, just not at the same time.
Yeah, please no. Please not this. Right now, I'm worried enough about Delta Heavy. There's a final West Coast Delta Heavy, which could conflict with SLS, and it's like, don't make me pick, please. I don't even want to think about if it's conflicting with Starship. How can you be in two places at one time? Let's see here. Jasper saying they become Capcom on 8/31, but no Discord invite yet. Okay, if you can't, I mean, DM me on my Twitter DMs are open, so send me a DM. I'll see what I can do to help you out. But people in chat are spamming the Discord, like the information. There's a link there you can go to with oh my god, I'm blanking on instructions. There we go. I kept wanting to call them. I kept wanting to say informations. There's a link you can go to with instructions on how to join. Also informations. So, but if you just hit a brick wall, Casper, send me a DM on Twitter. I'll see if I can help you out. Let's see here. Evan Hubbard, thank you for the support. They're saying for the camera horde, any chance we'll get a Starbase Florida stream sometime? Who knows? Never say never. Thanks for the support for the camera horde, though. And SpaceX Dragon Doctor, or SX Dragon Doctor, I'm guessing that means SpaceX.
Oh.
There's... What?
No, I really like the name. Dragon Doctor.
Oh. I was all excited there. I thought you saw something on one of the cameras.
Yeah, me too. I was like, what's going on? What's going on?
Sorry.
Your little size there, Alex, carry a lot of weight around here.
Okay.
If you sigh, we get really excited.
So, SpaceX Dragon Doctor is asking, do you think NASA will let us test fly our ship to the moon without, what does ECLS stand for again? Environmental Control and Life Support Systems installed, like some other space launch system I know. Lol, just kidding, they won't. I could see a Starship or a human landing system Starship going to the moon with a partial ECLS or, a subset or something along those lines. I understand the snark, I get it, but hopefully,
Yeah,
we like to.
SpaceX worker just saying that here on stream.
I know, right? Well, hopefully the playing field is level. Ends up being level. That's what I'll say. I hope, because level playing field is what we want. Akimi Dog, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Love it. You get Discord access, you get members emoji, you get all the preview videos and photos. I'm going to throw some Starhoppers into chat because Starhopper is immortal. There's 6 star. That's a Starhopper super duper extra heavy. Just for you in chat, which now you can do because you're a member. Venting.
Okay, we get it. You vent.
I'm liking this though. I'm liking more venti sounds because that might mean we're about to get some action here soon.
All the spam of the Starhopper.
Yeah, everyone
Emojis.
is blasting Starhopper in chat now, which makes me happy.
Yeah, because you did.
Starhopper's the best.
See, but that's the problem. Nightbot then just shuts down those comments because it's full of emojis.
Yeah, but I can override it and just click show every time. I'm drunk with power. I'm mad with power.
Of course.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat mods. Oh, we've got some more venting. I'm liking this. I'm liking the progression we're seeing here. Now we just want to wait and see if the methane recondenser kicks up in earnest. And then we'll know we're really getting into it.
Yeah, please. We want that coming and see if, more action happens.
Mars Endeavor is asking, anything going on with the E-Dome? That's the elliptical dome test tank. I don't even think they've tested that thing yet. I could have missed it, though. Anybody? Anybody? Bueller?
I don't think they tested it at all, like with any sort of testing out there at the launch site. I don't even think it was hooked up to anything. But if you, I think it was last daily or probably the one prior, Nick actually caught an upcoming booster common dome that had one of the elliptical domes, one of those already installed. So a future booster, probably booster 10, just given the sort of timelines and the steps and the boosters already produced. Booster 10 might be one of those that is gonna have the new elliptical dome. We also, I think, ship 24, not ship 24, ship 28. There was like one of those new domes that said SN28, and again, all the discussion between S28 or SN28. but yeah, it's kind of interesting to see that they are already implementing that, and we haven't really seen that that test tank being tested at all. So I guess they built that, and they probably were okay with other kind of testing that they have done, maybe in the tents or something. Who knows?
Good question from Mars Endeavor. Anders, thanks for becoming a Padrat member. And Neil Marshall, thank you for the support. They say, thanks for the stream. Would they ever static fire with completely full tanks, or would there be no benefit? I could see them doing that at some point. Kind of sketchy to have that much propellant on hand just for a static fire, but, I mean, if they did like a full wet dress rehearsal and then a static fire with everything, like basically everything but a launch, with the exact right flow, then I wouldn't surprise me. Certainly risky with that much propellant on board, though. Let's see here. Here's kind of an interesting one. Kieran is asking, is there a backup plan for catching the booster? Like another tower? Like right next to it? It's like, oh, the first tower fumbles it and it like bobbles into the other tower. I don't really think there's a backup. I mean, maybe they do something like with Falcon 9 where they target just offshore until the last moment when they're sure they're going to be able to make it, and then and only then burn and adjust.
That would be
I can
absolutely
help with
amazing.
that, Jack.
Oh, hey, Das.
Well,
Oh, hey.
hello. Hi. I'm not here. But you see,
Oh, you're not
if
here.
Starship Tower misses the catch,
Yeah.
Starship can actually glide to another airport, and it can actually go in on multiple different runways
Oh, come
as
on.
its safety
Okay.
backups. All right, bye.
Come on, Das.
No, don't go. Don't go. We miss you.
Ninja vanish. Poof, I'm gone.
That is erupting with hearts because how much everybody loves you. Thank you for stopping by.
I think I've seen a puff from the recondenser, but it was hard to see from this vantage view. Maybe from these other cameras. I don't know. It was just a puff. I'm not seeing it actually venting, but usually puffing means that it's about to spool up to full power, so to speak. Yeah.
Let's see here. Special Paul just says at NASASpaceflight. There's not any follow up or question. They just wanted to say our name.
Mhm.
David Wilson is asking, once the ship is flying, how soon can I expect a remake of the movie Armageddon?
When Adrian watches the movie.
Ooh.
I mean, fairly
I actually
soon,
don't know.
at least
I just
with two
mentioned Adrian.
vehicles, right? Because they're going to need to do refilling orbitally. There's going to be multiple ship in orbit action. I don't know if that counts as a full-on remake of the movie Armageddon, but maybe like a prequel or a postquel, sequel. There we go. That's a word.
I like postquel.
Let's make it a thing. Let's just band together and make it a thing.
I like it.
Let's see here. David Noble says if the booster misses the chopsticks, it can hover to a crash zone with a winking emoji. I mean, they put a winking emoji in there, but maybe not wrong,
Instead of LZ1 and LZ2, it can be CZ1 and CZ2.
Yeah, I like it. Stephen Fairs says, recondense, everybody look at your vents. I am enamored. That's amazing. Good job, Stephen. You get 2 points. That song wasn't as venti as they said it was. Now I'm just mixing references. Let's see. Simon is asking if an emergency landing of ship without tower is possible. I guess maybe it would
If
probably
you have
be
enough-
really sketchy.
Yeah, if you have enough propellant left, there's probably no reason why it couldn't do a ship 15 style landing. But without the crush cores, I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't survive. I don't know.
Yeah, that would kind of be like an SN10
yeah,
sort of
right.
situation.
Which, But
Didn't
if you
go great.
have enough propellant and if you are accurate enough on your startup sequences, like maybe it could be a thing one day. If they know for a fact they can light up raptors like they can light up merlins, then maybe they could just land it on the bottom, with exactly zero margin.
It'd be
Zero
nice to be able to do,
velocity.
at least in the case of an emergency. Oh, we're not going to make the sticks, or the sticks broke. Quick, do an engine section landing or whatever. The engine section becomes the feat. The best part is no part.
There you go.
The best feat or no feat. Just drunk with power.
Unlimited power.
Let's see here. Keith Carson is making a reference that I don't get. Is that Spinal Tap? I don't get the reference, and I feel like I've failed you. But I'm sorry, Keith. Dennis, thank you for the support.
Before you go on, sorry, Jack.
Okay.
One thing that I'm noticing here on this view is you can see the bottom of the LOX tank is getting a little bit discolored, like different colors. And that usually means that, the tank is getting colder, and so it gets cold enough that the vapor, the water vapor on the atmosphere just gets a stick to there, and it forms like droplets, and that changes the color of like the outside coloring of the tank. The next thing that we might see is actual frost appearing. That's when the LOX, the liquid oxygen, is actually in contact with a tank. Once it is in actual contact, it is so cold that it's not just water droplets, it's more like actual ice that forms on the outside because it's really cold.
Yep, so good thing. Hopefully we're seeing some LOX go into the tanks here, and we're progressing towards a static fire. Everyone's mad at me because it was an Armageddon reference. Well, it's been a while since
I'm
I've
not
seen the
mad
movie.
at you, Jack.
I think
It's not everybody.
I think they're rightfully mad at me. I think it's a justified anger. I should have gotten it. Oh well. But you can see that GSE pipe there is frosty.
Yep.
You get another indicator.
And one thing that we're expecting is, again, a very slow propeller load sequence, because if they actually go for a 6-engine test fire, we're expecting them to overload the LOX tank just to get it, have more than needed, just to have ballast.
Why would they need a NASA administrator?
Oh, come on. I
Hey.
tried not to make the joke today
Hey,
and the other
jokes.
day, and God.
Nothing wrong with a little ballast, Bill. Andrew says, any more Armageddon references and Armageddon out of here. And I am chuckling.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
I love it.
Wow.
I love it. Let's see here. Robert Hunt is asking, in previous streams it has been said that Starship is too big to send to dock with the International Space Station. How can it dock to Gateway if Gateway is smaller? Great coverage. Can you say hi to Meg for me, please? Hi to Meg for me, please.
Hi, Meg.
No, you're supposed to say hi to Meg for me, please, because that's what he asked for.
See, that's too much work. Way too much
fine.
work. I'm hot.
I think
tired.
I think they could dock to the ISS. In theory, it would just be kind of wild given the disproportionate sizes. I'm not sure who on a previous stream said it's just blanket too big, but I think improbable, yes. Impossible, no.
There is the recondenser. I just saw the recondenser actually having venting there.
Excellent. That's what we want to see.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo.
One difference though to this question that they just asked is that we recently knew via Chris G, which had, I think it was like a tour or something that they had at JSC, where they went in and asked about Gateway and how it will be, once a Starship actually docks to the Gateway, that's going to be very laughable in the sense of Gateway is going to be very small compared to to Starshipping, how is going to be the attitude control done and things like that. And they said that actually the plan is for Starship to manage that once it is docked to Gateway. But they hope it is not going to be for too long. So and I actually don't expect it to be too long, because Starship should only be docked to Gateway when the Orion is docked to it. It's waiting for Orion to come up to lunar orbit. Then, or the crew goes into Starship, and then Starship goes to lunar surface, and then it comes back. It docks again, but it's gonna be a few days only. So the rest of the time, Gateway is on its own. So it makes sense that just for the few days that it's gonna be docked to the Gateway, it does the whole attitude control thing, because it's a larger vehicle.
Yeah, that makes sense. Dennis, thanks for becoming a PadRat member, and Ruben, thank you for the support with the curly L's there. Looking for some more questions while we wait for testing to continue to ramp here. Here's a question for Nick. Oh, where did it go? Oh God. Oh, jeez. Oh, here we go. Here we go. John is asking, how often do they need to refill the tank farm?
John, that is a great question. Basically, any day that ends in Y is a tanking day. They literally are always tanking up the tank farm. Even with methane and LOX and nitrogen. I'm not sure where it goes. It feels like with the amount of LOX and methane we've had delivered here, we should have seen, a few orbital flights. But obviously, they're still testing out plumbing and testing out tanks and all that fun jazz and recondensers and whatnot. So they do need a good amount of consumables brought to Starbase every day. On a regular Tuesday, or I guess it's a Thursday, regular Thursday, you can expect to see anywhere between like 20 and 30 deliveries of different types of cryogenic material. Most of them are liquid nitrogen, not liquid methane. Most of them are liquid nitrogen, with a few being liquid oxygen and more rarely liquid methane. But you do see those pretty regularly all around here. So yeah, and right now they have a couple lined up by the Starbase sign because it's Starbase, and they don't want to be short any consumables if they're ready to test. So yeah, there's just always a delivery. So John, the answer to your question, yes. When do deliveries happen? Yes.
It would be faster almost to say when deliveries don't happen, which is when the road is closed.
Exactly.
And when it is open, deliveries are happening.
Well, it's no fun saying things quickly. Got to say things slowly.
Yeah, I mean, when does the window go to? 8 p.m. Central.
8
It's
p.m.
currently just shy of 3 local, so nothing wrong with a long answer.
Okay, good. Because there will be many more long answers until we get some flamies.
Gone to Tex. Thank you for the support. They say, after capturing a landing Starship, would they need to wait for engines to cool before stacking it on a booster? If so, for how long? I have no idea how long. Would they need to wait for engines to cool?
We just run some cryogenic, chill down fluid through the engines, and it would chill them down, right?
I mean, in theory, the engines should never get super duper hot, right? Because you're constantly being cooled by all the cryogens. In theory, question mark. I am not a rocket scientist, period. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm super, super curious to see how the whole rapid flow of Starship ends up working out, and how quickly they're able to stack after a landing, how quickly they're able to relaunch the same stack. Do they put the landed Starship on a different booster and then do something to the first booster? I have questions. I have questions on how this is all going to work, and we'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. David is asking, thank you for the support there. David is asking about info on L2 yearly membership. L2 is the paid side of the NASA Spaceflight Forum. There is a yearly membership level. I do not know how that works, but I assume Chris B will pop in here shortly to illustrate how that works. But yeah, if you didn't know, we do have the forum, and there is a paid side of the forum called L2. There's Crispy. L2 is awesome. There's all kinds of fun and interesting information on L2. I'm not quite sure what else I should say beyond that, but L2 is awesome. Let's go with that. Musical Wolves is asking, do the propellant delivery drivers get paid to wait while testing is happening since they can't access the tank farm during a test? That I don't think we know.
I have
hope
wondered that. Yeah, I'd hope so too. We don't know for sure, but I'd imagine they would be. I mean, it's a cool place to sit and wait for things to happen. So maybe they're all huge fans of Starship, you know?
I know with like
come out to watch.
long haul trucking, you have like a deadline to make, and you have to drive and make the deadline and all of that, and you get paid when you deliver, and you want to make as many deliveries as possible. I wonder if it's different for like short haul trucking, because I don't think these trucks are coming from a long distance away.
They're coming from Florida, man. I'm telling you. That Air Liquide facility is the only Air Liquide facility in the entire world.
It is, how you say, Air Liquide. This is my best French accent, I'm sorry.
Perfect.
Yeah, I certainly hope they're getting paid. We don't know, but I hope they're getting paid and not, like, penalized for having to wait. That wouldn't make sense if they were. We're waiting for the ship to spool up. We saw a booster spin prime test earlier with what looked like, if not all of its engines, the majority of its engines. Booster has kind of spooled down, and ship appears to be spooling up, and that's kind of what we're waiting to see what happens next with ship. That is a very quick recap of where we're at.
Even longer recap would include the spin prime that we did with the booster earlier.
Didn't I capped that? That was in the cap.
Did you cap that? Oh no.
I thought I capped it.
Oh no. Don't listen to me, everybody.
Or maybe I recapped it. It was capped when it happened. You're recapping the I'll stop. Buzzed Lightyear is asking, will SpaceX ever launch from Boca Chica and land in Florida? I don't think like a point-to-point suborbital situation, but maybe like an orbital flight launches from Boca, ends up orbitally landing in Florida, or maybe even Vandenberg. How cool would that be?
Ooh.
Someone's got to take over Slick 6 after the last Delta Heavy. Like, I can dream, okay?
That makes so much sense.
That may be Blue Origin.
It may be. That would not surprise me. Although I would be kind of sad, because I would prefer the launch pad go to a company that has a rocket that they're at least close to ready to launching. I'm like, can someone show me a new Glenn, please? Like, can we see a new Glenn on the pad and getting close to firing? I'd be very happy. Necruz, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We hope you enjoy your perks, including Discord access. And Distant Sun Rising, thank you for the support, saying, how long does it take to get a proper frost ring before ignition? I don't think the frost ring is necessarily a good timing indicator, right?
Yeah.
Because it can vary.
I mean, it's definitely a good step. It's like a checkmark step that we have to complete. We have to have a frost ring before we can do anything flamey. Because, that's typically how that works. You have to have propellant on the vehicle to test the vehicle. But we've also sat and watched the frost line for hours and hours on end. So, who knows?
Yeah, basically. Not the most solid indicator. And sometimes we get tricked with the oxidizer and propellant only sitting in the bulkheads and the domes there, and not even getting a frost line, which is also something that's possible. So Ankla is asking, when propellants are being transported, does boil-off occur? I mean, I think boil-off is inevitable with any cryogenic liquid. Looking for some more questions to pick out. Go ahead, Alex.
Oh, no, I was saying it's interesting to see that the LOX tank, I can see more discoloring a little bit higher up, but we really haven't seen any frost yet. We have seen the lines to the LOX tank getting frosty, so it's just I don't know. It's interesting to see that there's these indications that it's definitely getting there. It's getting cold, but so far we haven't seen any. Oh, may have spoken too fast and too soon, because I think I'm seeing
just a little bit
appearing.
Just a little bit. I think I see what you're talking about over there by the raceway on the right side of the cylinder there.
Yep.
Looks it. Let's see. Nick, Sal, thank you for the support. They say Boca to Florida raises an interesting question, though. Depending on the inclination needed, you could save on boost back Delta V if you catch a booster at KSC. Not a bad point. I wonder how much of a dog leg or how much inclination changes they can do. I mean, I guess with orbital refilling, they can do as many inclination changes as they want.
I think it's too far away to be able to do that from Starbase.
Well, so be it. Stupid orbital mechanics.
Yeah.
Stupid physics.
Yeah, come on, guys. Why did Newton even invent that?
I mean, I won't say it's impossible, just saying that it's probably right on the edge of what they can do.
Ultima is asking, will they light the outer ring first and then the inner ring of engines, or vice versa, on the orbital test flight, or do we not know yet? I don't think we know yet. I mean, a staggered start would make sense, though, right? That's what the shuttle did. That's what SLS is going to do. That's what Falcon Heavy did. I don't know if they still do that with Falcon Heavy, but at least on the very first one, they did a staggered startup. I don't know. What do you guys think, Nick?
Staggered startup on what? I'm sorry. There's a car alarm going on, and that absorbed my attention.
Booster engines.
Booster engines, yes. Probably, if you look back on how they started up, I guess, the Saturn V and also the Space Shuttle, right? They started them up not exactly at the same time, because that would be too much thrust all at once. Am I misremembering that?
I don't remember with Saturn V, but I do recall that with Shuttle. And you don't want like the acoustics or the vibrations from one to interfere with the startup of another.
Yep. That's a lot of vibrations. 33.
Alex, what do you think?
Not sure. I will think maybe. Yeah, it's probably staggered, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be that way. Maybe the other way around. Not totally sure about how it's gonna be like.
We'll just have to wait and see. But right now, what we can see is this frost line on ship is rapidly advancing up the tank wall here. Nicely timed tilt. So yeah, liquid oxygen is being pumped inside of Starship. That is what we want to see ahead of a static fire. You can see we've got like the multi-angle view here. We'll be able to see if there's anything forming on the methane tank, but even if we don't get any frost directly on the tank walls of the methane tank, that doesn't exclude the possibility, like we've been talking about, of methane basically being in the bottom of the bulkhead, but not actually touching the tank walls. So still could be methane in there or being loaded and just not a lot of it. But we'll see how this goes. Don't forget, ask your questions at NASASpaceflight with questions.
All of the questions. We should play a trivia game. You know, I need to come up with some Starbase trivia. Like,
Didn't we do that with members at one point?
Oh, I think we have. You know what? We should do a little impromptu one here, though. Do you know how many palm trees are at Starbase, Jack?
I have no idea.
More than 7 is the answer to that question.
Oh, I didn't know we could do an over-under. Yeah, I would agree, more than 7.
Initially, I was going to count them all up real quick here, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's a lot of them. There's a lot. Like, yeah, probably a good 100 palm trees at Starbase.
Michael in our back channel brings up a good point. How many dead palm trees? Because they have planted a lot of them that didn't really take, or there was like a big flood.
Yeah,
they've killed a lot of palm trees.
The well-established palm trees are all looking nice and healthy. Some of the newer palm trees, though, they don't look dead, but they also don't look super happy. I mean, just, you know, poor trees don't like being moved, and SpaceX loves moving things. So, yeah, they've been planted and replanted a couple times.
Okay, what's the next trivia question as we watch this frost ring rise here?
Okay. How many cameras does NASASpaceflight use at Starbase?
A lot.
More than 10.
More than 10. Okay. I think that's a good one. Let's see. Count them up real quick in my head. I think more than 10 is the correct answer. It should be around 15, I think. Plus or
Nick.
minus 1 or 2. Uh-oh. What's up,
Name
Doss?
them.
Name them? Oh, no.
Name
Okay.
all the cameras at Starbase.
Okay, here we go. All right, we got 1 at River. We got 2 at the Channel View.
No, name them.
Name
What are their
them?
names? They have names.
I don't want to talk about Captain Sprinkle. Okay.
What? We use different names for the cameras, I think.
I think we do. What are your names? I didn't know we named them. I know they're all your children.
But they're all named. They're literally like labeled in every interface.
Okay, yeah, the 2 channel cams, the River cam. Okay, so that's 3. We got Mars and Highway and Road.
Yes.
So that's
Yes,
6.
yes.
Then we got Infinity and South. That's 8. We got Beach 1 and Beach 2. That's 10. Then we got Van, which is 11. Truck, that is 12. And Box Cam, that's 13. Am I missing any? I feel like I'm missing a few.
Besides your own cameras, but I don't think
Oh,
we've
yeah.
run the
Then
packs
I
in a
got
while.
like
Yeah.
five of those cameras, and Mary has probably about as many other cameras. And I think there's a few Teslas, and Teslas have what, 9 cameras on each of them. So we
Oh,
got to count
jeez.
those up.
Are we counting the
SpaceX
PDCs?
No,
Nick
just
got
at
'em
this
all.
point, cameras. Okay, so is it 13?
Yeah. Just the broadcast cameras. Yeah. You got it. Okay,
Yes,
I'm going
Andrew
to
Keating, Captain Sprinkles. All my friends are texting me, wow, Captain Sprinkles. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's it.
Wait, I missed it. Which one is Captain Sprinkles?
Whichever one's currently misbehaving.
All right, then.
Which they do have a mind of their own.
Just don't ask him to name the microphones, Jack. Just stay away from the microphone names.
Ooh. Oh.
Goodbye.
Ooh.
Can I ask him to yell into the microphones as an alternative?
Oh my gosh.
There's one way to test if a microphone is going to be appropriately calibrated for a rocket launch, and that is
you
to
just gotta
shout
yell.
at the mic, like just verbally abuse the microphone.
Oh no. Some of my other friends are saying my new call sign is Captain Sprinkles.
That
What
sounds
did I
like your
just
call sign,
start?
buddy. You've
Okay, dang it.
you've made your bed. Now you have to lay in it.
Yeah,
Thanks, Max. Appreciate
you've
it.
done
now.
that to yourself.
Now when I'm a cool fighter pilot and I'm with Maverick flying F-18s, I'm going to be Captain Sprinkles.
Stephanie Parker, thank you for the support. They vote for a zip-up hoodie as merch. I'm surprised, Stephanie Parker, you don't want a Stephanie Parka as merch. I'm sorry. I thought it was pretty funny. And Distant Sun Rising, thank you for the support. They say when a palm tree's on fire, it looks like a birthday candle. Okay. No, I'm not
That
going to
is
disagree.
something I never want to see. These poor palm trees have a
let's-
rough life.
Yeah, let's see here. But you get like a nice toasty coconut out of the deal.
Ooh, that actually does sound good. Oh, you know what I could do with? I could do with an ice cold coconut, like with like where they have the straw in it and you drink out of it. Oh, that sounds so good right now.
What do you call a toasty coconut?
I don't know if I can answer that one on the air.
A toastinut.
Toastinut? Okay.
Yeah. That's okay to say, right?
Okay. I think so. Chris
No
Giphart's
comments
gonna
from
call
me.
me as soon as we're off the stream. I'm gonna get a call from Chris.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Looking for some more questions. We have many questions about Captain Sprinkle, but I think we've answered all of those. All right, well, I think while we are watching this frost line rise and we are getting closer and closer, we hope, to ship testing, we are going to tap Alex out and tap Adrian in. Alex, thank you for being on commentary on the stream for the morning portion of the show.
Well, always a pleasure. Gotta take a little bit of a break here, have some dinner and everything. It's 11 p.m. here in Spain, so it's a little bit late for me, but it's not really that late compared to other times. However, I've been on stream for a long time, so I need a little bit of relief here and get some rest. And I'm gonna be enjoying, as anyone else watching right now, I'm gonna be watching the stream and enjoying your commentary with more people who are joining.
Indeed. Well, thanks, Alex. And Adrian, do we have you on comms? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Echo, echo, echo.
Echo.
I feel. That's the case, right? Hi.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Oh, we're sitting here waiting for an engine test on ship, and I'm glad we have your expertise. I can't talk. I can say words. I'm glad we have your expertise because we are looking at a frosty ship, and there's been an overpressure notice, and of course you're the spreadsheet guru. So, basically, we saw a 33 engine, or at least very many engine spin prime test with the booster earlier today. And booster sort of spooled down, and now we've been hanging out with Ship 24 for a while. Tank Farm became active on the LOX side. It's kind of like that LOX first flow that you've mentioned seeing as of recent. So I don't know. You want to give us like sort of a quick overview of that LOX side first sort of flow into testing and what we should sort of expect next? I mean, the recondenser, I don't think is super active at the moment. We've seen it puffing here and there, but I don't think it's necessarily going super. It's not fully venting at the moment. So, kind of would like some expectation setting. Set the table for us, Adrian.
Yeah, I can certainly do that, as that tends to be my case, or my thing, I would say. So, yeah, the LOX side of the tank farm spooling up early usually means higher load, which we can see here. They are loading a lot of LOX, obviously, in the tank right now. As you can see, a frost ring, which means the LOX is higher in the tank than just the thrust section, or the thrust section at the bottom, because it comes in contact with the outer walls, which is why it freezes. So yeah, again, the LOX section of the tank farm indicating higher load, which we can see here. These countdowns tend to be on the longer side, and with longer I mean 1.5 to 2 hours from first indicators to T0, which we saw on the Ship 20 static fire, for example. Back then when Ship 20 was a thing, you remember. So yeah, it will probably rise quite a decent bit more. I think right now we are more like looking about like if it really reaches like 2 to 3 rings, if we compare it to previous fires, and then we will move into the final stages with the and the big indicator here, as always, will of course be these Raptor chill vents we can see on the sides next to the flaps. If they spool up, we know okay, it's on. So yeah, that's the one we are looking for right now.
Very cool. Well, Adrian, I don't know if you have the panel up. Nick, I don't know if you have the panel up, if you have enough
I do
screens at the
not.
moment. But if there's any questions that pique your interest, feel free to throw them in the queue and jump on them.
Do we
in
know
the
if
meantime,
the panel is available on mobile? Let me see.
I mean, I have it on my iPad right now.
Okay, perfect. Because I've been saving battery on my MacBook by leaving the display off. Let me see here. Give me a minute.
Let's see here. Don Frederick, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. We super appreciate all of our new members. And Gabriel Gonzalez, thank you for becoming a PadRat member as well. We hope you enjoy your member perks, including members only emoji, which I'm going to throw some grackles into chat. There's a grackle. Ooh, that's a grackle super heavy. It's a single stick grackle with 2 side core grackles on either side.
Oh god. But wouldn't the super heavy just be a big grackle? It would be a heavy, right? Heavy is 3, and super heavy would be just.
Okay, so it's a heavy grackle, or a very
Yeah.
heavy grackle, but it's not a super
Very
heavy
heavy.
grackle, because that would just be like a 9-meter wide grackle.
Yeah.
Which is
Oh my
terrifying
God.
to think about.
That's
Imagine the
terrifying.
sound.
Oh
Yeah.
gosh.
Imagine the sound coming from that.
Chirp. Okay.
It would just. Oh my god! Imagine having your windows broken by a 9-meter
No.
grackle and explaining that to your insurance. Like,
Oh
yeah,
my
it was a 9-meter
gosh.
grackle. I swear.
That would definitely need an overpressure notice every time it chirped.
The fact that the grackles already look at me like I'm holding out on them. They look all cute on screen and stuff, but those little guys, they crawl into your car if you leave your door open. They crawled into my car, pulled out like a granola, like a Cliff Bar, and he was like munching. He opened the package and he was munching on it. I'm like, dude, did I invite you into my car? Did I offer you food? And then he was all like, meh! And then he like wanted me to leave, and I had to just give him the car, right? Because I couldn't shush him away. He's a grackle, protected species and all. So like, I had to go buy a whole new car. Most of that story's true.
Can we get that as members content when Nick fights a grackle?
I mean,
I love the ending with most of that is true, because that makes me doubt everything. Now I'm like, okay, most.
But he did figure out how to open a Cliff Bar. I was very surprised, and he was eating it in my car, and I was like, "Hey!" I shushed him out. But yeah, those little guys, and then they'll just walk up to you like, "Hey, you have food, right? Yeah, you have food. Give it to me. I want your food." I'm like, "No, I don't got food." And then they just keep walking up to you like, "Hey, I know you have food. Why don't you give me some of your food?" Like, what is this? The mafia? Jeez.
That's like Wesps here in Germany. They're always like, if you have like sweet food, they will come for you and they will never stop.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
They
Will?
look all cute, but they're really vicious.
Wasps.
Wasps?
Sorry, whoopsie.
I
know
make sure
English. I know English, sir.
Oh man, a German wasp sounds like terrifying. Like they're extra organized, and
no.
yeah, no, just no thanks.
They keep
God.
track of everyone with sweets on a spreadsheet.
Yeah, they have like a spreadsheet. Like he had chocolate last week, so you'll see.
Get him!
2 minutes after his tummy grumbled last week, he went and got a chocolate bar. So,
The tummy grumble is a good indicator that we might about to get chocolate. Yeah.
Is that the wasp equivalent of me? Like
yeah, exactly.
like, oh god.
Dr. Elroy in chat wants me to say the word plutonium. So there you go, plutonium.
Congrats.
I was also asked to say Endeavour is the best shuttle. And I don't necessarily agree with that statement, but I was told I have to say it, so I said it there.
Does someone... Okay, Cough twice if you are being held against your will. Okay, well, I sounds like you're okay.
Yeah, I'm just fine.
All right, if
Chris, can you please let me go?
Oh man, Atlantis is the best. Everyone knows that.
Somebody asked, by the way, if I followed the Spreadsheet World Championship, and I only can say I looked at it. And I was amazed that there's a Spreadsheet World Championship.
I don't. Moving on. James. James Juries, thank you for the support. They say next time they test the booster, would be able to lower the orbital launch mount cam so we can see the engine bells better. That's kind of a tricky proposition, but you know we're always trying to look for better ways and views and angles. So thanks for the support and the suggestion there. Sib, thank you for the support. They're saying, can a Boca Chica palm tree fit inside a Starship as a dummy payload? I want to see a palm tree in orbit. Yeah, definitely.
That'd be cool. You know, Elon talked about doing that green Martian planetarium thing, like not planetarium.
Yep.
What's the word I'm looking for?
Greenhouse.
Terrarium. Greenhouse. Hey, even better words, Englishing. On Mars. I totally
if it's on
think
Mars,
we should do
though,
that.
would it then be a red house?
Ooh. Well, if it's green
yeah.
inside, I don't know. Palm trees, though. Palm trees in space.
You know what would be extra cool about that is if they could figure out how to land it, like land the palm tree, maybe put some thermal protection on it, because then you would get a controlled re-entry.
Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's been the stream. Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Just kidding. We're watching this LOX line, frost line continue to grow. Yay! Testing.
Oh, can I point out my favorite thing to point out because it will happen soon?
Go for it.
There might be a stream of condensation coming from the right side as soon as that full excess hatch is covered in frost. Don't panic about it. It's not a leak. It will happen every time. It always happens because once the frost line is above that hatch, there will be like a stream of condensation coming down from that. We saw that before. So don't panic about that.
Indeed. Take a page
Don't
out of the
panic.
Hitchhiker's Guide and do not panic.
You explain your joke in chat right now.
No. Maybe.
You know
Yes.
the chat is recorded like for the aftermath. Like you can see the chat in the VOD.
Like forever.
Yes.
You know, I've had worse things immortalized on our streams forever. Like that time oh god. Never mind. Flawed perspective, thank you for the support. They say call sign fund, starting with sprinkles, spreadsheets. So Nick, I guess Nick would be sprinkles, Adrian would be spreadsheets. Hoping for a good Ship 24 static fire. Thanks for coverage. Flawed perspective, how come I don't get a call sign? I want a call sign.
Bacon.
Okay, done.
Baconator. The Baconator 2000.
Baconator or beard or beard bacon.
The bearded Baconator?
It's like it's too long. It needs to be. Go ahead.
I'm trying to mix the words beard and bacon.
Beardkin.
Beardkin. There you go.
Well, actually, I got a good one for you, Jack.
Go for it.
It is there it is. Neon heat disease. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy has the most random Instagram handle, and then he got mad at me for not tagging him. Like, bro,
Yeah, how you gonna post a photo I took without tagging me, bro?
Yeah, well, I tried.
by the way-
I tried Jack Buyer, and I tried the Jack Buyer, and none of it worked.
Here's the thing about sitting like 2 rows of chairs away from somebody on a bus is you can use this nifty invention called language to be like, yo, dude, what's your handle?
I thought we just communicated over AirDrop, but okay.
Was that you that kept sending me random AirDrop stuff until I turned it off?
Yeah, the entire time.
I was like, who is sending me this random picture on AirDrop?
And why does it always look like Nick? It's like selfies of Nick. Like, who's sending me this?
Yeah, I'm just like, I have no idea. Oh man.
No.
Let's see here. Vins, thank you for the support. They said they really tried Paramount Star Trek Day Live, but I couldn't watch it. You guys are much better. Oh, that's sweet. Don't tell Chris G. Peter J. Shaw, thank you for the support. They say, at what point in the engine firing process does liquid O2 and methane become gaseous? I imagine after it goes through the turbo pumps?
Yeah, I think so, because the turbo pump should be one of the higher pressure points, right? Like, isn't everything downstream of the turbo pump lower pressure? Now I'm getting myself confused with the RS-25, so I don't know. Maybe I should stop talking.
I mean,
Adrian,
right
do you
now,
have a good answer?
Wouldn't it, like, it depends, like, an already ignited engine? Are we talking about in the ignition sequence or at an, like, an
They say
ignited
firing
engine?
process. Firing process to me means like startup.
Because I mean, we see, is it completely gas when we see the stream of clouds coming out of the engine, or it's just vaporized?
I think it's gas. I think by the time the propellants reach the main combustion chamber, it's a gas-gas interaction, so it's extremely efficient. It's hot gas on either sides. So the question, I think, is what point, is it the pre-burners? Is it the turbo pumps? Where, like, somewhere along the line...
Injection nodule, maybe?
Yeah.
Injection
Could be.
nozzle?
But isn't there a whole thing about, like, just vaporizers? Like, putting in, like, liquids into the chambers? No, I'm not sure.
A lot of people in chat are saying pre-burner, which, yeah, I would, yeah.
But the pre-burner is not ignited at the beginning. They're
But it
igniting
ignites-
after.
It ignites
That's
as
why
part
I'm-
of the ignition.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking where we are in the process.
So, like, the engine is starting up. We are starting a Raptor engine.
Yeah, but
So I
where
would
is
say-
the pre-burner? Are we pre-burner or post-pre-burner ignition?
I think post.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
then
think
I
post.
would say pre-burner.
All right. Well, good question, and thank you for the support, Peter. You might have started the next NSF brawl here. I said pre-burner. I said turbo pump. I said post-pre. I said pre-burner. It's rabbit season. It's duck season. Saved by Grace, thank you for the support. They're asking, where's the pointy end on this one on the bottom? No, pointy end is up top. As you can
Is
see
it?
on the right side.
Right. Hold on. I need to get out my tape measure.
Yeah, we're standing by. Let us know.
Yeah, okay. I can confirm. Pointy end is on the top. I was confused because
Yes.
the view on the left there, I couldn't really see the pointy end, but the view on the right confirms the pointy end is up.
Pointy
Just
end
be
up.
glad it's not. Just be glad it's not a booster test right now.
I know, right? Like, where's the pointy end?
Space Shuttle
Actually,
Discovery, thank you for the support. Atlantis is the best shuttle. I agree.
I agree.
See, it's funny because I said something other than what they actually said, so it's like a haha, like kind of like a funny. Derek Campbell, thank you for the support. What is the cost of a tanker truck of liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen, and liquid methane? Now I want to go.
that's-
Like, I want to search it.
Yeah.
It's definitely not cheap.
More than
Tanker
6
truck
pennies.
volume. A tanker truck. And it's. Can I make this unnecessarily German and ask the counter question, which tanker truck?
Yeah.
The one with the space
Because-
shuttle on the side, obviously.
Because why, Adrian?
Yeah, because they have different sizes of tanker trucks, right? So
All right.
we would first need to establish the size of a tanker truck.
Dawson, our back channel, is saying depends on how many you need. Yeah, I mean, and that makes sense. You probably get a bulk discount if you order.
I mean,
a
at
whole
some
bunch
point
of them.
at some point it probably goes expensive again because you order that much and becomes like a hassle for the company to get that much.
It's like a bell curve.
Yeah. They're like, it's get cheaper, cheaper, cheaper. No, not getting cheap anymore. What are you doing with all this methane?
Going to Mars.
Going to Mars, indeed. Morph 91198 says, "Do not panic." And Mark, thank you for the support. They say this is not the webinar my boss wants me to watch. Good. You shouldn't be watching any webinar except for this one.
Apparently, by the way, the opposite of what I say on stream happens again because today's the hatch is not venting or producing condensation. So maybe it leaked before, really, and chat was right and we were wrong, which would be a interesting plot twist here. But yeah, no leaks, no panic today.
Hooray.
So, yeah, apparently every time I say something, the opposite happens.
Paul F. is asking, could Starship orbit in a Falcon Heavy configuration? Well, you said Starship, so I'm immediately imagining 3 Starships, not like
Yes,
3 Starship Super Heavies.
I think that's what they meant, right? Like, I feel like that is the question, actually.
I mean, that's how I'm reading it for sure. But Starship is a terrible name because the whole entire system is called Starship, and the ship is also called Starship. So it's hard to say with any certainty. But I think it would require a lot of engineering to make that actually a viable thing.
Yeah,
But
this is
never say never.
Starbase.
Never say never.
I have about 30 feet of duct tape. We can make this happen.
Can we do some speed tape or some like gaff tape instead? Duct tape kind of leaves a residue sometimes.
But
That's
I feel like
true, I
it would
forgot
be
about that.
possible. Like, I feel like it would be possible if you don't, like, if you not have like 3 full payload fairings, but like really a payload fairing and then like Starship light tanks on the side that are just supported by 9 engines or 6 engines, whatever the
All right,
configuration.
get this.
They're going for.
One Starship
sorry.
at the top, 3 boosters on the bottom next to each other like a Falcon Heavy, and then on each of the boosters, 2 SRBs like SLS.
Make it happen and post it in our amazing member Discord in the KSB and Gaming channel.
I wish I had a gavel just to like bang the gavel like an auctioneer and be like, sold! I'll buy it! I don't know. Let's see here.
Oh, and it's SSTO. Forgot to mention that.
It's always it's SSTOs all the way up.
It has like 8 stages. How is it SSTO?
Stop it.
Well, they all just stay together.
Just agree. Yeah. It's SSTO because you lift it all into space on a space elevator.
I love when that's like the situation in Kerbal when you build like this amazing rocket with an amazing second stage, and then you notice your first stage gets into orbit, and you're like, what now?
Guess I'm gonna reload back to the vehicle assembly building and put a whole bunch more mass on my second stage.
I always make it smaller and try to downsize as much as possible.
Yeah, well, you play Kerbal in an insane way, if I may comment.
We had. Did you see that one day where we went into the member Discord and I basically had a bunch of members with me that we tried to optimize one rocket that I built and tried to basically make it as cheap as possible. And we went through like 15 iterations of the rocket and every time saved like 500 more we could get out, and it was like an 8-10 hour process. But in the end we like got to the 30% of the initial costs of the rocket, and it was just fun economic games. That was a great evening.
How many hours did you say a process it was?
8 to 10, I think.
For a 30% weight reduction.
No, 70. We went to like 30% in cost.
Oh, okay.
Like that was like, I think it was the goal was to place 1 ton into Leo, and it initially was like 12,000. In the end, it was like 4,000 or so.
Nice.
It was ridiculously cheap. We thought about deleting the fairing in the end because that would be another saving, and we just built redundant satellites.
Yeah, best fairing is no fairing. So, you know, who needs to be shielded from aero forces? Not me.
Starship. What if you are
Well-
the fairing?
Ooh. Just have like an umbrella. Well, you are the spreadsheet wizard, Adrian, and so therefore it makes sense that you play Kerbal Space Program with spreadsheets, but I cannot abide. I just build horrible things and then launch and explode them, and then build more horrible things. But I'm not going to Kerbal shame. You play however you want to play.
Did you rescue that person on Eve?
There's 3 Kerbals on Eve. I have still not rescued. Do you think I have time to play video games?
Sorry.
I do not have time to play video games.
It sounds very offended suddenly.
I miss playing video games. But we're very busy here at NASASpaceflight.
These dang rockets are happening too fast.
Right? I did post the save game file for that in our in the gaming channel in our members Discord, so people can try to rescue the Kerbals if they want to. I don't think anybody's done it yet. Alex definitely has not done it, despite what he says. Resident Destiny Addict asking, will they put some kind of thermal insulation on the rocket? Don't really follow SpaceX until recently. Yes. There is thermal insulation on the rocket. You're looking at it. It's what all that black stuff is. It's the thermal tiles that is part of the thermal protection system.
And underneath those black tiles, they have some blankets, right?
Yep, exactly. Yeah, this is sort of the side we're looking at right now is the windward side, and now we're looking at the leeward side. The reason there are no tiles on the leeward side is because that is not the side that enters the atmosphere, like facing forward. So that is why it looks like that.
I always forget what the leeward side is.
There's a mnemonic for that. Well, at least wind, facing into the windward. I'm sure there's some kind of fancy nautical saying that you can remember it, but yeah. Windward's into the wind, leeward is the opposite. Krangos in chat saying the question was likely about insulating the tank, like with foam?
Like with orange foam?
Like with orange foam, and then put some SRBs on there and take like 20 years longer than you should, and then and then scrub two times.
Damn fighting words there, Jack.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all.
Spoken like a photographer who had to go. Spoken like a photographer who had to go set up and reclaim his remotes twice.
That I'm glad I got to do. Spending lots of money was less fun, but hey,
yeah.
Orange Rocket good. I can't wait to see it launch.
Oh yeah.
Finally. And Gad, thank you for the support. And Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. Musical Wolves is asking how much propellant Starship will hold compared to a Falcon 9 full stack. I don't have the numbers in front of me. This is an Alex question, which I suspect, Alex, you're still listening because you were just mentioning about how you have not yet rescued my Kerbals. So
sounds like I love how you put that on him now. And like
yeah, no, it's his job now. Let's see here. We'll get you an answer, Musical Wolves, if somebody can bring up the numbers here. Suffice to say, a lot more. And Jim Cabot, thank you for gifting the Red Team membership. I'm going to say this again. If anybody tried to do some gifted memberships during the Artemis stream, there was apparently some sort of fail with YouTube or glitch or something broke, and the gifting process did not work. A lot of those gifts, I think, were refunded to the people doing them. So if you saw that happen, if you were trying to do gifted memberships, thank you so much. It is working again, as evidenced by Jim's successful gift of a Red Team membership there. So thank you, Jim, for that. And Alex is saying it's 1,200 tons of propellant versus 450 tons for Falcon 9. So lots more.
That's a ton of propellant.
It's 1,200 tons versus 450.
Yeah.
I wish I had a drum set. I just need to be like, I need a cymbal and a snare drum, and that would be great. We already asked the engine question. Why didn't they do a larger engine? Because it's more expensive and harder, I think, is the shortest I can answer that. Also, doesn't gives you less of an engine out capability.
I was about to say that.
Well, I beat you. I beat you to it. So there. Will is asking, has there been any indication of a major design change for Starship line outside of small refinements? There was this little thing that seems like maybe Ship 26 and others might not be getting flaps, which is kind of a big deal. Maybe not a design change as much as just leaving something off. But yeah, there might be ships without flaps or thermal protection tiles at some point. Basically like an expendable expendable ship. To get Starlink into orbit as fast as possible. But, I mean, in terms of indications of major design changes, rather than just sort of leaving things off, hard to say. I mean, we've been waiting since the first Elon Starbase tour and interview for the forward flap redesign, which has never happened. The flap design could change. It could stay the same. There could be other things that change. They could put 9 engines on, as has been mentioned by Elon on Twitter, instead of the standard 6, the current 6. They could stretch Starship. They could do a different sort of payload bay, instead of right now we just have the Starlink capable deployer. There could be like a chomper with a whole entire nose cone that opens up. Who knows? A lot of different possibilities in terms of what design changes could happen. I don't think we've seen many necessarily like indications of specific ones, but this is all a development program. It's a test and prototyping program. These are all prototypes. So really expect things to change. Adrian, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say we at least also know that they are still changing stuff on Raptor, for example. And we at least saw some indication they're testing possibly the electrical PVC.
Yep.
That's also another... It's not directly Starship, it's just a part of Starship. But I think it deserves a mention.
Yeah, it's a good thing to mention. A lot of times I think, at least especially like for me, I immediately went to visual things that you can see about the design of the ship, but there's many things that you can't see, both internally inside the tanks and whatnot, but also inside the engine section in terms of how those engines are steered. And there is a change that is coming from the current hydraulic steering to electrical actuated steering of the gimbaling engines. So that's totally a good shout. Good call there. And also, I think in one of the recent flyovers on L2 of McGregor, we saw like a new kind of engine shroud type situation, like a different looking shroud for the engines than what we've seen on boosters so far. So that could also be something that sort of changes, but is less like visually striking than, say, a flap redesign.
Yeah, I feel like this will be like the case down the line, because at first you have these drastic changing things, as the design is very fluid still, and you have not really fully understand of the full vehicle. And the more you get into details and the more you get into these nitty-gritty parts, the less these changes will be less obvious. They can still be very impactful, but they might not be as clear as, oh, the flaps are suddenly way different. So it probably will build smaller and smaller changes that are maybe less and less visible.
Makes sense. Simon the Mac is asking, this has probably been asked before, but are the TPS tiles missing on the leading edge of the left flap? There are some missing tiles there, right, Nick?
I believe so. The tiles are obviously a little bit of weight. They're as light as they possibly can be, but if they don't have to have extra tiles somewhere, then they won't stick them there. So on that, I'm sorry, was the left flap? Yeah. On the left flap there are a few that are missing there, but on the leeward side, on like the side that's not facing the heat flow, they don't need any tiles on that side. But yes, there are some missing tiles right there on that little corner of the flap.
And we have a poll in chat.
Ooh.
Ship 24 static fire. Do you think it's going to be all 6 engines? Do you think it's going to be less than 6 engines? Do you think there will be an abort and they will not fire today? There was an overpressure notice delivered. If you have joined us recently and you're wondering why we're talking about grackles and bacon and call signs, well, we're waiting for Ship 24 to do a static fire, or Booster 7 to do a static fire, but Booster 7's kind of gone quiet since its earlier spin prime test. And as you can see, Ship 24 has gotten quite active and quite frosty. And there was an overpressure notice delivered, so there is a possibility of a static fire today. And we are in the flow right now for Starship to do some sort of static fire. So weigh in chat, submit your vote, tell us what you think. I'm going to go with all 6 engines. Oh, wow. 67% of respondents say all 6 engines, 22% say less than 6, and 11 say abort. Neat.
I'm gonna say 6 engines as well, and also they are right now filling this up with about. I'm using on the right side the TPS as an indicator how fast they're fueling.
Yep.
The LOX tank, and it's about one of these small little notches that go to the inside.
Yep.
Per 5 minutes.
Oh wow, that's
So
fast.
from the start of the TPS to there, basically like these 3 notches, they filled that up in 15 minutes.
All right. Tristan is mentioning in chat there's a new Raptor vac installed, so they doubt they'll do all 6. They'd bet for a spin prime test. Nick, you saw that that new Raptor vacuum headed to the pad, didn't you?
Yes, actually, I believe that's currently installed on Ship 24 as we speak, which is kind of exciting because it is Raptor 115, I think, and it's a kind of a new one. Not that the other ones are super old, but it's newer. So hopefully it has more improvements on it, and it works reliably during today's hopeful static fire.
But yeah, I feel like that's still a thing that you have to consider. Like there is a new engine here, but to be fair, there are other engines on this vehicle that have never been spin primed as well, right? We never saw 6 engines spin primed so far on this vehicle, right?
I don't think
believe
so.
Yeah, I
So-
believe you're correct.
Yeah, so that would not change. Like the engine being changed would not change the fact. And we also saw them performing static fires before spin priming every engine. It's not the case that you always see them doing a full spin prime and a full pre-burn on every engine before they are static firing them. Sometimes it seems like they're only like doing 1 or 2, maybe 3 spin primes and moving right into static fire.
I'm just picking through some more questions here.
Looking at the frost ring, which is still going up.
Still growing. Yeah, still going.
We compare that. We have previous like expectations how high that should go.
Yeah, I just sort of expect a fairly large LOX load, which I think we're getting into that territory now, but there's no telling how full they're going to actually fill it. The LOX tank, I mean.
I have, like, based on the previous Ship 24 test that did not result in a static fire, they would fill it up until on the right you can see the TPS going a bit diagonally to the backside. Like basically this TPS line that is a bit in front of the flaps that goes to the back then on the right side. And basically where that stops to go diagonally, that is where they stop filling with Ship 24 on the previous test.
Okay. So a little bit ways to go, but not super long.
Oh, yeah. You can, by the way, see it in the back channel. There's a picture there. Thanks, Mark.
Nice. Christian is asking, how long is the window for testing today? Nick?
Until 8 p.m. Very much 8 p.m. However, we wouldn't be shocked if they needed to extend it today, as we are in the last, 4 hours of the window at this point. And they've extended stuff before, but yeah, probably till 8 would be the best information at the moment.
Cool deal. Because I know Mark is listening, Loodles, I see you asking for Starship heat tile coasters. Maybe we should get some in the shop if possible. Hi, Mark.
Starship heat tile what?
Coasters, like the thing you put under a drink so it doesn't mark up a table.
Oh, we could also do like hand warmers for the winter that are TPS.
That'd be cool. What do you call a coaster in German, Adrian?
Untersetzer.
Huh.
Basically, an undersitter. It sits under the glass, so it's an undersitter.
I like it.
That makes sense.
That's delightfully German. So we are just waiting for a potential static fire today. We are seeing the LOX tank get nice and full, or at least nice and filled. It still has a ways to go before full, but we don't know how full they're going to actually fill it today.
I have to. Several Germans get very angry at me right now. We also call a Bierdeckel, which basically, yeah, it's beer top. Basically, yeah, it's there's also a direct reference to, like, it's also called Bierdeckel. It's not always an Untersetzer. And people got very angry in the chat, so I had to correct that.
Well, we do not want any angry Germans in chat, so I'm glad we got those sorted out. Vins, thank you for the support. Has anyone thought about total daily cost of SpaceX for Starship development? Curious how that stacks up to SLS. Oh man, I certainly haven't. This is probably like a spreadsheet man question.
I think about that a lot.
You do? All right, well, please wax philosophic for us for a moment.
Well, I feel like I'm one of the only people in the world that if they like when I would get to ask SpaceX one question or like one wish, my wish would be to get insight into the bookings of them. I want to see the numbers. I want to see the bookings, but it's hard. It's like alone from think about all of these employees, and then you calculate like average salary and taxes, and if you only calculate that alone, you're already in such a high cost area because of these employees that work there, because there are thousands there, and material, and then the fuel for these tests, and what, like, there's so much you can calculate. And I feel like I actually had a spreadsheet trying to calculate that, but I also had a spreadsheet calculating Falcon 9 costs. And then I noticed I have way too many unknowns. And once you notice that, you're like, okay, this doesn't make sense anymore. Because basically speculating half your numbers doesn't feel right. But
yeah, that makes sense.
It's hard to estimate.
Lots and lots of money, I think, is a good answer. And we have constantly seen SpaceX over the last couple of years doing capital raises. Almost even, it seems like multiple times a year. Raising more money from investors, and hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars has been raised. And you better believe between Starlink and Starship, they're spending just enormous amounts of cash getting this two entire massive investments up and running. Brett Smith, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Tom, thank you for the support. Christopher, thank you for the support. How will they keep Starship's cryogenics cold during re-entry? That's what the header tanks are for. Header tank is like a tiny tank that holds the landing fuel. Can kind of avoid, fuel sloshing around in the massive, bigger tanks, or like being right up against the tank wall where there might be some heating. Tom, thank you for the support. Tom asks, has there been any activity at the methane tank farm yet? Have we seen the recondenser spool up in earnest?
There was recondenser activity before. But to be fair, usually we would expect heavy recondenser activity 45 minutes before T0. I think, is it even active right now? Like, look on the right. It's always deceiving. It's always hard to see if that's the recondenser or not. But looking at Mars camera, since we set an yeah, I think we just saw the recondenser puffing. There. I think that's the recondenser as well, right? Yeah, there you can see. I think that's also the recondenser, right?
It looks it.
So
behind
yeah,
those three vertical tanks on the left side.
Yeah, so I would say a methane tank farm is active, which could indicate less than 45 minutes ish. Like I would usually say that an active methane tank farm would mean 45 minutes to T0. So we will see if that maybe changes because of load, but that is at least, I would say, an ish here, if you want an ish.
I'll always take an ish. I'm like going around on Starbase Live and looking sort of back and forth and trying to see what I can see here. But yeah, hopefully we're seeing the methane side spool up and we're going to get a static fire sometime in the next 40-ish minutes-ish. Brian, thank you for the support. They say, is there any chance they're targeting a specific time for testing? Booster was pretty much 12:15. I mean, 40 minutes from now would be sometime around, what, 4:30 local?
Yeah, the problem is
yeah,
we didn't
somewhere
really.
around there.
Yeah. Problem is we didn't really look at, like with that much care at the recondenser, so there could always be that it went up 10 minutes earlier than we looked at it because we were kind of answering questions and.
That's what I'm saying.
Topic.
I'm looking at Starbase Live, and if I look, let's see, 6 minutes ago, there's very little activity. What is this? At 3:46, 3:47, there's very little activity, and it all very rapidly became active. So.
Yeah, but you can see it's on at 4:46 at 4:46. You can see it puffing.
Yep.
So that would and that's awfully close to a target of 4:30, because that's always, we know they're kind of often target these quarter numbers, like quarter past.
Engine chill vent.
Before,
Engine chill vent. Woohoo!
Oh yeah.
Adrian, talk to us about what we're seeing here with these 2 engine chill vents.
Yeah, that means every timing indication we just talked about is basically not useful anymore because they're totally wrong. This can mean that we get a static fire as soon as in 15 minutes. Like, we have seen this spooling up and then 15 minutes later a fire. But we also have seen slower flows, so there's still a bit of uncertainty here. But this is meaning they're getting close. So this is a good indicator. This is really good because, yeah, we are getting close here. The next sign would actually be like very close indicators of the test being imminent, like the deluge system firing.
Which we will see down there at the base of the pad. You will see the water start up. So keep your eyes peeled. You should be able to see it on both of these angles. But we don't expect that for at least a few minutes here.
Yeah, like at least, I would say, 10 more minutes before we see like more, 15. I would say net 15.
All right.
What's the absolute longest you'd expect this to continue?
Oh, that's a difficult question because this I thought this was a better indicator at first than it was, because we have seen engine chill vents, especially with booster, being a bit deceiving. And with ship now, the thing is, if I stop trusting it with booster, I'm also kind of stop the trust with ship. So it's
that makes sense.
It's hard. I think 40 minutes was about the longest we have seen so far. But again, we don't know if that was a hold, for example. That's always also the one of these that makes it complex. We don't have any insight what SpaceX is doing right now. Is it a hold? Mm-hmm. Are they maybe having run into some issues? Are they waiting for something? It's a very complicated multi-angle picture that sometimes makes it hard to read.
Yep, but all we can do is assemble, really but I say we, is assemble the data points that we have available to us and try and extrapolate from there. And make it clear that we're extrapolating on available data, and things could be wrong, or we could be missing data, or things could change that are unseen to us. But we're doing our best here to analyze the data at hand. I've just got my eyes glued at the base of the suborbital launch mount there, waiting for the water to turn on. Even though I know it might be a little bit still, that is what I'm looking for next. And hopefully we see a static fire from ship here sooner rather than later. Of course, it is possible that they don't go straight for a static fire and they do a spin test and then recycle into a static fire. I have static fire on my brain because we saw a overpressure notice go out thanks to Mary's reporting. She got an overpressure notice, which means they're going to attempt a static fire. But again, maybe they could do a spin prime or something else before that. Oh! We have Joe Bernard in chat. What's up, Joe? Of BPS Space.
Hello.
Joey B. Joey B says, when orbit, please? Soon.
2
TM.
weeks.
We had 2 weeks. Let's see here. Brian. Oh, hello. Brian is asking, is there any chance they'll target a specific time for testing? Oh, we already asked that one. Thank you for the support there, Brian. Andres, thank you for the support. They say last 24 test scrub because of a hatch leak. We don't know why they have not gotten to this test yet with Ship 24. It seems like with all the overpressures and whatnot, they have tried and not succeeded. But, yeah. James, thank you for the support. They say, are cargo and crew versions of Starship being designed simultaneously? Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Right?
I would like. There's so much of these designs that are just also common on both designs. So you basically, I feel like so far they're not really into the specifics of each design. They're more designing the general system.
I feel like they're probably working on a lot of things behind the scene that we just don't ever see. Whether that's the human landing system, whether that's various other variants, or point-to-point, or what have you. But like you said, what we're looking at right now is sort of the general, like, minimum viable product, and there's so much commonality that once they get this working, those other things will be...
Sheesh.
I know, right?
Yes,
We'll be that
somebody
much
wants
farther along.
attention.
Violence is what I'd describe that as.
Steven, thank you for the support. They're talking about the Starship coasters we were talking about earlier. They said they need a pick of California on one side, other side best coaster. I get it. I like it. Christopher, I'm not biased at all. Christopher, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Chris Jordan, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. We hope you enjoy your perks. And Chris, jump into Discord and say, hey, I give you one-time revocable permission to @ me in Discord while I'm on stream. And thank you for the support there. Daniel, thank you for the support. They say, any info or look at the ground under the orbital launch mount after the static fire? I haven't seen any views. I also haven't really looked very closely. Nick, any insight into how the sort of the ground underneath the orbital launch mount fared after the static fires we've seen so far?
Yeah. Oh. My goodness. They've definitely been working a lot underneath it. We've seen a ton of work vehicles, earth movers, people with pouring concrete, lots of landscaping under and around the bottom of Ship 24 there. It's unclear whether or not that was due to damage from a previous static fire, or they're just getting it ready for this, possible 6 Raptor engine static fire. But yeah, so that's what I've seen.
It's always interesting to see, like, they obviously built these this infrastructure right now not only for this one orbital launch. They are building. The goal is to build this for many, many, many launches. So it's always interesting how much it shows in, like, wear and tear after some tests, because in theory it needs to withstand a lot of. Where's that coming from?
I don't know where that's coming from. It doesn't make any. It's just all frosty underneath.
Yeah, I'm really looking at the cameras right now to see if there's like any indication where that is coming from. But yeah, something's loud. It could also be like some vent that really is hidden. Like there's places where we couldn't see that at all. Also, right now we couldn't see the deluge system. There's a bit of condensation right in front of that.
We should be able to see it on the right side too. It'll be a little bit harder to see, but it all depends on what the wind is doing right at the moment. But I guess really the next thing we're listening for or looking for is the siren, right? We're hoping to hear a siren next.
Yep, I have my ears peeled for a siren right now. We'll see if we can find one.
Excellent. Well, while we wait to hear if... All right, geez, Ship 24, gosh. While we wait for a siren or potential further activity, let's answer some more questions. How about?
Yes, let's do that. And let's be interrupted by Starship every few seconds with the vent. And that vent.
That's the jack vent.
It looks. By the way, that in the lower left looks like a bus station. It looks like a area where you would wait for a bus to me.
The bus is Starship. That's where you wait to load onto the vehicle.
Imagine like people are like in astronaut suits sitting there while the ship is being tagged in the background. They're like, well, the bus is a bit late today.
I can imagine it. Sign me up. I would fly on it. Let's see here. Troy Rubert, thank you so much for becoming a launch director member.
Starship is also excited.
Yeah, Starship also thanks you for becoming a launch director. That's one of our higher levels of membership. We super duper appreciate the support and the vote of confidence in our coverage. You better believe we are going to continue to do the best we can to bring you coverage of all things spaceflight. So thank you so much for becoming a launch director member. Launch directors and flight engineers get their names at the end of every episode of NASA Spaceflight Live. Plus, you get all the other sweet perks like Capcom, it's like the Discord access that you get at Capcom level and above, and all the members emoji, and all the preview videos and photos and behind the scenes stuff. I'm gonna throw some dragons into chat, and as just an example, members emoji, they're fun. We'll be adding more of those as we get more slots to add.
Also, I just want to point out one more indicator that we have not talked about so far, which is, I think we so far refer to it as upstream vent. Because there is a vent. Right now you can see these two vents are kind of going they're going down. Yeah, they're going down. So you're, yeah. And there is one vent. I'm not sure how is that forming and where that exactly is located. But close to T0, there will be an upstream, usually, where there's some sort of pressure going up the vehicle. And
yeah, that's sort of a relatively newish development indicator sort of thing that we've seen, right?
Yes, that's close to the area where we usually in old countdowns would expect Starship being disconnected from the ground equipment. Basically, that's the you're now quick disconnected, it's done, you're now pressuring for flight.
It used to be we would see the engine chill vents pulse, right? When that would be 12 or 15 seconds before ignition. But that no longer happens, but now there's sort of, like you're saying, there's an upward flowing vapor of some kind that's sort of taken its place as an indicator of imminent firing.
Yep.
All right.
And
Starship is mad today.
It's also a cool indicator to see how much they're changing about these vehicles, because yes, these are not obvious changes, but we can see based on these vents changing and countdown flows changing, they are changing things about these vehicles. Because otherwise, these indicators wouldn't change.
Yeah, not just the vehicles, but the ground side equipment as well.
Yes.
Let's see here.
Crazy.
Right? It is. It's not being very helpful right now. Come on, wind. Shift directions. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They say S24's vents replaced Siren. That's hilarious. But then does the 10-minute timer reset every single time? Michael, thank you for the support. The vent blast sounds like it would be a great alarm clock, they say. I mean, it would wake me up with a smile. I am kind of... Thank you, Ship24. I kind of agree. I'm kind of annoyed by all the stock alarm sounds that I have I guess I could play music, but then I worry the music wouldn't wake me up. The vent sound would definitely wake me up, though.
I would lie if I would say that didn't happen before to me, that I just had a Starship stream or something on while going for a nap, and then being woken up by some loud event, a deep press vent, for example. When we...
That's amazing.
Yeah, for example, with cryo tests, when they are holding for hours and we are no longer live, then I usually open SBL and at some point go to sleep, because apparently I need sleep. And at some point the deep press vent is very loud. You're basically sitting vertical in your bed suddenly, because Starship is deciding, now is the time to depress.
I just imagine you like waking up in a cold sweat, like ah.
But then I was happy when I see Starship standing, because back in the day when it was like this early cryo campaign, there was times when I woke up and yeah, Starship was gone. That was the back in the days when the cryo tests tend to fail.
Yeah, that was a simpler time.
Yeah. I remember a friend of mine, Nikara, just texting me in the morning like, hey, Starship just blew up. And I was like, nah, open the stream. Nah.
All right. Well, it sounds like Nick has had to jump off, but thank you to Nick for being on all morning and afternoon so far as we wait for Ship 24 to do some testing. But we might be getting another voice to replace him? Question mark. Is that you, boss? Oh, wait.
Oh, wow.
The boss left.
You cannot call him boss, he will leave.
Oh, man. But yeah, we'll... Oh. Boss, are you there, boss?
That's working now. I plugged in, and all of a sudden I heard nothing. I thought, that's not good. So I replugged in, because they say turn it off and turn it on again, don't they? And that worked.
Nice. I love the IT crowd. Cool. Well, Chris Bergen, NASA Spaceflight Actual, super happy to have you. How are you doing today, Chris?
I'm doing brilliantly.
Do not lie. Do not lie.
I'm basically just lying on stream. Yeah, it's been a strange day for several reasons, but yeah, hopefully Ship 24 will turn some of those frowns upside down.
Indeed, hopefully so. We could be getting into a static fire here pretty soon. A lot of people in chat are lamenting that we haven't heard a siren yet because they wanted it to go at 4:20, which I find hilarious. But yeah,
remember
Chris,
the siren. Sorry, remember just the siren is not a 10-minute accurate indicator. Just as a side note here.
Yeah, it could be anywhere from like 5 to like 15 or something. We've seen quite a variance in times before static fire. I think in part just because it takes time for the word to get to the deputy and for the deputy to execute the order.
Yes.
Well, Chris, have you been sort of following along, or would you like a recap, or what? How do you want to do this, buddy?
Tell you what, if I was being truthful, I have been following along, but I think for the sake of the chat, they might actually really like a recap of where we are, so that'll work.
Cool. Well, to start off with, we did get an overpressure notice delivered, at least Mary did, and then reported on that. So a static fire is in play for today. Earlier in the day, we saw Booster 7 get some propellant loaded into it, and Booster 7 appeared to conduct a spin prime test with a large number of its engines. I think the jury is still out whether that was all 33 or a subset or most of them or some of them or one ring or what. But yeah, Booster 7 conducting a many engine spin prime test earlier today. Then Booster 7 spooled down, and as that happened, we watched Ship 24 start to spool up. And now you're looking at Ship 24. It's got a healthy amount of frost on the liquid oxygen tank as they have loaded a healthy amount of liquid oxygen into the liquid oxygen tank. And engine chill vents came on, recondenser active. So we are sitting here waiting for the next indicator, which would be a siren, if they are indeed going to go straight for a static fire test and not maybe do, say, like a pre-burner or spin prime first. But that is sort of where we're at. The next two indicators, if they are indeed going for a static fire, are, like I said, the siren at T-ish 10 minutes-ish, and the that sort of upwardly flowing vapor vent. I'm not even really know what to call it. That would be just a few moments before ignition, along with the water deluge, which would also be a few moments before ignition. So kind of one longer term indicator with the siren, and then two like it's about to happen right now indicators with that upward flowing vent and that water deluge. Those are sort of the three things we're looking for next. Adrian, did I miss anything?
No, I think you explained it and summarized it perfectly.
In fact, can I just quickly say something to chat? Because I've been watching chat while we've been listening to the commentary. I'll explain something to a few people. All YouTube chat rooms, especially the large ones, like on a channel like ours, have Nightbot. Nightbot is what Google, YouTube install into chats, basically try and keep things on a level. So when Nightbot deletes a comment, don't go shouting at me that I've deleted it. I would not spend all day just reading every single comment and deleting the ones I don't like. It's just the way Nightbot works. So don't get angry with us. It's Nightbot. He's not real. He's not a real person. He is a computer who basically, if he sees a word several times, he thinks it's spam, and he can guess which word he's seen a lot of recently. So you can go from there. It's not us, it's Nightbot. Thank you. Carry on.
I mean, we can control Nightbot, right? The robot uprising hasn't happened yet.
We don't control him from what he said from the moderating side of things. We can control what he says with commands and things like that.
Uh-huh. Well, now Chad is going to revolt against the robot rebellion. We've started Terminator timeline here. Is what it is. Let's see. Wait. Adrian, have you seen Terminator?
Moving on, looking at ship 24. I have nothing to say about ship 24, but no, I have not. I have not seen Terminator. No, I'm sorry.
All right. Well, we'll add it to the list for movie night. But really, like ship 24, they're still loading locks into it, right? It's still climbing.
Yeah, but it's climbing slower. But yeah, it's looking. It's we are not that far. I feel like.
Good,
not that far. It won't be an hour from here on out. But yeah, we'll see. It looks cool.
So
I love.
Hopefully, we get a siren here soon, and we can know what is going to happen next, rather than sort of being left in limbo here. Chat, what was your favorite Terminator of the? I'm gonna say the first three. I'm gonna go with Terminator 2 is my personal favorite, but number 1 is really good too. Adrian,
I would
just
say 2. I would just.
But you don't get a vote. How can you?
But you didn't specify that you only can vote when you watch the movies.
All right, fine. I'm like looking for a shuttle question to tee up for Crispy here.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see. Here's a question from someone named Jack Beyer, is asking. Starship is kind of like a Shuttle 2.0 in a lot of ways. Almost like what Shuttle wanted to be. True or false? I'm going to throw that one to Chris first. Chris, what do you think?
True, but I can understand why people get kind of annoyed by it, because obviously the space shuttle was designed for a particular task, and obviously Starship is more of a non-low Earth orbit vehicle. It is basically for making life multiplanetary. It's for building the city on Mars. It's for the human landing system to the moon, and the shuttle was never going to be that. So I can see the difference between the two. But if you're talking about a capability, a heavy lift capability, a reusable heavy lift capability, and one that was rapidly reusable, which the shuttle was meant to be but never became, then yes, that's where I see the evolution into what was Shuttle 2.0. It's quite kind of ironic, because we were talking with Tory Brewer on Twitter just yesterday about what vehicle he'd bring back if he had the chance, and it'd be Venture Star, and that was a fully rapidly reusable SSTR. But again, that's low Earth orbit, so that's where Starship. If you're looking at a 2.0, it's more like a 2.5, because the capability it brings for deep space exploration is just something that nothing else was on the table for. So it really is a big leap forward if this can all work out well for SpaceX.
Indeed. I will forever be sad about Venture Star. It seemed like such a cool design, and they had a problem with, what was it, the composite liquid oxygen tank? Oh, hold on. Breaking news.
Well, hey.
Nick is
Oh.
reporting that he has heard a siren. Mary is reporting that she's heard a siren. So we are in the 10-minute count. Sometime around 4:29, 4:30 local, we should be getting a static fire attempt with Starship. That is what we want to see and hear. That is excellent.
Which overall
Chat.
fits with what we just talked about 40 minutes ago, right? So we are kind of fitting and talking about 4:30. So
Yep.
yeah, seems like that
Joy.
hold.
BPS Space Joe in chat is saying Venture Star was so goated with the sauce, which I am told the kids is the thing that kids say to mean that it was very good. Agreed. They had some problems with the composite liquid oxygen tank. They were solved basically by the time it was canceled, or solvable, but it was still canceled. And I am sad because it would have been cool. But I digress. No Venture Star talk, only Starship talk. We are less than 10 minutes away from a potential static fire of ship. Unknown how many engines, unknown duration of the firing planned, but we know that they are going for a static fire, given that there was an overpressure notice and given that there was a siren sounded. So here we go, about 9 minutes or so until expected T0. People in chat are pretty mad it's 4:30 and not 4:20. At least you got the siren at 4:20, y'all. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, you got something there. You
Right?
cannot get
Better
everything.
than nothing. Better than nothing. Well, I'm going to kind of stick with the shorter questions here while we anticipate something happening. And of course, I'll shut my mouth, and we all will, when the firing actually happens so we can listen to that sweet sound of Raptor honking. But let's
no
see here.
indicator so far. It's like now again we have indicators that will indicate an imminent firing. So we will know.
Ray, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. And Anders, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Once again, we could not do what we do without the membership program. It is a hugely important way to support what we do. I cannot overstate it enough. Everybody chipping in with the monthly installment and helping us out to be able to better plan things and invest in things, keep the robots fed. So thank you to all of our members. Consider the membership program if you haven't already. And also, if you want to help us out and get something physical in return, you can check out our merch. Just really quickly, we have a whole bunch of merch. We've got a bunch of different designs from SLS to Starbase to mock diamonds to lightning towers. And we've also got metal prints. So if you want a print of a photograph you've seen one of us post online, that is also a possibility. All kinds of cool stuff in the merch store. Check it out. I think that is a quick merch plug that we can do before we get into static fire goodness. So a lot of ways to support what we do. If you like what we do, doesn't even have to even be monetarily. You can just hit the thumbs up, hit the like button, subscribe, so that the next time there's a static fire, you're going to be notified about it. All kinds of different ways to help us out and help us spread all the fun tank watching that we got going on in Texas and around the world these days. So thank you to everybody for everything that you do to help us do what we do. And with that, we are about 7 minutes to go until 4:30. Which I think 4:29, 4:30, somewhere in there is expected T0 based on the siren and every other indicator that we have seen thus far.
Yeah, also means basically, just to recap already what I think here. So the LOX farm spools up early, but we can in future just ignore that and just look at what the recondenser does, because the recondenser was reliable as always. It fired up about 45 minutes before T0, apparently, and yeah, just did what we thought it would do. So that's actually kind of cool knowledge for the future. Okay, whatever the LOX farm does, as long as the recondenser is not puffing, it's all calm and chill.
I mean, of course it's chill. It's cryogenic. It's like the ninth time we've made that joke ever, and at least on this stream. But it's right there. It's low hanging fruit. I can't help it.
Yeah, no fruits here.
There's a big metal one, and it's called Starship.
Sorry, that's not a fruit.
I'm resisting the urge to go off the rails here. Let's see. Dean Harbold, thank you for the support. They say, why did Raptors honk? I don't know if we ever got a firm answer on that. It just seems to be part of the stop process, the shutdown process. David Bell, thank you for the support. Lock S-24 into attack position. That's got to be a reference that I'm not getting. Darn it. Stephen Fairs, thank you for the support. And Jim Cabot, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership.
It's S-foils, Jack. You
Is
lock
what?
the S-foils into attack position on the
What is
X-Wing
that?
fighters.
Okay, thank you. That explains why I don't get the reference.
Okay, goodbye.
No, come back. Wait.
Okay, I'm back. No.
Yay!
I'm gone again.
No! DOS went out for a pack of robot bolts and never came back.
Oh my god.
So yeah, we are around 4 or 5 minutes away from a Starship static fire. We don't know how many engines to expect. The previous spin prime on ship was a 3-engine spin prime, or am I mistaken in forgetting something?
Sorry, can you repeat that question? I was looking at event.
The previous time we saw a spin prime on ship, that was a 3-engine spin prime, if I'm not mistaken.
Now
Agree or disagree?
I'm guessing ish. I'm not sure. Was it 3 or 2? I would at this. I don't think there's a correlation between spin primes and static fires. All the time. I think.
No, I'm just trying to sort of give a recap where the previous spin prime test we saw. Okay, I'm hearing in the back channel it was 6 engines in the back channel. Thank you for that. So yeah, I mean, we saw a 6-engine spin prime previously. We could be seeing a 6-engine static fire on this test, but like Adrian said, there is not necessarily a correlation between the two. I mean, on Booster 7, we just saw a many engine spin prime test. The previous test before that was looked like a 3-engine static fire. So.
Also, chat has done 11,500 verts, and it's 70% for all 6 engines.
All right. Good poll. Good poll. Oh yeah,
I'm
and
staring
it
at the
definitely
ship.
it stands to be mentioned that one of the engines, like we were talking about earlier, one of the Raptor vacs was swapped out for a different Raptor vac. So not all of these engines have been spin primed, but doesn't necessarily mean that they can't static fire them.
So next up should be this upstream vent we have seen before, where there's like a really it's an upstream going up the vehicle. That should be around 2 minutes ish before T0, a bit less maybe.
So
90
very
seconds.
soon.
Yeah, if it's still.
Hearing some kind of venting, but unclear where that's coming from. Keeping an eye open for that upward. I mean, right now, all of the venting coming off of the vehicle is sort of has a downward trajectory because it's cold. Whereas the upward vent that we're hoping to see momentarily here, travels upwards, not downwards. So that is a much different behavior than we're currently seeing, and we're looking for that as an indicator that we're moments away.
Yeah, the venting
Also,
is from boosters. We're okay.
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
people
nice.
are saying the booster is where that sound is coming from. Also keep your eyes on the base of the suborbital launch pad for the water deluge. Is that what you were about to say, Adrian? Sorry.
Yes. No, all good. All good. At least we are thinking it the same here. But yeah, because there's always the chance that these vents change and these indicators change. It's not everything is fixed.
Indeed. All right. Well, could be anywhere in the next minute or so.
You can just see it like in this pulsing, holding, whatever. It's just the vents every few seconds they're emitting a bit of venting and then stopping. They're not even synchronized. You can see right now the left is out and the right was on.
Looking for that upward flow and looking for the water deluge at the base of the mount. 15 seconds to go till 4:30 on the dot. Let's see what happens.
There's always the chance that they have a few more holds in the countdown. We saw that before on for example, hop countdowns. We could observe that there is a very dynamic countdown with this. So kind of expect the unexpected. Deluge.
Here we go. There you have it. Looked like a great static fire from Starship 24. Kind of a long one. A lot of dust kicked up. We'll have to review the footage here and see what we just got in terms of number of engines and whatnot, but that looked like a solid static fire from Ship 24. Beautiful.
I will try to go back here and see if we can somehow identify how many engines there were.
6 engine? 6 second. That was a long fire.
It looked like 6 seconds.
6 engines would make sense given the amount of dust kicked up. All right, well, I think I'm going to have some work to do with a little piece of software called Premiere. So I'm going to jump off and let you all speculate as to what we just witnessed. But hooray, static fire testing with Ship. DOS?
Yes.
Are you able to...
I'm here, Jack, I'm here.
All right, okay, bye. Good luck. I just want to say,
good grief.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
I know that movie.
We'll let this go ahead and happen right now.
Somebody wants attention.
And for those people who go, can we replay it? Well, you can either scroll back a little bit or you can view the tweets of the recording I just made, which I'm going to put in chat.
There you go.
Yeah, it looked like, to me, it looked like there was... The problem is we cannot really see if all 6 go on, I think, because there's already a big plume of, like, dirt on their way to the cameras before that happens. But it looked like the light increases again, and I would say, based on what we can see and how many engines emit like a cloud and how many light increases we see, I would say that looked like more than 3 or 4, but I'm not sure how many more.
Yeah, it's hard to say. There's so much venting around the base whenever it goes. And as soon as it goes, there's so much dust that's kicked up. It's really hard to see the, any details on exactly what happens there. But I will say really quickly, our close-in camera, if y'all saw that, it started to shake like crazy. And then the camera itself actually went offline here. We still have telemetry from the controller, the router out there, and we also have the microphone that's there in close. But that close-in camera that was shaking like crazy actually dropped offline, and we're working to see if we can get that back right now. It may have shook a connector loose or something like that. Also, you can see on the screen right now a couple grass fires. That's not necessarily anything new. We've seen little flare-ups. They cut that down low there, so there's not really a lot of material to actually continue that fire. Those are most likely just grass fires just off the edge of the concrete. But one of them is actually pretty far to the left. Sometimes we'll see it between this camera and Starship, and this time we've got that one camera over there to the left, or that one fire that's over there to the left. Looks a little bit taller than usual, so has it caught a piece of grass that's a little bit taller, or what it is? I'm sure we'll see if we can see on another angle potentially exactly where that's coming from. Michael, I don't know if I'd say it out loud if Michael can hear me. I don't know if we have another camera that can see exactly where that black smoke is. There we go. Thank you. Hard to see from this angle exactly what side of the street that's on. I mean, it really does look like it's close in, but not exactly sure where that is. I'm going to see if I can't bring another camera around that way.
Yeah, and looks like there's some... It's kind of far away from the ship itself, right? So that's a kind of interesting spot where a fire would start.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not really close to the ignition. Oh.
Yeah, that is pretty
really
far over there.
close.
Look at that. Wow.
Like, maybe parts? Like, maybe like some sort of burnable stuff close to the pad that just went flying?
Got thrown in that direction, potentially? Maybe so. I don't know.
Yeah, like some pad insulation or something that just got blown off, and then you have like a burning piece of hardware that is flying into
goes
grass, right?
downrange or something like that. Yeah, look at that.
Wow, that's not... Yeah, that's like several, like 100 meters, right?
It really is. I mean, it's multiple Starship links away if you lay that down. It does look like it's going with the wind there in that direction, so...
Well. Yeah, let's hope there's not enough grass there to really fuel this fire anymore, and at some point it just goes up by itself.
We'll see what happens here. We'll keep an eye on it. In some cases, it has. We've seen grass fires like that before, but we will see exactly where that ends up. There's a lot of salt flats. There's that reflecting pool in the water in that area. It looks like that's outside the fence there, but we will see what goes on over in that area.
Yeah, these sometimes seem really like heavy and dramatic at first, and then really go out fast as well. We have seen that before, right? Where at first it looked like a lot of fire, and then suddenly it just had not that much mass anymore to fuel it.
It depends on the moisture in the grass, how wet it is. Remember, we're just coming off a couple days of rain, so there's more water than normally out there, and it has caught something there. It looks like on the other side of the SpaceX fence, but it doesn't look like if it gets up to the road, it's probably not going to cross the road there. The wind is sort of blowing it back towards Starbase, but that is on the south side of Highway 4. And there's a lot of salt flat, there's a lot of water, and there's some places where that gets really thin there. We'll see where it ends up, but that wind does look like it's going in a direction that is not ideal as it burns up sort of the side of Highway 4.
Yeah, it's... And also the problem here is they cannot just go out there and extinguish this, right? Because this is still a vehicle that is probably fueled, that is not safe completely, an active tank farm. You cannot just go out with a firefighter there and just extinguish this.
Yeah, exactly. But again, this is on the south side of Highway 4 there.
Yeah. Does a lot of black smoke mean it goes out? Or is that good or bad?
Well, no, that means it's got something to burn right now. And we are sort of watching over in that direction. Again, a lot of concrete around the actual test area. This is over in the grass. Past the test area. Is there some black coming from back in there potentially? I don't know, Adrian. What do you think about that? It's
Can we
hard
go
to see.
I will just call out the camera here. Can we go to beach? Because I think you can see something there. It's not only the grass.
Oh, it is. It's inside the test site there.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That's 100% the test area. That's not grass.
It is. That's that black plume in the background that I was looking at there. That is not. That is definitely not just in the grass.
Yeah, that's multiple areas, and they're definitely not related. That's just a totally different area. So looks like maybe more parts went flying.
It must have been. It must have been something ended up catching fire. Did it get caught fire like near the actual rocket exhaust and then pushed somewhere else? It's hard to imagine that something over at that distance would have caught fire at that distance from the booster, but there is definitely thick black smoke happening in the middle of the test area there. That shouldn't be a lot of grass there. That is equipment, that's concrete. Those two pads, pad that's closer to us in this frame, pad that's further away, they're all surrounded by concrete, but exactly what the source of that black smoke is on the backside, that's not looking like it's just grass.
Yeah, it could be like, for example, that almost reminds me of like diesel fires or something like that, where maybe like there's a generator or something there.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
Here on this camera, you can see on the backside, is that a shipping container or a dumpster maybe? They had a couple dumpsters back in there, didn't they? Is this a literal dumpster fire?
Yeah, I think you can see even the bluish, greenish color of the dumpster, right?
Yeah. It looks like that lack of a flame director underneath Starship may have allowed hot debris. I mean, you get a piece of metal hot enough, you throw it into something combustible and it can start a fire, right? So potentially something ricocheted out from under that ship and ended up in a stack of flammables. And if I'm not mistaken, those are two blue dumpsters over there. We've been talking, the dumpster. We've been talking about the dumpster. I don't think that one's the porta potty, Alex. But that may very well be what happened there. Just something hot enough. It didn't even have to be on fire. Remember, it's not like a flaming piece of something had to come out from under the ship. A piece of metal that's just hot enough put into like a pile of paper or a pile of grass or something can literally cause it to combust just through raw heat. And so it may very well be that something ended up, if that is a dumpster, we're sort of looking at that and thinking that that black plume inside the test area looks like it's coming from a dumpster. If that is in fact a dumpster, that could be a literal dumpster fire happening over there on the test pad. And you can see the grass fire as well, that browner smoke. Yeah, exactly.
It's a perfect wordplay right there.
I can see the YouTube videos coming now.
I was going to say, can the thumbnail say literal dumpster fire as the thumbnail text?
If we confirm that actually is coming from a dumpster, I mean, I'm game. Chat, y'all game? Would y'all click on something that said literal dumpster fire at Starbase? I don't know if SpaceX would like that much.
I feel like you can see how the grass fire is right now being pushed by the wind and basically is eating through this line of grass there, but it's not really like completely going out of control big as of now right now. It's more like it's eating out there a bit more grass, but it's not really in like a huge and more expanding fire right now.
Yep, the big visible flames right there, sort of center left, that may be some brush that it got into. That is the trick. Like, even though it's rained the last couple days, you get a fire that's hot enough, and it can still light the green vegetation out there on the beach. So that may be just a spot. It's hard to see that. I'm trying to see if I can look at different angles before I say too terribly much about it. But that may be just an area where it got into some taller brush. Man,
yeah, I think there are brushes there. It's hard. It's always hard to get a perspective here. Like, always try to remember what you're.
It does. I mean, Adrian, I'd have to go back and like A/B test it, but it looks like the fire has proceeded to the west up Highway 4, sort of towards the production site, towards I guess towards the rest of Starbase, right? But again, there's not an awful lot of vegetation on that side. In some areas, it gets really low, it gets really sandy there. This wouldn't be the first time that a fire has spread all the way up the side there. During a previous test, that side of the road caught fire and burned a significant distance back towards the production site.
Stop,
But
alright.
look at that.
Yeah, that's... Okay, that's... Maybe I shouldn't have said that, because that's a bit more fire than now. You can also see like a secondary fire on the right.
Yep.
Didn't they have a firefighter drone?
They did, but I
yeah.
don't think it's safe to approach this class of fire with that drone. This
Right.
fire would suck that drone right out of the sky.
Yeah, and you can
picking
see
up right there.
You can see how they are detanking S-24 right now, because you can see this shock frost ring they get when you have a rapid pressure loss. So they are trying to get this vehicle saved and basically empty, but of course we saw that takes an hour or so.
Yeah, wow. Let me see if I can't get this cam to enhance a little bit. This is a cam that's a little bit higher up on one of the towers. And let me see if I can't zoom in a little bit here. Michael can hear me. Michael, if I don't have good control of this camera, switch away, please. But I'm just going to try and do it live here. Let's see what we got. And we do have Starship in the background, but we got a lot of other cameras on that. Nope, that's all the zoom we've got right there. We don't have a lot more zoom than what we've already showed there, so...
Wow.
I'll keep Starship in frame here, and we'll just sort of... There you go. All right, like that. But that does look like he got into some... I do hope. I mean, I'm looking at all sorts of different sides here. We have like a wider angle from the beach. There's beach. Where's beach 2? Beach 2 still looking up there. Again, y'all, I'm naming cameras as I look at our big multi-view here that shows all the cameras on one screen. We use that when we're producing the live streams here.
I mean, the good, in quotation here, the good news here is that around the tank site, there should only be concrete.
Yeah,
So,
around the test site itself, it's all, there's not vegetation grown up. Like, making sure that you don't have vegetation grown around your test facility, like, it's all concrete there, right? Or it's gravel, or it's sand. You got caliche out there. Even the distance between Highway 4 and the container wall there is all concreted out, right? That dumpster's still going, it looks like.
Yeah, so it cannot be like, I saw some people in the chat worried about the tank farm. It would be very unlikely that this fire approaches the tank farm right now.
Right.
It's more the grass. You can also see it on, I'm sorry to call out camera names here again, but South, I think, shows it really well. You can see the fire is, it's quite far away from the vehicle and the tank farm. There, there's a significant distance, so, yeah.
Again, y'all, we're watching the situation here. You can see that wind that is sort of carrying that grass fire away from the test site, up to the west on Highway 4 there. That is east-west. Sun comes up over there. Yeah, that's going to be sort of going west on Highway 4. And there are some spots there where that little sort of causeway gets really narrow. There's not a lot in that little neck. So what happens out here a lot of the times is they'll just let these sorts of fires burn themselves out because they're contained. They have salt marsh on one side, they have Highway 4 on the other side. A big concern that the fire department would be looking at is, would this fire be in danger of hopping over Highway 4? Highway 4 acts as a natural barrier there. It's very sandy. There's a very low vegetation area where they've cleared it off on either side of the bollard and cable there that denies access to the wildlife refuge. And a lot of times there's no reason to try and go fight a fire like this. If you look at it, you take it like an above view, maybe they have a drone up looking down from a distance, and they say, okay, that's bounded on the east side by the test site. It's all concrete there. It's bounded on the west side by the highway. It's bounded over here by the salt flats. And they are probably just going to keep an eye on this.
What I found strange right now in terms of Starship, because I'm also having a look at Starship 24, I'm not sure if we see the vent stack yet being active, which would be the big indication for them really completely saving this vehicle. But I feel like the vent stack is not yet active, so maybe...
Yeah.
I
guess one of
could
our
also be that they're being careful right now.
Yeah. Because one of our big issues here is there is a significant sort of frontage on Highway 4 here. So if Highway 4 is acting as a fire break to keep that from jumping into the larger refuge area, there is an awful lot of frontage, places where the fire could jump across. And you know how that happens with wildfires, with grass fires, with forest fires. You get something, leaves grass that's on fire, and the wind picks it up and sort of blows it across the road, and it lands in something that can catch on fire on the other side. That looks like a drone up there looking down on the fire, if I'm not mistaken, in the upper right-hand corner, or the camera's dirty. But I'm pretty sure that's a drone.
I think it moves, so that should be a drone, right?
Yeah, is it hovering there and looking at maybe the boundary between the area that's on fire and the actual test area there?
You can also
they can
see
just
tank
activate the
farm
grass
mode.
vent. The grass vent will just put out the fire if it approaches the chain link fence there.
Well, our suspicion is that the grass vent is actually liquid nitrogen, right? So
that would be good at putting out fires.
Yes. And also we see the tank farm right now, and definitely in a saving mode. Like this is a tank farm getting ready to spool down and depressing.
Is that a normal vent there, Adrian? That big downward vent? I don't recall seeing that a lot, but you know the vents a lot better than I do.
I don't recall seeing it a lot so far as well. I have to admit that I have not paid attention to every single vent for the S24 campaign, but if that's... At least I don't remember it from, like, a lot of the previous campaigns. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But that sometimes happens. Sometimes they modify things or new things come up.
All right. So again, folks, if you're just joining us, we saw a multiple engine static fire on ship 24 there. Shortly after the static fire, we had a more dynamic fire. It looks like some of the grass out there at Starbase did catch fire. Also, what seems to be black smoke coming from a dumpster inside the test area, potentially a piece of hot... There we go, on the right-hand side, lower right-hand side. I don't know. Somebody can please correct me if that's not a blue dumpster, but I recall that there were a couple dumpsters back in there, and now I need to go and look through the daily video to see if we took video of a blue dumpster. Sometimes if you watch the dailies and you're like, oh my gosh, why did they film a dumpster for 3 minutes? It's like, well, here you go. You never know when it's going to be important. But that looks like it may have been combustible construction waste over in that area. Maybe if that is a dumpster, again, I am definitely hedging my bets because I don't have a super zoomed camera that says like the name of the dumpster company on the side of it or anything. But potentially a hot piece of debris flew into that area and caught something combustible on fire. And it's more than a ship length away, right?
Yeah.
Over here, you can see from this angle, this is not the dumpster, but this is that fire in the grass area. And
Yet also probably,
winds.
I feel like some of the, like there might be a situation right now where it looks like it becomes bigger, but it's just getting closer to the camera. So...
Yeah, you can see the darker green, like shrubberies in there. There's some lower brush as opposed to just the grass, and some of those things will actually burn a little bit taller. But with those grass fires, the grass fires don't last very long. It sort of sweeps through a grassy area and then goes out. But with the wind blowing it towards fresh grass, the fire is continuing to jump onto more and more new material to combust, grass that's out there, and the grass goes up really big, and then it doesn't last very long.
Yeah.
But again, it is continuing to march away. You can see the direction of the wind here from this wider camera, and you can see that wind is blowing it towards fresh grass, like towards areas. But as you look here, there is a big water area and a big salt flat area between our cameras here and where that is, and our cameras in the majority of the refuge. I guess the biggest concern is the exact wind direction and which way that's going. If we have a strong wind that's blowing towards the north, or sort of, actually really towards the north, you could get that fire jumping across into a larger area of the refuge. And as long as the wind is going mostly west, or we would love like a wind coming to the southwest right now that would keep that down in that area. Of course, no wind or wind going directly south or wind blowing towards the east would be best here because it would turn the fire back onto grass that has already been burned, and it would go out pretty quickly there. But right now, that prevailing direction on the wind is blowing that fire onto new unburned grass, and it's going to keep going and flaring up like we see here.
And Adrian, I've got a question which you may be able to answer is, based on this depress, how long do you think until they'll be in position to either open the road fully or open the road at least for emergency vehicles?
Well, we've seen before that if they really are serious about detanking, about an hour. Like, we had static fire, let me go back. We had 20 minutes ago-ish. So, I think they need some more time. And I think there's also, at some point, there might be a concern that you're like, okay, is this an area right now where they're really confident there is no, like, methane vent or like a methane bubble that suddenly makes this even more dangerous. So yeah, I'm not sure if they just maybe at some point be like, okay, let's just wait this out as long as it's on the contained side.
Yeah, and speaking of the contained side, we've brought up some satellite imagery here showing the area around, and you can see the test site there, right? Over on the right-hand side of the map, that's where that test site is. Starship is actually sort of on the left-hand side of the test area, but you can see how the entire test area is bounded by concrete, right? And that fire is in the grassy area, sort of dead middle in the screen right here. And you can see how Highway 4 forms sort of an east to west boundary. Highway 4, of course, is Boca Chica Boulevard, the road that's going across. And that fire is currently to the south of the road here, it looks like. And this is where the prevailing winds is going to be are going to be very important. Look at how if we have winds that are pushing to the west, a fire started near Ship 24 will spread into all of that vegetation. Of course, this isn't satellite imagery from today, but it shows the general lay of the land. You can see we do have, you see those reflecting shots, right? The awesome shots that Mary and Nick take, and it's the foreground with that really still water, and then the ship and the test site behind them. That's the green right along the road. So along the road, there is an area that has a pretty significant amount of water in it right now that serves as a buffer. There we go. That's exactly where that is. That's that reflecting pool where you get those awesome sunrise shots that Mary and Nick take. And so there is a good buffer there between Highway 4, but you can see all the grassy area sort of extending to the south and southwest away from the pad. But look down as well. Like if we scroll this map to the down to the southwest a little bit, you can see that we also hit the salt flats there, just south of the test area at Pad B. That is a big salt flat area. So difficult to jump into that salt flat there as well, missing the grassy vegetation that the fire is consuming. But we do have this big swath, and look how far this grassy area goes. It's backed off of Highway 4. You got the clear area most of the way along Highway 4 there. That's not all water, but that comes all the way back in that big swath, bounded on the south by the salt flats. Water in there usually. And then I say salt flats, I mean it's marshes. I know what the proper terminology is, but that right there, that's the potential path that the fire could take. And as long as they don't get this north wind that makes it hop north of Highway 4 into that larger area, right? If it keeps coming back towards the base, look at the choke point they have right there at Highway 4 at the Y. Even if that entire grassy area sets on fire, it's highly unlikely that this gets into the village, gets into the production site, because they can cut it off there at the pass where it comes to that choke point. And then they can probably access in a little bit there. You see how the grass is right along the road past the Y? They could most likely pass the checkpoint. The checkpoint is right there at the Y where the road turns into the village. And if they needed to get a big brush truck with some firefighting equipment or a grass watering truck or something like that, here we go. If they need to get something in there and protect that area where the vegetation is thick right across Highway 4, cough, cough, you can also see a gravel area that has our cameras in it. They could probably access that without approaching the pad very closely and just choke that off there. So I'm not a firefighter, but I imagine what's going on here. They're always watching the winds when they get in situations like this. They're watching the available fuel to the fire, that fast-burning but not very long-lived grass, right? And if the wind continues to march that towards the production site and it's able to keep going, they may just let this burn all the way through that area, knowing that they have sort of a defensive point there that they could keep it from getting into the village and the rest of the areas. I think the biggest concern is, does the wind change, and does it hop north of Highway 4, or does it somehow get into the larger refuge area south of the test site? But there's an awfully big salt flat down there. I'm like monopolizing the conversation here, y'all, but I've done a lot of looking at the topography of Starbase in relative to our cameras and satellite views and stuff like that. So spent a lot of time out there looking around, and I have a feeling that's what's going on. You can see it continues to march over to the left a little bit, but just keep in mind these compressed camera views are very much, you don't know exactly, can it get to all that grass? I mean, look at the big salt area, the marsh area, the sandy area between the grass at the camera here and where that is. They have to be watching this right now, and mostly watching the winds.
Yeah, and the winds is right now, at least to some weather stations in the area, they are coming from northeast and going to southwest. So that would be good, because that's right now the direction that would push it closer to the water and not closer to Highway 4.
Yep. Absolutely. And it's not a very strong wind right now either. It's coming in. We've got a weather station. It's not an official weather report, but we're not getting like 20-mile-an-hour gusts or something like that right now. We're seeing gusts around 10, and the sustained wind at our site there just across Highway 4 is kicking around 6 miles per hour right now. So we're not looking at a super windy day out there with 20-mile-an-hour gusts that could really take a fire like this and spread it very quickly and make it more likely to hop across natural barriers like roads or salt flats or whatever. So again, folks, this is not the first time this has happened. This exact fire area has burned before. Back in the Starhopper days, a test around Starhopper actually lit this same area on fire, and it burned almost all the way back to where the checkpoint is, where the Y is. Here we can see we were seeing that higher fire, the larger fire over on the left-hand side. You can see that's sort of calmed down quite a bit, and it's looking smaller, and it also looks like it's running out of larger things to hit. It looks like it's lower grass over there, but you never know. I mean, a burning twig that gets caught by the wind and the heat rises and picks it up and carries it somewhere else. You got to watch for those embers and those other ignition sources to spread over the natural barriers that we've been talking about. And they do. They have fire assets out there. And of course, Cameron County, Brownsville, they have fire assets as well, brush trucks and that sort of stuff. But I think that there's probably a conversation that's already happened where they look at the status of the vehicle, which just did a static fire, right? Still potentially loaded with some amount of methane, maybe difficult or dangerous for humans to actually go into that area. And you have to balance what the status of the vehicle and the status of the keep out zone is versus, is this fire contained? Is it blocked by natural boundaries? Or do we need to go in there with a truck and try to spray some water on it to keep it from doing whatever, right?
Yeah, I feel like at this point, if there was like a significant danger of this becoming like a huge spreading wildfire, they could at least access some parts of Highway 4 probably. But
yeah, especially as it continues to approach the checkpoint and approach the Y. As it approaches the checkpoint, it gets further away from the vehicle and further away from the danger zone with the methane in the vehicle and tank farm and stuff. So I imagine that they have their eye in the sky and they are watching what's going on here. And the dumpster fire is a completely different thing. but the grass fire that's happening there. Go ahead.
The dumpster fire looks it looks spectacular and it produces like a lot of smoke. But the good thing is it is contained in a container, right? So
right.
It will burn probably and destroy the container, and you will have like a burned area there. But there's no real danger from that as well right now.
Yeah,
unless
and it's, what else is in there, right? Is this some cardboard that's burning, and then it got hot enough to catch some plastic and stuff like that? Like, what exactly was in that dumpster or that container there?
Yeah. I mean, if there are exploding tanks in there, that would be bad, but let's hope that's not the case.
Yep. Again, folks, if you're just joining us, if you're wondering what's going on here, the plumes of black smoke that you see coming from the test area and the grass around suborbital pad B here, Starship Ship 24 or Starship Ship 24. What's the right way to say that, Adrian? Ship 24?
Sorry, what? Yeah,
Starship
Ship 24.
Ship 24? Ship 24. Okay.
It's Ship 24.
Ship 24. Ship 24 did a static fire with multiple engines, and shortly after that static fire, it looks like there was ignition of some grass in the area and some construction waste or something like that in a dumpster. So we're tracking sort of two different fires here. That black fire on the extreme right-hand side of your screen, that seems to be contained in what looks like a blue dumpster at the test site on concrete, very contained over there. And then the left side, the center and left, that browner smoke you see, that is actually grass and some small brush outside the SpaceX area. And you can see that the light winds, look at how much the smoke is going up and how it's not going straight sideways, right? The winds are not very strong right now. And it looks like they may even be calming down because some of that smoke looks like it's going almost straight up now. But for sure, SpaceX, Brownsville Fire Department are watching this situation. It is currently bounded by what could serve as natural fire breaks. The Highway 4 road to the north, the area that has water, sort of the salt flat area to the south. And the question is, does this get big enough to try and jump one of those natural areas? Does it burn itself out? Does the wind change and keep it more contained just because it's not being spread by the wind? But that's the situation out there at Starbase right now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's always the situation if you test with fire close to grass, there's always a chance that something like this can happen. Like, as long as you test in an area where not everything is concrete, you have the chance to ignite something. And so there's always, as long as it's contained, that's at least the good side of this. It would be way worse if this would be an uncontained wildfire that would just spread out into every area of the wildlife here, because that would have been not great.
Again, folks, I saw somebody asking about our close-in camera. It does look like the static fire maybe knocked a connection loose on the close-in camera. We still have telemetry from the uplink there at that position, and we're still getting audio from that position, but we are not getting a signal from that close-in camera. So that camera is actually on the other side of the reflecting pool. I am personally not too worried about that spot where our camera is placed, and we are just, it looks like the static fire shook a connection loose on that camera. We are not getting a video signal from the camera there.
I would just add in chat, people asking for replays. Actually, Jack is working on a video right now, which will include a full replay, which you'll be able to watch, and I'll pin it into chat as soon as we see it.
Yep, absolutely. Jack hopped off commentary as soon as it happened so that he could get those replay cuts in slow motion and all the sorts of things.
Bye. I'm not here. Bye.
Oh, Jack's not here. Okay, bye, Jack.
It's almost done.
Okay, cool. We'll stand by for your replay video here, Jack. Then we'll link it to everybody in chat so everybody can do their own replays. But as this situation is continuing to develop, we are keeping an eye on the grass fire that was seemingly started by the Ship 24 static fire here just a short while ago.
Also, another side of the when can they return to pad is also the booster. Because even if they save the ship fast, look at the state of the booster right now. That does not look like... Yeah, it does not look like that's a safe situation right now, maybe. So
well, what would normally be coming out of there, Adrian? Like, it's very low to the ground, but what is that coming out of those vents?
That's probably, like, I would assume it's either nitrogen or LOX. That's the two like, I would assume by the length of it going, I would almost assume nitrogen, because I cannot imagine them using that much LOX of their tanks to vent it out. But that's just my assumption, because it goes sometimes for like an hour, and that would be weird since they need that LOX for their infrastructure, right?
Right, makes sense. You almost wonder. This is here. Put on your rampant speculation hat.
Oh.
You almost wonder if venting from the orbital launch mount like that, if you were to vent something like liquid nitrogen, right? Could you use that to help keep the fire from going in that direction. And it really, from this angle, it doesn't look like that would be going in the right direction, right? But could you put out a grass fire by venting a copious amount of liquid nitrogen out of the OLM like that if the wind was in your favor and it took that big plume over the area that has the fire? Clearly not the case that's happening here. You can see that's actually going out into those salt flat area. I call them salt flats. I mean, they're big areas. They're flat and they're salty. I haven't licked them, but they're at the beach. So there you can sort of see exactly where that plume is going. But that was the rampant speculation hat there. Could you use that as fire suppression? I mean, look at how it blankets the ground over there, right?
I don't know if you could use that, but oxygen deprivation is definitely a viable firefighting method. Just think of like on a battleship or something, what they displace the oxygen with halon or what have you. Like, totally a thing. I don't know if you can do that with nitrogen at the launch site, but anyways, bye.
Hi, Jack. Go at it.
Also, that kind of makes me confident that that is not logs. Because I feel like they wouldn't dump ridiculously high amount of logs right now.
Right. Not a great idea to increase the oxygen level in the environment around an area where there's a fire burning. We saw that before where we had, what was that, welding equipment or some of the tools over there popping off, right?
How to make the small fire into a big fire.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
By the way, while watching this, should we just read out some super chats and make sure we're all caught up on notes? Because we do like to read out every single one if we possibly can. Quickly, thanks to Stephen Fairs. With a song, if you can vent if you want to. I know that song myself. I'll put it in the chat. I won't read it all out. You have me singing. We'll copyright strike the channel, won't we? David Bell, lock S24 into attack position. I believe that was before. Dean Halbold asks, why do raptors honk? Adrian?
Good question. I think we never got an answer what exactly is. It sounds like a part coming to an abrupt stop. That's at least to my very limited insight into this. Also, just to point that out, you can see wildlife fire departments here getting ready to enter the pad systems again.
The big fire truck there in the back, and you got one of those brush trucks in the front, the off-road vehicle that's designed to see right there. They just uncovered it with the sheriff's vehicle moving, but they do have a brush truck there that's literally designed to fight fires in areas like this. But I imagine they're at standoff range right now watching what the drone is. If one of those people in that huddle doesn't have a drone screen up, I would be very surprised right now. But they're probably watching that, watching the wind, and seeing what the best move is here. Is it contained? Do they need to go in? Right now, it looks like they're in a pretty good position with those natural boundaries, Highway 4 and the salt low grass area, the flat sandy areas, keeping that fire sort of bounded. I'm not going to say contained yet because it could spread within the boundaries, but the boundaries are understood. So, Chris, let's grab a couple more super chats. We're here. We were just clicking in on the roadblock to talk about the fire trucks real quick.
Absolutely, yeah. Jim Cavett, who's done many gift memberships in the stream. I've just noticed that. It's been mentioned before, but I'll mention again because there's one which was outstanding, which was not mentioned. So thank you, Jim. Also, thank you to Elizabeth for your support. Very much appreciated. Keith Carson gifted 5 Red Team memberships. So if you get a gifted membership from one of our donators in that style, please thank them in chat because it's always appreciated on both sides, not just our side, but also the people receiving the gifts. Jimmy Jay, Chris, my thoughts with you of this situation we've had in the UK. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you very much. Firewolf, come on, ship. Give us a 6-engine hot salute. That was before the static fire, you can probably tell.
Yes.
Yeah. Big Texas, thank you for your support. Kezak, who's a regular on our Discord with a big £10 support. Thank you, Kezak. Very much appreciated. Musical Wolves asking how many tiles. I presume that was how many tiles will fall off. I didn't notice any tiles fall off. I mean, again, it was quite a big static fire, so obviously it was hard to tell. But from what I could see, and hopefully in Jack's video we'll get to see more. We didn't see any tiles fall off from recent static fires, have we, Adrian?
There are tiles fall off. You can see it right now, barely, but you can see when the camera moves a bit, there's some light changes around the bottom area of the ship, and that is tiles that are no longer there.
All right. The caveat being that you will expect tiles to fall off more during a static fire test and probably just doing liftoff because it's held down, it's bolted down to the launch mount, and it induces more vibrations through the vehicle. So that is not necessarily a terrible thing. I would say that it's certainly less TPS liberation than we've seen previously with some earlier tests, so that's pretty good. But Doug, thank you for your support too. Anon, we can't even give your name out, but thank you. He was asking about tiles as well. Jim Cavett, again, this thing's ready to go. This is before the static fire happened. John Cobb, camera fund just in case. That was a premonition, wasn't it? Cal Nelson. By the way, all cams are okay. Let's just make sure that goes through. There we go. It's caught up. Carry on. Did I hear a wait?
Oh, no, I said currently. You said all our cams are okay, and I said currently.
Oh, God.
Sorry.
We should really call it danger again.
Yeah. Cal Nelson, again, thank you for your support. What would the fire probabilities be with the 33 engines? Now, if you're looking forward to the 33 engine test with Booster 7, I think that's still a while away, but obviously with the Spin Prime test, that looked like a lot of engines were involved. I still think there's an intermediary step where they'll do a say 7 engine or more test with Booster 7 and then ramp up towards 33. I don't think it'd be maybe 1 or 2 static fires time, but I think that's the way they're aiming for. So it's still a while away from that just yet, but obviously on the right path. Cosmic Mustache, brilliant username. Now is the time for Texas Dumper Fire Watcher merch. Mark. Oh dear. Rooster FPV, they had to catch dumpster, so SLS had some representation on your stream. How rude. Poor SLS. Luckily, that seems to be looking more positive because you're going to do the replacement work at the pad and then do a WDR and hopefully be in a position to launch by the 23rd, which is a lot more optimistic than the previous time where they were looking at rolling back and maybe launching in the mid-October range. So that's looking a bit more positive with the SLS side of things.
It's not positive. That conflicts with Delta Heavy. That's not positive at all. Stop it.
Oh, dear. Does it really? Well, the good news, Jack, is the chances of them sticking to the 23rd is slim anyway, because they've got a lot to go before they can get to the position where they say they're okay, ready to launch now. And also, I would also caution people, there's still a long way to go with the SLS countdown. Those last 10 minutes of the countdown are very much involved, where you could easily have an abort. And of course, the worst thing is if they abort during engine ignition, that's a rollback. There's no two questions about it. They said they will roll back if they fire up an abort to replace the engines. So there's a long way to go before this thing launches.
I mean, also, I love Delta for Heavy, as some people may have noticed. But let's be real, what's the chance Delta for Heavy launches in the first attempt?
Ease.
It has the tendency to be a bit scrubby.
And Mark is already working on dumpster merch.
Oh no!
Yes, he is.
Oh yes.
we should have like Starship on one side and then put like the fire coming out and say static fire, like label Starship static fire, and then have the dumpster next to it and have like smoke coming out of the dumpster and be like dynamic fire or something like that. I mean, I would rather wait until the fire was fully out before having like a dumpster fire t-shirt or anything like that.
Oh, dear. And you can tell these super chats are the recent ones because we're going to run through these. Here we go.
Yeah.
Ahmed, please make a thumbnail for today's daily S24. Photoshopped over. This is fine. Dog in a room with Fire Mimi.
Oh,
which I think is copyrighted, so we couldn't do that anyway. Jay Mersh, amazing content as always. Missed Static Fire, but thankful for Rewind. Appreciate the work you all put into the streams. Watching from KY, which I think is Kentucky, is it? But very much appreciate your support there. Thank you very much. And of course, as we mentioned, Jack is eagerly working through another video, because if you look at the pinned comment, there's a quick Bandicam version of the replay. But Jack luckily has something a little bit more advanced than Bandicam, and we're doing a professional video for you all to watch in the very short future. Shane Harris, leftover SLS tech was in the dumpster, I think. Poor SLS. JWAR, this is hot stuff. Jody W, don't panic, counter tiles. Good Gremlin Media, only you can prevent wildfires even. Edward McCrae, thank you for coming. Red Team member, very much appreciate support. Red Team member content is going in all the time. I know, because I'm putting it in myself. There's a surprise in there right now if you look in Red Team membership of something that's coming up in the very near-term future. Extra content. Lensman, static fire causes mobile fire. What a dumpster fire. Thank you for your support. Everyone's getting their jokes in about this now. No. Gary Hislop, if the fire stops spreading, could it be called a static fire? We're getting some fire jokes here, I tell you.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And they're not getting better.
D-Man Fremont Tom, that's a long name. Maybe Elon should invest in a couple of remote operated fire trucks with water and foam. Well, thank you for support, first of all. That's the last final super chat question. Put my teeth
There
back
you
in.
go.
Yeah, but I would probably ask that as a question for everybody. What kind of fire suppression do they have at the pad that we've seen? We've seen the hose they use on the landing pad. We've seen that in action. I wonder what else we've seen in maybe the videos we've got from Nick and Mary, or photographs, or anything else, the aerial photographs from RGV of any kind of firefighting equipment in the area.
Yeah, we just saw the water deluge, of course, with the pad that also produces a lot of water next to the pad. But
we have automated fire hoses.
Yeah, like these like steerable fire hoses that they can turn around at the pad, right? And but I think besides that, I don't recall any big fire extinguishing equipment. That's basically what they have to fight fire.
I don't know, like, I guess the important point there is that fire extinguishing equipment is around the pad, like in the concrete areas. It doesn't extend over into the grass area. So it's not like you could point a fire hose off in this direction and fire like a quarter-mile spray of water over here to try and put this out in the grass.
And it obviously doesn't cover every part of the pad area as well, because we just saw this dumpster fire just burning out.
Right. And the black smoke from the dumpster does look like it's spooled down. I mean, decreased significantly here. So we're not getting that big black plume of smoke. It's still going, but it's not as big as it was. Like, who knows what was in there or how much was in there. And again, from this perspective, even if you just lean the Starship over, those dumpsters were more than a Starship height away, right? So it's not like the dumpsters were underneath the Raptors or anything like that. They were some distance away, but apparently the tops were open, and somehow something was able to act as an ignition source and light whatever was in those dumpsters.
I've seen a couple of people in chat mention this, and Steve Chewy also mentions it as well, that a remote-controlled cyber fire truck would be awesome.
Oh, jeez.
People were mentioning Tesla self-driving fire trucks. Thinking, it's hilarious, but also Elon's probably thinking, you know what? That's not a terrible idea.
Well, first he'd have to get an actual Cybertruck shipped, Chris, before we can make
yes, indeed.
fire Cybertrucks with self-driving. We just need to get a regular Cybertruck out there.
I must admit, when I first saw the Cybertruck, I was like, "What is this?" And now it's the only thing I want. It's amazing how it's grown. Yeah, I know.
I think it's illegal to drive that in the UK, isn't it? Like, I don't think you can drive that sort of vehicle around.
It wouldn't work here in Germany as well. Our roads are too small.
Oh, right. I just love it. I think it looks great now.
Yeah, again, folks, you can see a dynamic fire that is on the ground, not under the ship. Almost an hour ago now, we saw a static fire from Ship 24. Unclear exactly how many engines fire, but it was a lot. And the duration of that seems to have kicked up some hot debris that caused fires in other areas. But like we mentioned earlier, the fires that we see right now seem to be bounded by natural fire breaks. Highway 4 on one side. We've got some low sandy areas, the salt flat areas on the others. There is still a significant amount of grass in there, but watching the direction of the winds, watching the speed of the winds, we haven't seen, you can see the picture-in-picture, we haven't seen those fire vehicles go rushing in to put it out or anything. Like I said, a lot of times when this happens out in the flat grassy area, they look at the map and they say, okay, that's bounded. There's no reason for us to go rushing in there. We're going to watch that because we don't need to try and go put that out. It will burn itself out naturally.
President. Wait, no.
Oh.
Wait. No, sorry.
No, okay.
This is the most stupidest way to call it out, because I had my stream on the left side delayed. And it was the Ship 20 static fire that I had to compare something. And I saw Deep Percent, was like, oh yeah, Deep Percent. And I was like, no, wait, that's the wrong ship. Always
Yeah,
label
and
your
again,
streams.
I see some people asking, like, the fire trucks can't get there, right? There are specific fire trucks, brush trucks, big off-road trucks. That's the truck that you see sort of there in front of the typical fire truck behind it there. And that brush truck is definitely designed to drive off-road, drive through this sort of terrain, the big off-road tires to deal with situations exactly like this when they need to be dealt with. And right now they're holding back there behind the roadblock still. You can see the normal fire truck even further back, but that brush truck in the front could access any of those parts that they needed to do. So again, y'all, they're watching the situation. Clearly, anytime you get a fire like this, it's something to watch, but we're not in a situation where strong winds are going to blow this into a neighborhood where a bunch of people live, right? We're not in a situation where this threatens other bits of infrastructure. Like we talked about, the fire is bounded. Definitely doesn't downplay it. It doesn't mean that it's something, oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. There should be some steps taken here to make sure that fires like this don't happen. Maybe they need to expand the devegetated area, put down gravel or caliche, or extend the concrete. Maybe they need some sort of deflectors that keep, I don't know, energy from reaching the dry areas. Maybe they just need to mow the grass more in areas around the pad, sort of like the lowest bar you could try to jump over there. But I'm sure that there will be discussions on how they mitigate this going forward. Right now, nature's mitigating it because it's going to be really hard to set a fire in the same area because the fuel is burning out that grass there. There's only so much grass. All right, and we're still working on these replays, y'all. We're going to have the replay video up shortly so that y'all can run replays on your own. Yeah, exactly. We're actually looking at the video for release right now, just making sure that it's time to go. Devegetated. I assume devegetated is a word. You know what I meant, right? Like devegetated, like unvegetated.
How to say not wildfire? Well, we've devegetated it.
It really does look like that smoke is going up. Mostly. Let me check our little weather station we have there just up the highway and refresh what our little anemometer is catching the winds at right now.
Can the winds continue. Wind direction?
Yeah. If Nick installed it correctly.
Oh.
The little compass in the thing, I'm pretty sure that it's installed correctly, but I wouldn't trust the direction as much as I would trust the speed.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
Got it. Got it.
And there is that, look over to the right-hand side there, there's that one little gray area that's sort of further away than everything else. And it's hard from this perspective to say what side of the road that's on, right? But I imagine that we're still on the far side of Highway 4. It doesn't look like anything's on the near side of Highway 4 here. Or I guess I should say the north side of Highway 4 is relative to the camera far and near, but it's north and south.
Yeah. It looks like, it looked like from the beginning that there were like two fire areas always. Like there was one bigger one that was closer to the pad, and there was one that was a bit further down and a bit more west. Yeah, west, I think.
Yep.
So yeah, looks like there were multiple areas.
I'm looking right now. Is that black fire? Is that still coming back from the dumpsters, or is that coming from the grass right now?
That should be grass. The dumpsters are not in that area. The dumpsters
are further to the right. We've got that south view. I'm sure we'll switch to the south view here real quick and see.
Yeah, it's not the dumpster.
Yeah, there you can see a little bit going from the dumpster, very bottom right. And then that's the wider view, just showing sort of the spread. The ship is just off to the right of the frame here. And we may just be looking through a lot of smoke in a line, which makes it look darker like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's like another. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, there you can see the status of the ship. It was off frame to the right. And hopefully I didn't say left. I meant to say off screen to the right there.
Yeah, the tank farm continues to spool down here. as well. So we are almost approaching an hour here since the static fire. So I would imagine that they are getting close to have this area saved. At least that would be my expectation at this point.
Like a battle of wills between the fire truck and the sheriff, isn't it? It's like
they're like staring off.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you can see the fire has sort of spread away from the pad. The smoke you see back there from the very right-hand side is the dumpster fire. Yes, like a literal dumpster fire.
Sometimes reality is funnier than comedy. But yeah, I think
really.
On some
Adrian, I really think the reason this looks so thick here is because we're looking down the line, and when we see that side shot and we see the long line of fires, it's sort of a really skinny long line, and when we look at it this way, we're looking through a lot of smoke towards the orbital tank farm. It's not one part that's really thick, it's a long line that's pretty thin that just adds up as you look through it.
I was about to say the exact same.
Yeah, there you go. Michael's on point. Michael's got the right-hand side shows the side view, the long, skinny string of fires, and then the other one is sort of looking straight down that, so it makes it look thicker than it actually is in any one spot. Again, anytime there's a fire, it's something that you want to keep track of. They are out there. There's no houses right nearby. It's not like it's approaching the side of a neighborhood right now. And we talked earlier about that natural choke point there between the salt flats, tidal flats, whichever way you want to call it, and the Boca Chica village. Right there where that checkpoint is a very skinny little point of land that is a natural choke point, and they've already got fire trucks there. And a grass watering truck, I think. They have one of those dust suppression style trucks that just carries a bunch of non-potable water or whatever, like water you can't drink, and they use that to water lawns and stuff on occasion, I know, and you could certainly go out there and have access to more water. Adrian, did you say just a minute ago, like, what's the normal time that it takes them to safe the site and allow humans to approach the vehicle after a nominal static fire? Did you say it was like an hour, hour and a half, or do we have a spreadsheet?
An hour isn't good in estimation. It always depends a bit on the flow after that. Sometimes they hold a bit. So I don't think we have seen the final depress vent yet. So that's still like on the list. But
Gotcha.
An hour is a good estimation. But I would add to this that, of course, this doesn't seem like a normal flow, I would say. I think this grass vent maybe might have changed the precaution they do with some of the steps. Because I would imagine they first look at, okay, what is burning before they are starting to depress everything.
Yep. And folks, this just in, we do have the replay video ready to go. We are going to link the video here in chat for you so that you can check it out. I'm going to put it right here, and y'all can go and have a look at the replay. Just 1 second. I should have actually been prepared to hit go.
I've got it if you want.
Oh yeah, go for it. Yeah, I mean, it's terrible, Chris. I'm adding an emoji before I hit send.
It's the one thing I'm used to. So it's the one thing I'm useful for. I've got no idea about grass fires or such grass fires where we've had the recent one. Oh, there you go. There's your chat going crazy. In fact, I'm going to pin yours.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
I went to find a little emoji to put in with an arrow so it would stick out a little bit more. But there, y'all, we're watching the grass fires. But if y'all want to actually do your own replay, you can click on that video and watch right now. Do it in slow motion. Pause it, whatever you want to do. Check out the video that Jack hopped off and edited really quickly. Jack, how you doing? Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay. I saw you were unmuted, so I thought that you might respond if I said, Jack, how you doing?
I did not know I was unmuted. I'm glad I didn't make any noise. Oh my god. How did I become unmuted? That's terrifying.
Magic.
I didn't do it.
I was muted, right? And then I became unmuted? This is terrifying. I gotta go.
I don't know. Okay.
I gotta go.
Okay.
If you need me, I'll be here though. Bye.
All right, cool. Thanks, Jack. Bye. Thanks for
I'm
doing the
slightly
video
dis-
so fast as well.
He's gone. I was slightly disappointed we didn't hear some frying noises in the background. Like, there's Jack with his bacon.
There's Jack with his bacon. He's just like, finally, some oven bacon.
You wouldn't,
Yeah,
you
big
wouldn't hear the
like-
frying sounds because the frying occurs inside the oven, which muffles the noise.
Inside
jeez.
Oh, here we get cooking tips. Here we go.
Can we put a mic in there?
A mic in
Sorry.
the mic?
It's in the oven.
It's not mic isn't open. Sorry.
Yeah. Again, folks, we're continuing to monitor the situation out at Starbase. You can see the grass fire continues to burn. It doesn't look like we're seeing the large flames that we saw earlier. And the wind has actually died down a little bit. It looks like we've got a drop of a mile per hour or two, just a little bit in the gusts that are happening out there. But it was not, luckily, one of those 20-mile-an-hour wind days where the wind just blowing in off the beach. It makes it uncomfortable to just stand outside. And it is definitely not a day that you'd want to have a fire out there. We were lucky with the light winds here today. And that fire continues to smolder. Always hot spots, but they are watching it, and they have not, I guess, felt the need to send in the fire trucks yet.
Yeah. They're still patiently waiting at the roadblock. I feel like that's the next thing that really would calm the situation even more. Them kind of soft opening this roadblock, letting the fighters in, and just that would probably be the final calming of this situation right now, once that happens. Because I feel like at some point they will do that. They will open it, and they will check out the situation. Something is depressing somewhere.
Yeah, and they do. They have a small water suppression system, don't they, Adrian? Like underneath the pad, we say deluge, and you can see the water spraying under the pad there at suborbital pad B.
And it always, like, even that, like, we say small, but it probably is a significant water stream because we can see it below the ship on camera.
Yeah.
So it's probably not even that small, but it only protects the immediate, like the very close pad area with water. And after that, it doesn't protect the grass.
Yeah. And again, y'all, what exactly happened? Was it like a piece of something like FOD that was underneath the pad that got lit on fire and then pushed away by the force of the static fire and just landed in the dumpster? You can't even make this up. Landed in the dumpster and landed in the grass. Again, you don't have to have like a piece of flaming something fly somewhere. If you get a piece of metal hot enough and you touch it to something that's combustible like grass or cardboard in the dumpster or whatever it is, right? You can start a fire if you have a piece of metal that's just been heated up hot enough. But it does look like it is sort of burning itself out there. And again, good news on the light winds, that's for sure.
And we're covering this thanks to your support, by the way. We like to stress it because it's true. If it wasn't for your support, we would not be doing this. And that's why we can do this. So those people who are supporting us, quick thank you to Colin Bailey. He's become a launch director member. Many, many perks on that level, including the Discord and including a mention at the end of NSF Live. That's great support. Very much appreciated. Stephen Dickinson asks, think dumpster grass affects FAA environmental? Do we think this is any impact to the environmental studies that's been conducted already? I'll throw that one to Daz first.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. Clearly, there needs to be a mitigation plan, but this isn't the first time that this specific piece of grass has burned, right? Back in the hopper days, this swath of grass burned during a hopper test, and so clearly there's been a lot of topographical changes out there at Starbase. New areas that have been cleared out, new concrete that's been put in. The suborbital pad and the orbital pad have expanded. Back then, the orbital pad didn't even exist. So will there be discussions on how to make sure things like this don't happen on a regular basis? Absolutely. But they're not rocket science solutions. They're things like expanding the concrete area another 20 meters, or installing deflectors so that debris can't fly in this direction, or whatever it is. It's not, oh my gosh, you need to completely redesign Starship because this happened. It's you need to mow the grass, or you need to clear the area better at an even wider angle, or you need to put in some sort of thrust direction system so that it goes in one specific area or whatever, right? That makes sense, Chris?
It does, yes.
Yeah.
Quick thank you to Paul Purse, become a Padret member, and also William Hart, who's gifted 5 Red Team memberships. So again, as I always say, if you've been gifted a membership, please thank the person in question, in this case, William Hart. Please thank him for getting you a month's membership, which is very much appreciated. This is an interesting question because I don't know what the rules are in the States compared to the UK, but Andrew Card asks, does anyone at NSF monitor any of the radio frequencies at SpaceX, local PD, fire and EMS? If that was over here, that wouldn't be very legal. I don't know what the situation is in the States.
It's legal to monitor open frequencies with the right types of radios, but then it's on the operator to not use non-encrypted frequencies if you don't want people to hear what you're saying. You're using public airwaves to transmit what you're saying, and if anybody with the right receiver can listen in, oh, that's on you, right? And we have listened in to some things like crane ops and stuff like that long ago, but after that, they sort of moved to frequencies that were encrypted or protected or keyed or whatever, so that Joe Blow walking down the highway with the right type of radio doesn't listen in on crane operations. Now, police scanners and stuff like that, of course you can monitor police and fire scanners and stuff like that. I don't listen to the Brownsville police scanner on a regular basis or anything like that, because Brownsville is a big place, right? And Starbase is away from Brownsville, but you could monitor that. It's just 99.9% of the time there's no real reason to.
I can imagine most of the chat will be, okay, Bob, it's your turn on Roadblock today. Off you go, down to Highway 4, please. Thank you very much. But I'll tell you what I want to do. We've got a few people who've come in late. First of all, we've got the replay video pinned at the top of chat. So if you want to watch what happened with the static fire test, Jacker's fast turnaround as he always does. A wonderful video which will show you everything that happened with that in wonderful video replay quality. But also, it wasn't just Ship 24 that static fired today. It was also a spin prime test with Boost 7. Boost 7 is on the right of this view, as you're seeing right now. It's where the launch tower is. And that has conducted a multi-engine spin prime test. And that is all part of its path towards eventual test launch. Let's face it, is the orbital test launch. It's still Boost 7 and Ship 24. The potential right now, actually, is that Ship 24 has actually completed its static fire campaign. That'll depend on the data. You'll notice sometimes when SpaceX static fire their Falcon 9s, they don't immediately tweet, okay, Falcon 9 is now set to launch blah blah on this time tomorrow. They usually wait about an hour. The reason why they wait about an hour is because they could do what's called a quick look review of the engine firing. There's a lot of data that come from these engines, and they'll want to see that everything's gone normally. Usually it has. They'll probably be doing a very similar process right now with the Ship 24, where it's fired up, it'll look good, but of course the data review takes time. And that will then play into what the next step is with Ship 24. Potentially it might do the static fire. Or, well, it won't be today, I don't think, but potentially it'll be said, okay, that's completed the tasks now. And they'll move on to the booster campaign, ramping up to 33 engines, and then eventually we'll see the full stack. And that'll be a stack with the chopsticks, obviously, now, so that's something to look forward to as well. And once they full stack the vehicle, I think they'll probably do a full stack cryo, maybe, test. Adrian, what do you think will be the next thing with a full stack? What's the next test you'd expect once they got Ship 24 on Booster 7?
I think... Oh, that's a good question. I'm not even sure if they would do a full cryo. There's... I want to have like two answers here, right? Because I think there's one part of me still thinks maybe they will do a full static fire of the booster while the ship is on top. But I'm not sure here. But they are also, like, for example, static firing sometimes Falcon 9 with a second stage on top, right? So it's not that unreasonable to expect. But I also think that in terms of Ship 24, this might have been its last test. I could see a situation where this now is done. Data looks good. This was 6th engine maybe. and they're like, okay, done. Put it on Booster 7 after Booster 7 is done, and launch it.
That's a good point. It's exciting, really, because we're seeing a lot of first-time operations now, and luckily, even though SpaceX likes to refine what they do, so we're always playing a guessing game and they're keeping us on our toes, we do learn quite a lot from the tests we watch, so we can then play in, as you, the very person who's on this commentary, Adrian, with his spreadsheets, you learn a lot from each previous tests, and that plays into what we can expect maybe next. But I think with Booster 8 and Ship 25, we can probably expect some kind of similar test campaign with those two vehicles, probably playing into what the results of the orbital test will go with as well, because they've got a lot of lessons learned from that test flight, and now play into Booster 8 and Ship 25. But we're learning all the time. We're seeing things, how they're done. We didn't know how fast the chopsticks worked. I remember that when we first saw the chopsticks do a stack. We were all surprised at how fast it was. So now we expect it. It's those things where you learn from watching previous events with the hardware they've got out there at the launch site.
Oh. Cars are moving at the roadblock.
Ah.
Okay.
Aha.
It's not that they're clearing at least more of the path that we would need as a fire truck. I'm sorry, I just was looking at that, and movement there right now is exciting.
Well, it's past the hour point you were mentioning before, wasn't it? Where you said, once they've start depressing, it's about an hour. It's been that now, so maybe they are getting ready just to let the fire trucks go.
Yeah,
I mean, there could also be
Go ahead, Adrian.
It could be a situation where, as Daz said, maybe they just don't need to go right now, and they just basically looked at the situation and we're like, okay, this is under control, so just wait it out. Just like, we are here. If it goes bad, they have vehicles there, they can go in there. But right now, maybe they're just in a situation where, like, they're not even not going there because of the vehicle. They're not going there because why would they go to a fire if they right now have no, like, they're not stopping it right now.
Yeah, remember, they're balancing the safety of approaching the ship, which may still have fuel in it, versus the need to go and fight the fire. And because of the reasons we talked about earlier, the natural bounding areas, the wind speeds that are happening right now, safety by staying away from the ship is probably what's driving the decision. There's no reason to rush in there and put yourself closer to the Starship that recently had methane filled in it, right? You can just stand back because the wind is cooperating and the natural boundaries are helping you, and you don't have to approach the ship to get closer to that fire right now. So always an evolving situation. You continue to watch what's happening, right? But that's probably what's driving their decision making right now. And I guarantee you, we've seen drones in the air up there. I guarantee you that folks over there are looking at aerial view pictures. They can see the current situation on the ground. They know which way the wind is blowing. The fire department out there deals with this sort of stuff all the time. And I bet you right now it is the safety of staying away from the ship more important than a pressing need to go in there after that fire.
Yeah. And also we can still see a frost ring on Ship 24, so maybe the high loads here delay the detanking.
Yep.
And maybe this all takes longer than usual because they loaded quite a lot of locks here.
Yep. I'd say if you're curious if those fire trucks are going to roll or not, watch for people to go around them. Right now, I'm not seeing a ton of people, and I imagine that a bunch of staff would load into them and get ready to drive over. So if you see a ton of people walking back and getting into the fire trucks, then maybe that's a cue that they'll be going forward. But right now, I don't think that they're feeling the need to approach that test site, given the state of Ship 24.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you still wonder what would happen in a situation where this happens on a day with bad winds, right?
Right.
Because that's, like, yes, today the wind was good, but it could also be the same situation today where the wind is coming from south.
Yep. Absolutely. So, I guess, Adrian, we saw multiple engines fire on Ship 24 here down at Suborbital Pad B. I think they've got a lot of mitigation to do before they try to light 33 of these things underneath the booster.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would not... Especially the booster... I mean, the other side of the road is not that far away from Booster, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Like, if you see what ignited today and how far it was away from the ship, that would totally be possible from the booster, right? That it's not that much.
I mean, there's definitely going to be a full. They're going to look at this and say, how the heck did that catch on fire? Especially the dumpster. Like, was the heat from the engine just so much that it made the things in the dumpster catch on fire? It looks like the distance should be sufficient that that wouldn't be the case. So did something fly? Was this like a FOD walk issue where something was left unsecured within the force area that the static fire sort of pushes, right, exerts force around the pad, and that was heated up or thrown off in a direction, or how exactly did that fire spread into that dumpster? Somebody's going to need to explain what happened. And then before you try to light that many engines, I guess here again or over on the orbital pad, take steps to make sure that that's not going to be the case. And again, y'all, when I say this, when I was like, oh, was it unsecured FOD or something? What was it? Like, I don't know. I'm just saying somehow enough energy to start that fire in the dumpster made it to the dumpster, and somebody's going to have to explain how that happened so that they can make sure it's not going to happen again.
Yeah. And it's always good if this happens this happened under very good circumstances still, with the right wind and So it's always good that this happens in this situation, because now you have the situation, okay, we saw what went wrong, let's fix it. Before it maybe goes not that well in another time.
Yep, absolutely.
So a quick thank you to Jimmy J. I did actually get your text, and I appreciate your kind words. I just didn't want to derail the chat too much while watching a fire. It would have been quite inappropriate to talk about what happened today while that was going on. So no, I appreciate it. I did understand it, and thank you very much for your kind words. Stewie, the fire will do the area good and make the area more fertile. That's something I've read about brush fires and grass fires, that they do actually regenerate the area. We're looking for a positive spin on that thing. I presume Daz would be the person to answer that question.
Yeah, we've seen plumes of smoke coming up from Cape Canaveral. We know that Cape Canaveral does prescribed burns, right, where they do an intentionally controlled burn of a specific area on a day when the wind is doing things that work with their plans. So Cape Canaveral, we see prescribed burns at Cape Canaveral all the time. I grew up down there in South Texas. I grew up in Corpus Christi, and across the Nueces River, we'd see burns out there in the flats all the times, and they were prescribed burns where they were going through and in a intentional manner setting fire to the grass and the brush and stuff like that, and letting it sort of burn through so it didn't build up. So certainly there's a difference between a prescribed burn where the fire department's on hand and they're intentionally doing a very controlled burn of this area, and a burn that happened during a Starship engine test. Clearly that's not a prescribed burn. So yes, fire can be a good and useful tool when done in a very controlled manner in terms of keeping up the ecosystem and things like that, but this was not one of those prescribed burns. So, okay, positive spin. It can't be happening when you're trying to test a rocket engine. You know what I mean? Let's not pull any punches on that.
Yeah. TJ Clooney, thank you for your support. You're regular. We see you all the time, and that's very much appreciated. Tom Dalton says the lids on some of the dumpsters are plastic. That would be very helpful, wouldn't it?
I think this was one of those big dumpsters, like the container-sized dumpster, not a little one like at the back of your apartment complex or whatever, right?
It would be complete metal, right?
Yeah, I think this was one of those big construction-style dumpsters that has a big open top, and you just throw construction debris into the top of it, not the one with the little plastic lid that you open up, but you don't want to touch it except with 2 fingers, and then you throw your household garbage in. Like that's not the dumpster I think this is. I think it's one of those big open top containerized dumpsters.
I love the explanation of the feeling you have when you throw something in that came with this explanation. That gave me a way more vibrant picture.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about. You go out there to throw your trash away, and you don't really want to touch it, and you're like, oh, I just touch it with 2 fingers, and then come on, everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely think it gave me a very better picture of the situation.
Excellent. I'm trying to connect with chat here, Adrian.
Yeah,
I want you to experience what's going on. And I think we got one more super chat here from Random Internet 0 minutes ago saying this does create a fire break, so less to burn for the next one. I mean, again, correct that once you burn through a grassy area, it takes time for the grass to regrow. Brush takes even longer to regrow, but it really needs to be done in a prescribed, in a controlled manner, not, oops, we lit it on fire with a raptor, but it's all cool because we can't set it on fire with a raptor again. It's already on fire once. Like, that's not really the way we want those things to happen, right?
Yeah,
but either way, Random, thank you for the support. Go ahead, Adrian.
I had recently, for one of our flyovers, the opportunity to read up a bit on that because we had a part of the script explaining that, actually, about these Cape
Scribe.
Yeah, these plant burns. And I mean, yeah, they usually kind of make the area, for example, they mark the area before and they're like, okay, this is the area we will burning. So they are very planned. They very much have a fixed plan. Okay, this is the area we want to burn here. And this is this is not.
Absolutely. I mean, again, 100% correct there, Adrian. And it does look, if you see there in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, right above where it says 430, you see those blue dumpsters. It's that left-hand dumpster, which I believe is a containerized dumpster. You can see the side of that larger blue dumpster that doesn't have a fire in it, but that's not a big, thick plume of black smoke anymore. That has sort of gone down to smoldering there. We don't have that pillar of black smoke coming out of that dumpster. And in the foreground, just below the ship, just to the right of where it says Starbase, Texas, you can see some of that grass. Got some hot spots in it, smoldering as well, that sort of brownish gray smoke in the foreground there. That's just off the side of the pad in that grassy area. Yes, thank you. It may now be a black dumpster instead of a blue dumpster after the fire burned for a little while. Thank you, chat, for the help.
I mean, technically correct, right? They're
best
paying
kind
attention
of correct.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John Klein, we don't know what was in that dumpster. Some sort of construction debris, one would surmise. You know, was it cardboard? Was it dirty, oily rags? I don't know what it was. I don't go and dig through SpaceX's dumpsters usually.
I have breaking news, Das.
Okay.
Because apparently a small startup company called SpaceX, you might have heard about them before, they just confirmed Ship 24 completes a 6-engine static fire test at Starbase.
Excellent. So confirmation officially that was 6 engines that they did there.
Yep.
Nice. There's the tweet.
Yep. This could be, I mean, this is a very reasonable moment right now to expect. Oh, what a cool photo, by the way. To expect this might be the campaign for Ship 24, right?
Yep.
And this would be the most powerful static fire ever at Starbase, right? Because there's 6 Raptor 2s.
With 6, yeah, huh?
Okay, I don't have my proper microphone. Okay, bye.
Bye, Nick. Thank you for hopping in.
But yeah, that's absolutely correct. That would be the most powerful static fire of a Starship prototype ever. So far.
Yep.
Until Booster 7 steps in.
Man, if they don't send in the fire trucks, I hope that's not a methane tanker back there parked across from the restaurant. But if that was like a nitrogen tanker, they could just go put that fire out with a nitrogen tanker.
If that's a methane truck, I love the optimism. They're like, it's still... It's kind of burning, but bring in the methane.
Methane truck sitting there waiting for it, so...
Imagine that explaining to the methane truck driver. No, the fire is fine. Just bring in your explosive methane.
Bring in your methane.
I think Nick can correct me, but I think Nick is confirming that is in fact a methane tanker that's sitting there.
Nice.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Nick is confirming that is a methane tanker. You gotta love the optimism out there at Starbase. There's like not to make light of it, but there's grass fire on one side of the road and the methane tanker literally sitting there ready to go deliver more methane for continuing testing out at Starbase.
And to be fair, I feel like, yes, this looks big on cameras, and it's of course a thing to watch here. But I feel like in the terms of the big operations for them, this is probably not that big of a deal for them. I wouldn't expect them having like a week of sleepless nights because of this grass fire right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to mitigate it. They're going to have to talk about it. This doesn't happen, and you just like, oops, carry on. You're going to have to take some steps to make sure that this doesn't happen in the future. But this is not. Again, folks, we're being a little light with it, right? We're not like, oh my gosh, all of Starbase is on fire. This is crazy. This is terrible. Right now, we talked about the natural boundaries. This fire is not blowing into a neighborhood or something like that. Fire is definitely serious business. But in this specific situation here, you can really see how spread out that fire is away from the test site. It's a mile away from even the village right now, if I'm not mistaken. Like all the different angles that we can get here, you can see that this is not immediately threatening a school or immediately threatening a neighborhood or immediately threatening like a large oil refinery or something like that, right? This is now a smaller grass fire. People are on hand. They're watching it with drones. They're ready with fire trucks. This, I don't want to act like it's not a big deal, because it is a big deal for this to happen, and one day the winds go in the wrong direction and it jumps over and burns a much larger area or whatever, right? But the situation that we are specifically in right now seems to currently be under control. The wind has been behaving, hoping that wind doesn't pick up here and fan the flames again. So...
Yeah, I think a good way to word it is it's not big in terms of this single situation. It's more big in terms of the bigger picture and mitigation for future situations.
Yeah.
Like, it's not an active emergency.
Yep. And again, if everybody has sort of noticed the fire trucks up there, we haven't seen the fire trucks go racing in to try and stomp out the grass fire or anything like that. It's the balance between the ship being loaded with methane recently, and now about an hour and a half ago when the static fire happened, and the need to go in there given that situation with the fire. So why are we continuing to talk about the fire if it's not that big of a deal? Hey, I'm game. Not scared of that question. We want people to know that it's not that big of a deal. We want them to know the current situation. Something you take seriously, something you mitigate going forward, but currently the status that we can see with our cameras is that there's no imminent danger to life or significant property. I mean, the grass is burning right now, but I'm not scared to talk about that, The
only time I'd get concerned if there's a horse ranch there.
If there was a horse ranch, this would be serious business.
Yeah, I'll be on a plane. Yeah. We'll save them. Save them.
You'd grab a fire extinguisher out from underneath your kitchen cabinet and board a plane to fly to Texas right now.
You'd have a cam on me on. You'd see me just driving past a roadblock. Police chasing me. I'm sorry. I'm going to save them.
A GoPro on your hat while you go and you try to use a kitchen fire extinguisher to protect the horse farm.
Yeah.
We feel you, Chris. We feel you. Nobody could fault you for that.
And since that question is coming up a lot about the heat tiles here, there were heat tiles falling off. It looks on some of these angles like they're not, but we cannot for sure say how many, but there were heat tiles falling off during the static fire. Just to point that out again, because people were already being like, hey, there's no heat tile off. They are.
Yep, absolutely. It was not bacon, Tom Dalton. This test had nothing to do with bacon. Appreciate the support, though. Melissa Moran. Or Das. Hey, that's me. I also grew up in Corpus. I'm much older than you. What high school did you go to? I went to high school out in the suburbs at Cal Allen High School. So was not in Corpus proper. Wasn't over on like Flower Bluff or anything like that, or King in Town or whatever. I actually was born, our house when I was growing up was in Robstown, so I was a cotton picker originally. And we moved over to the Cal Allen side over there. So I did. That's where I was born and bred, I guess. Thanks for the support, though, Melissa. Hope everything out there in Corpus is there. My mom's still there. My mom's still out in Corpus. She may be watching the stream right now. But thank you so much for the support, and thanks for checking in. I know that I sort of came in the middle of the stream here to take over for Jack while he did the edit, but I imagine that we have given a status update on SLS, right? Probably more than once.
I can round it up again if you want. Where we stand right now is after the previous scrub, which was due to the liquid hydrogen side of the TSMU, which is the tail service mast umbilicals. They decided that they needed to work on it, and they had two options: one, to work at the pad, or to roll back to the VAB. The roll back to the VAB, the positive side would be the environmental protection the VAB provides for that repair work. But also the negative side is they don't want to roll the vehicle too many times up and down the crawlerway because the vibrations don't play well with the rocket. So they decided to do it at the pad. And then we could see, thanks to Nathan Barker's recent photographs of SLS, which I tweeted out, they'd put an assembly up there to get access to it, to get good views of the TSM, and they found the issue with the seal. So now they decide to do it at the pad. The next process will be to remate it and then do a WDR, which is a wet dress rehearsal, a full wet dress rehearsal as well, to verify the repairs being done. If that goes well, they've got to wait for a waiver for the flight termination system batteries, which we believe, we understand, are okay till October, but they need a waiver from the authority, the Air Force range, in fact, to allow them to proceed towards a launch, which would be at the earliest the 23rd of September. I'm very careful to point out that if everything goes to plan, including the wet dress rehearsal, which might not yet go to plan, but if it does, let's pretend they get a waiver for the FTS, the attempt on the 23rd still has its own challenges. They'll get past tanking, everyone will think they've got past the problem. They'll get out of the T-minus 10-minute hold, they'll go, right, we've done it, we're sorted, we're going to go for it now. That last 10 minutes is a very challenging time for any vehicle. We know during the shuttle program, the T-minus 9-minute hold in that situation when it came out of it was a very big challenge for the vehicle because all the calculations taken over. And when I get into ALS, which is the automated part of the sequence, it just takes one thing not to be happy to scrub it. So be prepared for potentially another scrub. If it launches, brilliant. But again, I always caution people that the closer to get to T0, the more challenges they've got. So all being well, they'll pass the process to get back into the countdown on launch day this month. And then all being well, the countdown proceeds fine and they get the test launch.
We're all looking forward to that. I know so many people traveled in to see what was going on, and then we got this, and then we got another attempt, and we're waiting for dates and stuff. So a lot of people waiting for that to go. But remember, y'all, it's not the rocket science that's hard, it's the rocket engineering that's hard. It's building the rocket that you designed, and you can see the evidence here in front of you at Starbase. You can see the evidence out there with SLS. It's a long way between designing a perfect rocket on paper and actually having not just the rocket, but the ground facilities that can safely support the operation of that rocket. So I think here, folks, what we're going to do, this could go on for quite some time, so we are going to leave you in the very capable hands of our 24/7 stream, Starbase Live. We're going to continue this coverage with multiple cameras over there. We are going to be shutting down the commentary stream here, but we will redirect you over to Starbase Live. Again, thanks for watching here. I hope that our explanations help you understand what happened out there today. There's that roadblock one more time, but you can continue watching all of our cameras over on Starbase Live, and we will see y'all over there. Thanks for watching, y'all.